To prove that farmers are the strongest awakened profession, I planted 99 mutated plants in my yard all at once. Among them was a seductive Venus flytrap that only feasted on zombie heads, an anti-air clover capable of annihilating all flying magical beasts, cherry bombs that could obliterate an entire village in one blast, and even a corn cannon comparable to a Dongfang missile, ready to fire. I did all this because, in this world, farmers are merely ordinary life skill professions. Awakening as one meant a lifetime confined to farming. This led to my kind-hearted homeroom teacher giving me the cold shoulder, and even my girlfriend of 3 years mocking me mercilessly. Faced with their disdainful gazes, I, a transmigrator, sneered inwardly I could summon plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Even as a farmer with no offensive skills, I would wield terrifying combat power rivaling an entire army. As soon as the school's awakening ceremony ended, I rushed back to my ancestral home to start planting. First, I exchanged all my basic sunlight for sunflower seeds. Barely seconds after planting them, they sprouted and grew into full-fledged sunflowers. With 4 sunflowers now, each producing 50 sunlight per minute, I recouped the cost in just 1 minute. Everything beyond that was pure profit. Once I saved up enough, I unlocked the Peashooter and walnut from the awakening space, completing the trio of legendary plants. Over the next half-night, I cultivated a small experimental plot, successfully unlocking the potato maim and marigold. I then planted over 50 sunflowers and more than 100 Peashooters in one go. Since my ancestral home was in the city but in a small village bordering the magical beast zone, I secretly lined the road leading to the city with rows of walnuts to fend off potential enemies. After all, magical beasts were humanity's greatest threat in this world. Therefore, Li Yang simply treated the beast type as an imaginary enemy. The art of troop deployment and formation also involves many intricacies. The outermost ring is an impenetrable wall of nuts, with 3 to 5 potato mines buried behind each nut plant. On both sides of the street, the wasteland is neatly planted with rows of Peashooters. After testing the attack power of the Peashooters, Li Yang was almost certain. The defense network he had set up could effortlessly fend off those magical beasts below level 40. This is the most basic combat unit. In addition, there are some production units. Sunflowers, marigolds. Li Yang planted them all directly in his backyard. After roughly arranging the perimeter outside, Li Yang returned to the courtyard once more. Staring at the ground covered in gleaming gold and silver coins, Li Yang was utterly stunned. Although marigolds couldn't directly produce ready-to-circulate currency, genuine gold and silver were no joke. These items would be valuable no matter where you went. An inconspicuous little white flower can actually produce gold or silver coins randomly at a rate of 2 per minute. Is this scientific? Of course not. But it feels amazing. Li Yang cheerfully returned to the house, found a sack, and gathered all the coins that had fallen on the ground into it. As a farmer, one should naturally rejoice in such a bountiful harvest. While picking up the money, he couldn't help but ask the system in his mind, "Hey, system, since you can already collect sunlight, why can't you collect the money too? Having to do it myself is such a hassle." The system flickered slightly twice, then popped up a notification for Li Yang. Gold magnet, unlock requires 500 sunlight. Planting requires 50 sunlight, can only be planted on magnet shrooms. However, the magnet shroom card in Dave's shop showed an unattainable unlock status. It seemed to be due to insufficient level. Similarly, items like the cherry bomb are also in the stage of being locked due to not meeting the level requirements. It seems that leveling up the profession has become an urgent matter now. Li Yang stroked his chin and put away the last money bag. Then, he used the sun shovel to remove all the marigolds. The current amount is already astonishing enough. He certainly didn't want to wake up tomorrow morning only to have others discover a mountain of gold and silver piled in his yard. Including the refunds from uprooting the marigolds, Li Yang now has over 10,000 points of sunlight. He had originally thought it would take a long time to achieve sunlight freedom. Yet, to his surprise, in just a few hours, he already had more sunlight than he could possibly spend. Of course, the main reason is that he currently has too few plants available to use. As long as he can level up more and unlock additional plant cards, In the future, he won't have to worry about not being able to spend his sunflowers. Li Yang yawned, calmed his emotions slightly, and walked over to close the courtyard gate. I checked the time, it was almost 1 a.m. He decided to head back and rest first, planning to leave early the next morning. First, he would buy a storage ring at the trading market, then figure out a way to enter a beginner dungeon to test the waters. With that in mind, he stretched lazily and slowly made his way toward his house. No sooner had he stepped through the door than a rapid alarm suddenly sounded from the city walls of Yunshou. Woo woo! The urgent, piercing noise sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the frantic frequency and the sharpness of the sound. Li Yan's sealed memory suddenly trembled. This sound was the alarm signaling a beast-type attack. The pattern of 3 long and 1 short blares clearly indicated an imminent small-scale beast-type. Li Yan's brows furrowed instantly as he gazed toward the city district. Visible to the naked eye, bonfires have already been lit one after another on the city walls of Yunshou. In this world, such situations are frequently encountered. Spatial rifts within a certain dungeon area became unstable, releasing rampaging magical beasts. Once these magical beasts reach a certain number, they seem to be drawn by something, gathering together to launch attacks on human cities. Eventually, what is known as the beast tide forms. Since its discovery, the beast tide has become one of the iconic natural disasters on Blue Star. Moreover, the outbreak of beast tides is far from being a low probability event. The people of this world have long since learned how to deal with them. Within 5 minutes after the alarm sounded, the houses throughout the village lit up one after another. The villagers hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to evacuate. The elderly man living across the street rushed out wearing nothing but a pair of red underpants. While knocking on Li Yan's courtyard gate, he anxiously shouted, "Xiao Yang! Xiao Yang! The beast tide is coming! Wake up! Pack your things and run!" The neighbor aunt had also packed her belongings and stood at the door, shouting toward Li Yan's house. "Xiao Yang! Hurry up and come with us! In a little while, Yunzhou will be sealed off. If we can't get in before then, this beast tide is no joke." The nearby villagers chimed in for a while, then went back to their own tasks. Generally speaking, given the efficiency of Yunzhou's military command, there is a window of about 10 minutes between the sounding of the alarm and the arrival of the beast tide. During this time, those outside the city immediately rushed back inside, then tightly shut the gates, relying on the towering city walls and the numerous high-level military class changers to resist the beast tide. This standard procedure has been repeated countless times to this day. Fighting against magical beasts is a capability exclusive to combat class changers, and it is also their duty. In contrast, those who failed in their job transition, as well as livelihood-oriented transitioners like Li Yang, had no choice but to obediently evacuate. Against such a backdrop, the gap between people grew increasingly wider. But this time, things were a little different. "Uncle and aunt, you go ahead first. I'm young and quick on my feet, I'll catch up with you after packing up." Li Yang pushed open the door with an unhurried demeanor. Yet this simple sentence left everyone present somewhat surprised. "Xiao Yang, what are you still packing up for? This is a beast tide, not a joke. What could be more important than life itself?" The crowd chattered away with their well-meaning advice. But Li Yang simply shook his head slowly, smiling without a word. After all, to him, the current beast tide is nothing short of a heaven-sent opportunity. The neighbor aunt tried to persuade Li Yang again, but couldn't make him change his mind. Looking at Li Yan's stubborn expression, she had no choice but to give up. After telling Li Yang to be sure to stay safe, she quickly evacuated with the surrounding villagers. Li Yang returned to the backyard and casually planted 2 more Peashooters. Taking a deep breath, he looked around. The vast village had become eerily quiet in just a few minutes. Since everyone has left, then next, it's his turn to take the stage and perform. Divine Planting, activate. With Li Yang issuing the command, a rustling sound instantly spread throughout the entire village. Plants that had been pre-positioned in various locations sprouted roots and stems, growing to full size in just a few seconds. Hundreds of Peashooters emerged from both sides of the main road, swaying slightly in the cool night breeze. The front row of walnuts also sprang up from the ground. Oval-shaped nuts, roughly the height of a person, stood unsteadily on the ground, looking as if they could be toppled with a single push. But Li Yang knew very well that this seemingly unstable-looking thing could easily withstand a round of machine gun fire. Beep beep! Behind the nut wall, several inconspicuous small mounds rose from the ground. A few silver-white metal rods were stuck into them, emitting faint beeping sounds. This is the potato mine he planted. Li Yang still has a deep impression of these little gadgets. Priced at 25 sunlight, with the power to blow up all small zombies in one grid. Before getting the squash, this little potato with a steel pipe sticking out of its head had always been his favorite. Massive amounts of Peashooters, an entire wall of walnuts, and potato mines everywhere. When these things pile up by the hundreds, how much power can they generate? Li Yang found a spot with a good view and waited to see what would happen. The beast tide wasn't actually slow. Less than 5 minutes after the villagers had evacuated, the first wave of magical beasts had already charged in. The numbers weren't large, but even from a distance, the roars from those creatures could be heard with chilling clarity. A woo-oo! With a low rumble, a piercing roar echoed from the distance. The leading giant wolf monster kicked up a cloud of dust as it charged toward the village. The wind whipped up sand, and smoke filled the air. Amid the swirling dust, a foul, blood-stanched odor lingered. Though it was just a small cluster of the beast tide, it still exuded an unstoppable momentum. The tiny village where Li Yang resided seemed like nothing more than an ant trying to stop a chariot in the face of this beast tide. Beast tide detected approaching. Danger level, low. Beast tide monster level distribution as follows. Below level 20, 80%. Level 22, 40-19, 5%. Above level 40-0, 5%. Calculated victory rate for this battle, 100%. Li Yang's mind once again received the system's prompt. In the very next second, the whooshing sounds of peace whistled past his ears. The frontmost Peashooters had already launched their first round of attacks. Bam bam bam. Fist-sized pea projectiles shot out, landing on the frontmost giant wolf monsters, exploding into a blur of blood and flesh. Those creatures were clearly stunned, evidently not expecting to be taken down by a few peas before even getting close to the city walls. Meanwhile, several other leopard-like monsters raised their heads and howled, charging toward the village's main road. And then, unsurprisingly, stopped by those giant brown nuts. None of the lead group of magical beasts could fly, so they could only attempt to attack, trying to smash the nut walls. But strangely, these things that looked wobbly and barely able to stand were absurdly tough. Fangs and claws couldn't penetrate even slightly, and even many of the beast's steel attacks were completely ineffective. Some elemental-type monsters unleashed flames and ice spikes, yet couldn't even scratch the surface of the nut wall. Moreover, during their assault on the nut wall, another small cluster of them was shot dead by the hail of peas from behind. This attrition strategy wasn't sustainable. The more intelligent monsters noticed something amiss and chose to detour around. Attempt to slip through the gaps between some nearby houses and the nut walls to enter the village first. But the next second, boom! With a massive explosion, the burnt aroma of potatoes spread through the night sky. Your potato mine killed Shadow Black Wolf LV-18. Congratulations! You gained 1800 EXP. Your potato mine killed Shadow Grey Wolf LV-26. Congratulations! You gained 2600 EXP. Your potato mine has slain the Shadow Wolf King LV-40. Congratulations on gaining 3800 EXP. Congratulations, your level has increased, LV-18 LV-19. Li Yang sat on the roof of his house, gazing at the distant remains of magical beasts blasted several meters into the air, unable to hide his astonishment. No way, the potato mine is actually this powerful? Only one potato mine was triggered just now, yet it managed to take out 3 magical beasts in one go. And one of them was even a level 40 elite monster. This potato mine is legit, really reliable. It straight up annihilates monsters when they show up. Detected that the host's level is about to reach the second tier cap LV, Peashooter, please complete the job change as soon as possible to unlock more purchasable plants, e.g., cherry bomb, squash, chomper, snow pea, etc. The system prompt appeared again, reminding Li Yang that his level had met the requirements and he could proceed with the second job change. It also casually informed him about the new plants he could obtain after the job change. Next round, you'll be able to buy a cherry bomb. Hearing this, Li Yang immediately began to look forward to it. Wow, even the potato mine, which originally only exploded in one grid, was far more powerful than an ordinary grenade. As for something like the cherry bomb, at the very least, it couldn't possibly be anything less than impressive. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of explosion range, the cherry bomb is a dimensional downgrade compared to the potato mine, which focuses on being cheap and cost-effective. You should know that the explosion range of the cherry bomb is nearly 9 squares. That's 9 times larger than the potato mine, which only covers 1 square. If we multiply the explosion just now by 9, almost half the village could be affected. Not to mention, the cooldown time for something like a cherry bomb is quite long, and it doesn't require any warm-up time like a potato mine. If conditions allowed, Li Yang could even carry a large bag of cherry bombs into the dungeon and wreak havoc, instantly wiping out everything. Just imagining that scene is thrilling. While Li Yang was watching the beast tide as if it were a spectacle. At that moment, in the office of the military headquarters in Yunzhou City, Military Department Chief Wei Zongfeng was gripping the phone, frowning deeply as he questioned the person on the other end. What? The beast tide has stopped? What do you mean a branch of the beast tide on the eastern side suddenly started fighting in an area far from the city? Is something blocking them? Just moments ago, the frontline observer tasked with monitoring the beast tide's movements called in to report something that left the soldiers on the front utterly baffled. As usual, the beast tide had split into multiple branches, attacking Yunzhou from all directions. But while battles erupted everywhere else, a cluster of the beast tide on the eastern side was somehow held back by something, failing to reach Yunzhou's walls within the expected time frame. The soldiers on the eastern city wall remained in combat readiness, their nerves constantly on edge. They grew weary from the tension, yet not even a single mosquito flew in from that direction. Puzzled by the situation, the group decided to reassign observers to monitor the movements of the beast tide once more. To their surprise, they discovered that the portion of the beast tide on the eastern side had gathered in the suburbs a considerable distance from Yunzhou City and simply stayed there, advancing no further. When a beast tide erupts, it is like floodwaters breaching a dam. Unless completely eradicated, it will continue to assault human cities relentlessly. So now, this situation clearly indicates that something is blocking the beast tide in that area. But what could possibly keep the beast tide so tightly sealed off outside? Although it's just a branch, a beast tide of this scale wouldn't be easily intercepted without heavy firepower suppression. They asked themselves even if the military were to personally intervene, they might not be able to achieve such a flawless, all-encompassing, and overwhelming interception against the beast tide. So, this can't help but make people a bit curious. Who on earth is the one stopping the beast tide? The frequent beast tides nowadays are clearly not a good sign. Now it's not just Yunzhou looking across all of Huaxiu. Even the entire Blue Star, all of humanity is facing severe survival challenges. The increasingly frequent dungeon breaches and beast tides are proof of that. The other world is growing stronger. Let's hope we humans don't fall behind. In the military headquarters office, someone murmured these words. He sat across from Minister Wei Zongfeng, who was frowning and talking non-stop on the phone, squinting his eyes as he spoke to himself. It was a middle-aged man, slightly plump, wearing a pair of square black-framed glasses, looking very mature. A blue badge was pinned to his white shirt, bearing only his name and position. Mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. Shortly after Zhang Mingshu finished speaking, Wei Zongfeng finally hung up the phone. Looking up at Zhang Mingshu before him, he gave a slight shrug. No need to rush. This year's list of outstanding talents hasn't been announced yet. Although in previous years, our Yunzhou hasn't produced any big names that shook the world, we still have quite a few promising talents here. After this selection is over, I plan to compete with those academies for recruits. The military department is currently in dire need of fresh blood. If we could get some energetic young people to join, the strength of our Yunzhou City military department could double. And as for the thing that blocked the beast tide this time, have the subordinates look into it immediately to find out which side it belongs to. If it's just infighting among the monster beast clans, then forget it. But if it's a job changer, even if we have to kowtow, we must get them to join the military department. If things continue like this, when the older generation retires, who will be left to defend Yunzhou? The two were essentially saying the same thing. Zhang Mingshu slowly sighed and reminded them. No matter who or what the other party is, we must remain low-key. After this beast tide, the internal environment of Yunzhou may become fraught with undercurrents. If such an existence is carelessly exposed, it will undoubtedly attract many unnecessary troubles. Additionally, so far, I haven't noticed anything particularly noteworthy among those students about to graduate. The timing for this year's talent selection still needs to be adjusted slightly later. Early the next morning, seeing the first light of dawn rising in the east, the military soldiers guarding the city walls finally relaxed, easing their tense nerves. Just to be safe, they had maintained a state of high alert throughout the entire night. Yet despite standing guard all night in full readiness, they never saw any sign of the so-called monster invasion. So far, all they could do was lament the unpredictability of fate while hastily sending scouts to assess the situation. Everyone was curious about what exactly had happened the night before. The scouts, in particular, were exceptionally eager. The moment the gates of Yunzhou City were unsealed, they raced out at full speed, afraid that any delay might cause the clues to vanish. Following the direction marked by the rear observer, they soon arrived at an utterly ordinary small village. The moment they entered the village gate, they were immediately and deeply shocked by the sight before them. Without a doubt, this was the battlefield that had raged throughout the entire night before. On the main road, wide enough for about 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, the bodies of magical beasts were scattered haphazardly everywhere. On the surrounding walls and in the grass, traces of dried brown blood from the beasts could be seen, along with gruesomely severed limbs and remains. Near the outer edges, craters as wide as a bull's mouth could be spotted all over the place. In some of the more secluded corners, obvious signs of explosions were densely scattered. What on earth could have left these marks? A crater this big couldn't possibly be man-made, could it? But there shouldn't be any magical beasts in Yunzhou capable of something like this. Looking at these marks, they seem more like something only a top-tier gunslinger class could achieve. Several scouts returned from various locations and, after a brief discussion, reached a conclusion. But soon, someone raised an objection. With such a wide range of gunfire and explosions, how could we have seen no flashes of light at all last night? Moreover, if it was truly a firearms expert who repelled that wave of the beast tide here, there should at least be some traces left behind, right? Look, apart from the corpses of the monsters, there's nothing else to be seen here. Not even bullet casings or grenade fragments. Isn't this just too strange? Listening to this analysis, someone couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the big shot knew our military department's post-war work would be tough, so before leaving, they casually cleaned up the battlefield for us? Someone immediately shook their head upon hearing this. Don't talk nonsense. No matter how thoroughly it's cleaned, there should at least be some traces left. And such a large battlefield, how could there not be even a hint of gunpowder smell? Logically speaking, destruction of this scale would leave a gunpowder smell lingering here for at least 5 or 6 days without dissipating. The group fell into silence, and even when the villagers who had taken refuge last night returned to gather their belongings, they still hadn't reached any conclusion. Everyone's hearts were filled with immense doubt. Who exactly was that big shot who stopped the entire beast tide? At this moment, in the city center of Yunzhou, at the job change square, Li Yang was squatting in front of a breakfast shop that had just opened, eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk. After dealing with the beast tide yesterday, he left early and returned to the city as soon as the lockdown was lifted. He had hoped to take advantage of the fewer people to avoid queues and complete his second job transfer directly. But unexpectedly, due to the impact of last night's beast tide, The usually 24-hour open job transfer square remained closed. Detected that the host has met the job advancement requirements for Second Awakening LV20. Please complete the job change as soon as possible to unlock more plans. As if sensing the job advancement crystal was within reach, the system's code notification tone immediately began echoing repeatedly in the ears, almost as if urging action. See, getting impatient again. The place isn't even open yet. What's the point of rushing? Don't worry, as soon as the job transfer square opens, I'll definitely be the first one to rush in. Li Yang took a bite of the fried dough stick and whispered. Then, he raised his head and looked at the large screen embedded on the exterior of a department store on the other side of the city center. This thing is on 24/7, usually playing news or random advertisements. Now, it's Li Yan's only way to relieve boredom. Coincidentally, news related to last night's disaster began playing on the large screen. The reporter on screen briefly described the scale of the beast tide and the losses it caused. Last night's battle was almost a complete victory. The military department suffered almost no losses, a feat never before achieved in Yunzhou's history. Additionally, our reporters discovered some peculiar little objects on the battlefield. As you can see, this appears to be some kind of plant residue, resembling tree bark or a fruit shell. But it's extremely hard, even bullets can't penetrate it. After seeing what the reporter was holding, Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That thing was a fragment of his nut wall. In the video, the on-site reporter carefully demonstrated to the camera just how hard that nut wall fragment was. This was something that had never appeared in any previous beast tide. Whether it was related to the job changer or the magical beast, no one could possibly know. Fortunately, though, the fragments of the nut wall caused quite a stir. At present, no one has connected that thing to Li Yang. These are truly two things that couldn't be more unrelated. Li Yang smiled faintly and silently finished his breakfast. Then he picked up the heavy bag placed by his feet, paid, and left. No one noticed the faintly glowing golden light emanating from the slightly open mouth of the bag. Inside the bag were the gold coins he had obtained through the Marigold the previous night. He had only taken a small portion from the total amount to purchase the supplies he needed. The money exchanged from these gold coins would be enough for him to enjoy himself for quite a while. After leaving the breakfast shop, he casually opened his profession panel again. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer lifestyle. Level, LV20. Stamina, 20. Defense, 20. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Class talent, Dave's plant shop common white. You have met the level requirement for the second job change. Please proceed to the job change crystal to change your job, unlocking new talents and higher level permissions. After a night of battle, his level undoubtedly reached the upper limit of the second advancement. To be honest, fighting the beast tide alone seems exhilarating. But in reality, it's still quite a loss. Although what we encountered last night was just a branch of a large-scale beast tide, the numbers were still nothing to scoff at. There were at least several hundred of them. Even just a small proportion of high-level magical beasts within the tide would have been enough to push Li Yang to this level if he had killed a few under normal circumstances. Any excess experience would simply go to waste. But after all, these are the rules of the gamified world, and everyone is the same. Moreover, in a way, this beast tide has indirectly proven Li Yang's limits. With his strength, facing a small-scale beast tide like last night's head-on would still be quite easy for him. Although it was just a branch of the beast tide, his abilities should go beyond this level. After all, the plans he deployed last night only amounted to a few hundred in total. This was far from his limit. Given enough time, he could even cover every inch of Yunzhou's land with his plans. By then, even when facing a full-scale beast tide, he should have the strength to fight. Li Yang was certain that with targeted development, his power would undoubtedly surpass everyone else's. Thinking this, his heart grew even more excited. He couldn't wait to complete his second-class change, eager to see what incredible new talents the system would grant him and what new plans would appear in the store. Finally, after a brief wait, the job change hall in the square finally opened for business. The crowd waiting for job changes gradually gathered around, and he quickly walked over, taking a spot at the very front. It was worth coming so early to wait after all. As soon as the cleaning lady removed the sign from the self-service job change area, Li Yang swiftly stepped inside and placed his hand on the job change crystal. Instantly, a white light flashed. Under the system's arrangement, his talents were inevitably all related to the system. Just like the first time, the quality of these talents wasn't high. They were all ordinary white. Connection successful. Your level has met the requirements for job advancement. Please choose whether to proceed. You have chosen to advance your job. The level cap has been unlocked to LV 40. Below are the new talent skills you have acquired. New talent, Exquisite Plant Management. Talent description. With this talent, you can manage your plants more effectively. Plants purchased from the store will remain in seed form. You can freely control the growth state of all plants you have planted within a 1,000-meter range, deciding when they start growing or instantly removing them. Can be used in combination with the sun shovel. Your talent Dave's plant shop has been upgraded, unlocking more plants. These talents saved Li Yang a lot of effort. After repelling the beast tide last night, he spent a full 2 hours dealing with the plants he had planted. In addition, there are new plants to unlock now. With his current stockpile of sunlight, clearing out the store would be a piece of cake. He seized the moment without hesitation and bought all the unlockable plant cards in the store without even looking. Then, he set them aside for the time being. Being frugal with plants could wait for now. He had other matters to attend to. Besides changing professions during this trip to the city, he also needed to exchange the gold coins obtained from the Marigold into usable currency. Then spend some of it. He planned to upgrade his wardrobe and purchase some suitable gear and equipment. He let out a long sigh, slung the money bag over his shoulder, and hailed a taxi. The dungeon trading market wasn't far from the job change square in the city center. After about half an hour, Li Yang got out of the taxi here. All the various materials, even equipment and accessories that dropped from dungeons, were clearly priced in this world. After all, many job changers, fresh out of dungeons, would eagerly rush over with large bags filled with assorted fragments of monster carcasses to exchange for money. The bank would also evaluate all sorts of peculiar items according to a unified standard and then purchase them. The tellers at these banks prided themselves on having seen it all. But when Li Yang calmly placed a large bag of gold coins on the counter without batting an eye, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Those are all genuine gold, the world's hard currency. One dazzling gold coin after another, under the illumination of the overhead fluorescent lights, shimmered with an alluring glow. "Sir, please wait a moment." The receptionist called over the manager, who hurriedly came to attend, bowing respectfully to Li Yang. After all, Yunzhou is just a small city, and the nearby magical beasts rarely exceed levels 40 or 50. The equipment and materials dropped by those beasts, no matter how precious, would never fetch a price of several 100,000. But the gold Li Yang brought, just at a glance, is definitely worth far more than that. This, sir. Are you here to handle a deposit? May I ask your name?" The bank manager quickly approached and asked with great respect. Li Yang nodded, "Yes, exchange these items for money and deposit them into my account. My name is..." Before I could even speak, the bank manager cautiously raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Sir, thank you for choosing our bank for your savings needs. Our bank has always prioritized client confidentiality. Given the substantial amount involved in this transaction, would you kindly follow me to the VIP lounge for a more detailed discussion? How does that sound to you?" The bank manager before me was tall and slender, dressed in a sharply tailored suit and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks exactly like the image of a successful person in most people's minds. After saying all that, the manager immediately instructed the receptionist behind him. "Collect all these gold coins carefully, weigh them, and store them properly. Prepare a blank gold card for this gentleman. The details will be sent to you shortly." After giving all the instructions, he nodded politely to Li Yang again. This guy really knows how to handle things. Li Yang raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything more. Following the manager around the corner, they arrived at the VIP exclusive lounge. The decor here is indeed very luxurious, specifically designed to serve distinguished guests of high status. The manager led Li Yang to sit on a plush sofa, then clapped his hands and summoned two young, attractive female attendants dressed in formal attire. Esteemed customer, allow me to introduce myself first. I am the manager of this bank, and my name is Lu Xian. His voice was very calm, but through the corners of his mouth that kept twitching upward, Li Yang could sense the guy's barely contained ecstasy. Li Yang nodded and said, "My name is Li Yang, from Tianyun Academy." Tianyun Academy. Hearing this, Lu Xian was momentarily dazed. You know, his beloved son Lu Xin is currently studying at Tianyun Academy. How come he doesn't remember Lu Xin ever mentioning someone from such a wealthy family at Tianyun Academy? Putting aside his doubts for now, he is a man of strong professional ethics. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never pry into a customer's privacy. Nian. Mr. Li Yang, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, could you disclose a bit about the source of these gold coins? These days, it's no easy feat to produce such a large amount of gold coins in one go. Lu Xian spoke with utmost respect while rising to his feet and preparing tea for Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang took a sip of the tea and calmly replied, "Family heirloom." Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. Faced with what seemed like an outrageous answer, he resolutely chose to believe it. Today's Blue Star, due to the existence of dungeons, frequently sees equipment and items worth millions, tens of millions, or even more absurdly priceless treasures. The amount of currency circulating in the market has grown enormous, and the reserves of gold and silver, the backbone of the monetary system, are mostly held by a minority, becoming relatively scarcer in the market. Thus, while job changers obsessively pursue power, major banks and merchant guilds are also relentlessly chasing after gold, this more fundamental asset. Among merchants, there's even a saying. Throughout history, currencies flow like water, only gold wins hearts. The more gold a bank stores, the more likely it is to survive steadily in the ever-changing global market. People also prefer to save and trade with banks that have a lower probability of bankruptcy. Of course, with so many reasons stated and appearing so complex, it actually boils down to just one sentence. The bank needs gold. Li Yang needs money. Then just exchange. The rest doesn't matter. Faced with a big client like Li Yang, who came knocking on his door, how could he not take it seriously? The batch of gold Li Yang delivered, though not a fortune significant enough to change the landscape, was still quite precious to Yunzhou Bank. After the receptionist just now finished weighing the gold, the information was immediately sent to Lu Xian. Lu Xian spent a long time calculating with a calculator, then stood up and bowed to Li Yang. Based on the current gold price, the value of the gold you brought is 2.2 million. If you find this acceptable, I will draft the contract now and help you apply for a VIP gold card. With this bank's gold card, all your future purchases at this duplicate trading market can be paid at a 20% discount. Li Yang nodded and happily accepted it. Who would have thought that coming to deposit money would bring such an unexpected benefit? Lu Xian efficiently handled all these matters for Li Yang. While Lu Xian was printing the contract, Li Yang, sitting nearby, suddenly asked out of the blue, "If the opportunity arises, I might come back a few more times to exchange money with you. The amounts won't be small. Your bank should be able to handle it, right?" Hearing this, Lu Xian, standing in front of the printer, felt his legs go weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. "Ha! And there's more. And you're even worried if the bank can break the bill? The gold Li Yang brought this time is already considered extremely rare. So this is the result. Is his family running a gold mine or something? This is absolutely terrifying. Of course we can make change. No matter how much. One should never judge a person by their appearance, Mr. Li Yang. At such a young age, you're already so generous with your spending. You must come from a distinguished family, right? Ahem, let's get back to the main topic. If you indeed have a substantial reserve of gold, I actually have a small proposal. Perhaps we could sign an agreement. From now on, we will be the only ones collecting your gold, and we will pay 20% above the market price. What do you think? Lu Xian quickly made the proposal. Judging by Li Yan's tone, the amount of gold reserves he possesses must be unimaginably large. If we can seize this opportunity and obtain a sufficient amount of gold through Li Yan's hands, using this gold as leverage, his promotion and wealth, even the chance to be directly transferred to headquarters would be within easy reach, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, his heart grew even more excited. Though her expression remained forcibly calm, her flushed cheeks betrayed everything. Li Yang didn't refuse this opportunity to earn extra money. Compared to the gold coins he collected last night, what he brought to the bank this time was merely a drop in the bucket. Even if he planned to join the state's service in the future, why not take advantage of a stable side income opportunity? Seeing Li Yang agree, Lu Xian quickly tore up the contract in his hand and drafted a new one. While printing, he cheerfully chatted with Li Yang. Speaking of which, my son also attends Tianyong Academy. His name is Lu Xing, and he's graduating this year too. Perhaps Mr. Li Yang has even met him. Hearing this familiar name, Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lu Xing. Indeed, one named Lu Xing, the other Lu Xian sounds like a father-son relationship at first glance. More than just met. It's as familiar as it gets. However, Li Yang didn't mention this matter. He simply followed the procedure, reviewed the contract, signed it, and took his VIP gold card. The terms of the contract took effect immediately. As it was a deeper partnership, the original amount of 2.2 million that should have been deposited in the card was increased to 2.64 million. With this money, Li Yang headed straight to the trading market. Not to mention anything else, he bought 5 storage rings at once, the most commonly used item by job changers. With these items in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about storage space in the future. But logically speaking, shouldn't systems usually come with their own storage space? Li Yang was puzzled in his heart, but unfortunately, he didn't receive any response from the system. He shrugged his shoulders and continued strolling around. He spent the money on food and drinks and changed into a new outfit. He kept wandering until the afternoon before hailing a taxi to leave the place. On the way home, he heard another broadcast from the driver's radio about last night's beast tide. The Yunzhou municipal government and military jointly issued a statement, expressing gratitude to all those who contributed to Yunzhou during the beast tide attack. They also hoped that more job changers would bravely step forward in the future to defend their homeland. The driver in front casually chatted with Li Yang, remarking that although Yunzhou was just a small, remote town in China, the municipal government and military never faltered in times of crisis and were always reliable. Li Yang also nodded repeatedly in agreement with this. And in the time that followed, Li Yang opened Dave's shop, planning to take this opportunity to carefully sort through the new plans he had obtained. But suddenly, a sharp ringtone abruptly interrupted his train of thought. The phone was answered, and on the other end was an urgent notice from Tianyong Academy. According to the academy, due to the unexpected beast tide invasion, the originally scheduled dungeon clearing exam for graduates could not proceed as planned. To ensure the safety of the students and also to address the leveling issues of these newly transitioned students, the academy decided to temporarily recall this year's graduates to arrange follow-up plans. Last night's beast tide, though it did not harm Yunzhou City proper, but for all the dungeons near Yunzhou City, it was a devastating blow. The various dungeons originally used for leveling fell into chaos, with monsters of all levels running around randomly in any dungeon. At a time like this, throwing these newly transformed, level-less individuals into such places would be no different from throwing meat buns at a dog they'd never come back. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang returned home and tidied up his yard thoroughly. He also took the opportunity to stash all the collected gold and silver coins into his storage ring. After finishing these tasks, he planted a few sunflowers in some hard-to-notice corners. As long as the sunflowers are within the system's coverage range, the system can automatically collect the sunlight they emit. A few million or even 10 million gold coins would be more than enough to spend casually. But sunlight is something you can't do without. He didn't want to be held back by something as basic as sunlight when he needed it most. At that moment, in the city center of Yunzhou, atop the municipal building, Mayor Zhang Minshu and military department head Wei Zongfeng remained in the rooftop office, staring at the two brown wooden chips placed before them, exchanging puzzled glances. This was the only useful item found after scouring the entire battlefield. Your military department's efficiency. Zhang Minshu sighed, leaving his sentence unfinished. Across from him, Wei Zongfeng was rubbing his temples with a pained expression. That was a battlefield where we fought against the beast tide. The affected area covered more than half the village. After searching all this time, we only found 2 of these things. Judging by the traces of battle, I originally thought that expert was a profession like a firearms master or something. But look at this thing. It's completely impossible to guess. Some even think it was left by a plant-type magical beast. How about we screen all the high-level job changers in Yunzhou City? See if any of their professions are related to this. Wei Zongfeng made a somewhat clumsy suggestion. Zhang Minshu on the other side shook his head repeatedly. Taking such action is too risky, and it would cause a lot of trouble for others. By then, even if we do manage to screen them out, they probably won't be willing to work under us. We need to think about whether there's any way to recruit or attract that job changer. Wei Zongfeng plopped down on the chair, looking somewhat sullen. If you ask me, why don't we just post a bounty? Let him see our sincerity. Offer a direct reward of 5 million and have him come collect it himself. I refuse to believe anyone these days would turn their nose up at money. This is 5 million we're talking about. Zhang Minshu shot a displeased glance. Just told you to keep a low profile, and you pull this stunt. Offering a 5 million bounty. Who are you trying to impress with such a high-handed move? Judging by how that person left no trace, he clearly doesn't want to draw too much attention. Your approach might backfire. But you're right about one thing, we really need to show them our sincerity. After all, someone this remarkable absolutely shouldn't be overlooked. Wei Zongfeng sighed and picked up the 2 wooden fragments from the table. I'd better get back to studying this thing. You say this thing is so hard. What plant could it have fallen from? If we could make weapons from this plant, wouldn't that be amazing? This talented person must be found. Otherwise I won't be able to rest easy. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yang got out of bed and stretched lazily. He glanced at the sunflower by his bedside, which always maintained its cheerful smile, then checked his system interface. Overnight, his total sunlight had skyrocketed to 500,000. Back when he played games, even using cheats couldn't generate this much sunlight. Not to mention anything else, let's stock up on cherry bomb seeds first. Once stocked up, they can be conveniently stored in the storage ring. The cooldown time for cherry bombs is 50 seconds. Just keep that in mind and check occasionally to maintain the supply. Later, whether entering dungeons or doing other things, just have fun blowing things up whenever you feel like it. Fun to play, love to play. Check the time, it's already quite late. Li Yang quickly put on his clothes and stepped out the door. By the time he entered the college gates, the class bell had already rung some time ago. When he arrived in the classroom, the homeroom teacher hadn't shown up yet. The entire classroom was in a noisy uproar, with many discussing the beast-tide attack that had occurred the night before. No one even noticed Li Yang's late arrival. Li Yang didn't care at all and casually walked straight to his seat, sitting down without hesitation, completely unaware of the sharp gaze from someone behind him. TCH, who does he think he is? Lu Xing, sitting behind Li Yang, muttered inwardly, his eyes fixed on Li Yang with an intense glare. On the day of the holiday, Lu Xing was left speechless by Li Yang's previous toxic remarks and stayed depressed at home for several days. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, almost to the point of making himself sick. Noticing Li Yang's tardiness today, based on past habits, he would have seized the opportunity to make an example out of Li Yang and put him in his place. But now, he was a bit afraid to do so. The homeroom teacher had already informed him about Li Yang's refusal of the hush money. Previously, he colluded with the homeroom teacher to bully Li Yang for being honest, openly suppressing him while secretly playing dirty tricks behind his back. The original Li Yang was timid and submissive because he was still considering his future, afraid that he would make enemies everywhere and that offending too many people would make it difficult for him to move forward. But the currently young is practically a completely different person. Fearless and daring, he even dares to confront him publicly, leaving him speechless and unable to retaliate. If this continues, once the conflict escalates to an irreparable point, Li Yang might truly stop at nothing to drag both him and the homeroom teacher down. By then, the situation could become extremely troublesome. Damn it! Endure for a moment, and the more you think about it, the angrier you get. Take a step back, and the more you think about it, the more you feel cheated. Lu Xing cursed silently in his heart but tried his best to keep his expression neutral. Before long, the homeroom teacher finally entered the classroom and began calling out loudly. Everyone, quiet down. Line up in the hallway. We'll be heading to the college auditorium shortly for the comprehensive quality assessment, which will be recorded in the graduate honor roll. After that, he briefly explained the college's arrangements. Due to the impact of the beast-tide invasion, it's absolutely impossible to form groups and clear dungeons as usual like in previous years. However, the academy can't just throw a bunch of novice job changers directly into society. Without a basic level, those novice job changers would struggle to even clear the beginner dungeons. This is especially true for life-oriented professions. If they leave the academy without any level foundation, they would be at a significant disadvantage in future job positions. Therefore, the academy decided to go all out and change its strategy by managing students in batches. Teachers would lead groups of students at different levels to form large teams and clear several beginner dungeons closest to Yunshou. First, those copies were close enough to Yunshou, so the probability of encountering high-level magical beasts was relatively low. Secondly, with the protection of the teachers, the safety of the students is also guaranteed. In addition, assisting the authorities in clearing dungeons can also enhance the reputation of Tianyong Academy. While other academies remain inactive, Tianyong Academy can take them by surprise by starting leveling up early, thereby seizing some resources from other academies. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone, how wonderful is that? But before that, we still need to follow the usual practice from previous years. First, conduct a final round of statistics on all graduates of this year, then determine the order in which they enter the instance based on their overall qualifications. This is what is known as the graduate ranking list. The ranking on the list is primarily determined by the student's level, profession, talent, and daily academic performance. This approach best reflects the overall quality of a job changer. Those ranked at the top naturally become the focus of the academy and are the primary candidates for recommended student quotas. In this ranking, others might not be very familiar to most people. But among the top positions on the main list, Lu Xing is definitely there. After the vocational awakening ceremony, the situation in each class was more or less clear to all the students. In the entire Tianyong Academy, there were very few who awakened with purple tier talents. Even the number of combat class awakeners wasn't particularly large. Vocations and talents were major factors in the academy's ranking system. Therefore, Lu Xing, who possesses both, is bound to be at the top. Many people feel somewhat unconvinced, but that's as far as it goes. That's just how the world is. A person's success cannot be separated from strong capabilities and solid background. In other words, as long as you possess the 2 points mentioned above, even a pig could take off from the ground by riding the wind. After all the students had taken their seats in the auditorium, the dean of Yuntian Academy stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand. Next, the academy staff will conduct individual information registration for each student. Please remain patient, everyone. Once the information collection is complete, we will directly display each student's information along with their rankings on the main screen in the auditorium. As an annual graduate ranking list, the rankings on this list will strictly adhere to the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. The dean tirelessly repeated the same speech he gave every year. Meanwhile, the 2 teachers behind him connected the computer and displayed the blank ranking list on the main screen. The staff below the stage quickly sprang into action, using specialized devices to collect career information from each student. After the students whose information was collected chose to agree, their grades, professions, talents, and levels were all displayed on the large screen above. The rankings on the graduate leaderboard have started to appear. Isn't that someone from class 2? Indeed, a rare profession, but it's a shame their talent is a bit lacking only green. Otherwise, they definitely take first place. Oh ho! Which class is this from? Named Lu Xin. Oh wow, purple tier talent, this kid is impressive. Hey! Don't you all forget about our class's Su Gui. He's a flame master, and his professional talent even awakened to epic purple tier. This year's top ranking was booked long ago. The dean himself said so. By about halfway through, the preliminary version of the major ranking had already taken shape. As everyone had guessed, those at the top of the list were all the top talents from their respective classes. Especially among them, Lu Xin held a solid advantage over the others, firmly securing a spot in the top 3. There's no way around it. This really can't be compared. These guys have both great careers and amazing talents, each one practically a chosen one. How can us ordinary folks even compare? Someone like Lu Xin has both a good profession and natural talent. Even if many people feel somewhat unconvinced, they can only accept the outcome. Seeing the envious and jealous looks around him, Lu Xin finally regained a bit of confidence. Even his own back straightened up quite a bit. Although his academic performance held him back, preventing him from taking first place, he only managed to rank 3rd as a goalkeeper. However, the collection of information is nearing its end. Those previously rumored prodigies have all been listed on the rankings. Barring any surprises, he has already secured a spot in the top 3 this time. So what if I can't take first place in the academy? Once I step into society, whether it's talent, resources, connections, or power, I'll leave them in the dust by 10 blocks. By then, those little brats in the academy will finally see the gap between me and them. Looking at his high-ranking position, Lu Xin began to swell with pride. But before he could revel in his joy for long, several exclamations suddenly came from the side. Oh my god! First place! What's going on here? Another new first place squeezed in, and it's a life class profession. Holy shit! Am I seeing things? This farmer turned professional is actually level 20. Amidst those exclamations, all the students in Li Yan's class simultaneously turned their heads to look at him sitting in the back rows. At this moment, Li Yang was wearing the school uniform, his face filled with composure. Everything happening before his eyes was within his expectations, just as he had planned earlier. Just 2 days after graduation, a farmer class soaring to level 20 is an absolutely explosive presence, no matter where you look. A group of department heads and deans huddled together on the podium, nervously discussing something. Li Yang knew his goal had been achieved. Watching the heated discussions erupting around him, Li Yan's homeroom teacher standing at the back began to panic. This wasn't going according to plan. The one who was supposed to emerge as a dark horse should have been Lu Xin. As long as Lu Xin maintains his position in the top 3 and secures the academy's recommended student spot, he stands a good chance of becoming an elite professional trained by the state. Similarly, as the homeroom teacher who has supported Lu Xin for 3 years, whether it's this academy's excellence evaluation or the upcoming selection for head teacher in a few months, he's got it in the bag. Moreover, Lu Xin comes from a wealthy family, and his father, Lu Xian, is the general manager of the largest bank in Yunshou. Whether in terms of talent or background, he far surpasses everyone else in the class. Let Lu Xin surpass others, so he can both achieve the success the teacher deserves and win the favor of Lu Xin's father, Lu Xian. With Lu Xian's favor, along with his own promotion and a nephew who has become an elite job changer, he can exert influence within the upper echelons. As long as he follows this standard process, his status and position will undoubtedly surpass over 90% of the people in Kuanyangsu. At that time, won't you be able to have whatever you want? As for the rest of the class, he had no intention of managing them at all. After all, the world is a cruel place. In this world, strength, brains, and connections you can't do without any of them. However, Li Yan's appearance shattered all of this. You must know, the original Li Yang was the least promising person in his class. Li Yan's words to him at that time are still vividly remembered by him now. At that time, he slipped Li Yang $5,000, hoping Li Yang would let bygones be bygones with Lu Xin. Little did he expect that Li Yang not only refused the gesture, but outright declared his intention to compete with Lu Xing for the recommended spot. Back then, he simply thought Li Yang was being brash and boastful in his youth. Yet today, on the graduate rankings, while everyone else was unable to level up due to the beast tide, Li Yang soared ahead of everyone with a terrifying 20-level lead. The newly transitioned life class profession reached level 20 in just 2 days after the beast tide attack. Who would dare believe such a thing if it were told? He had thought Li Yang's refusal of the hush money was due to foolishness, mixed with a hint of stubborn pride. But now it seems clear it was because Li Yang had everything under control from the very beginning. Level 20, how could he possibly be at level 20? As the dean and his entourage approached, the homeroom teacher, who had been smiling, suddenly froze in shock. Uncle, this. Lu Xing was also stunned by suddenly being kicked out of the top 3 and stammered as he spoke to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher fell silent, adjusted his mindset slightly, then stood up with a smile and went to greet the dean. The current situation had far exceeded his original expectations. At the very least, he needs to figure out what exactly happened. The dean arrived at Li Yan's side with a group of department heads. The 70-something-year-old man, overwhelmed by emotion on his way here, directly activated the steel gale step to speed up. By the time he arrived, Li Yang could even see his hands trembling slightly. You are Student Li Yang, right? Your level. Li Yang knew he was skeptical. After all, it was indeed hard to believe that a life class profession changer could reach level 20 within just 2 days of awakening his profession. So he simply pulled up his information panel, displayed it in front of him, and pointed at the details, saying, Dean, you can rest assured. My level is genuine, with no tricks involved. Upon seeing Li Yan's information panel, the dean's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. This is far beyond level 20. Li Yang has even completed his second job advancement. As a newly awakened life class job changer, he managed to complete a job advancement in just 2 days. What terrifying strength this is! Dean, here is Li Yan's information. A teaching director by his side had already arranged for someone to retrieve Li Yan's personal information at the first opportunity. His parents died in a beast tide, leaving him to live alone outside the city. He had no relatives who could help him, nor was he even eligible for official aid funds. Perhaps due to his impoverished background, Li Yang had always studied diligently. Despite having neither a favorable profession nor talent, he still became the undisputed top-ranked student on the leaderboard, thanks to his far-ahead level and consistently outstanding academic performance. In terms of family background and social status, Li Yang should be considered the lowest-tier person in Tianyong Academy. Precisely because of this, the strength he has displayed now is even more astonishing. Student Li Yang, did you reach this level entirely on your own? The old dean took quite some time to calm his excited heart before turning to look at Li Yang. Li Yang nodded without hesitation and replied, genuine goods at fair prices, no deception for young or old. Then, the dean asked a question that everyone was concerned about. But how did the life class professions level up so quickly? Li Yang looked into the old dean's eyes with an air of nonchalance and said, just grew some crops. The entire auditorium instantly fell silent, plunged into a deathly stillness. Many people couldn't even tell whether Li Yang was being serious or deadpan joking. Upgrading crops. If Li Yang had been a purple epic tier talent, or even a golden legendary tier 1, they might have accepted it. But now he's just a farmer profession with white tier talents. If planting things could level you up, what would be the point of combat classes? But the dean, after all, is an old fox who's lived over 70 years. From Li Yan's tone, he caught a hint of something unusual. He could sense that Li Yan's profession must be quite unusual. In public places, walls have ears. He gave a slight nod and said, Li Yang, please wait a moment. Come with me to the office later, and we'll talk in detail. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Li Yang to sit down first. He then turned around and eagerly returned to the podium, hastily delivering a few perfunctory remarks. What he said was nothing more than what everyone already knew. The dangers of beast tide attacks, the difficulties of dungeon grinding, and the importance of unity to overcome challenges together, and so on. Then, he encouraged everyone to seize the opportunity, level up efficiently, and stay safe. After finishing his speech, he activated Swift Wind Step and, surrounded by several department heads, swiftly arrived in front of Li Yang. He hurriedly led him out of the auditorium and headed toward the dean's office. In the dean's office of Tianyong Academy, old Dean Su Minhong quickly pushed open the office door and gestured for Li Yang to take a seat behind the desk. "Ah! Xiao Lu, go fetch a glass of water for student Li Yang." With a wave of his hand, Su Minhong directly issued the order. As Li Yan's homeroom teacher, also known as Little Lu in the dean's words. After hearing the dean's words, he immediately nodded and bowed, hastily grabbing a paper cup and rushing to the water dispenser to pour a cup of water for Li Yang. Now, the situation has completely reversed. Li Yang, who was originally completely disregarded, has now transformed into a talent highly valued by the dean. At this moment, as long as Li Yang casually or unintentionally mentioned the previous official aid funds, forget about things like promotions, raises, or trying to please Lu Xian. As the homeroom teacher, he could be expelled from the academy on the spot, losing everything overnight. Now he only hopes that Li Yang can let bygones be bygones and not bring this matter up in front of the dean. Even if Li Yang later uses this as leverage to extort a large sum from him, he would be willing to accept it. Student Li Yang, could you elaborate on what you mentioned earlier in the auditorium? About the methods you used to level up? I'm quite curious. Su Minhong even chuckled cheerfully as he spoke. He did his best to put on an approachable demeanor. Li Yang, however, simply picked up his water glass, took a small sip, and glanced at the homeroom teacher beside him, whose expression was complicated. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had spoken volumes. Su Minhong immediately realized and said sternly, "Xiao Lu, you can step out first. Let me have a private talk with student Li Yang." A life class profession reaching level 20 in just 2 days after job change. This is the first time in the history of our Tianyong Academy. No, forget just Tianyong Academy. This kind of achievement is probably unprecedented across the entire Yunzhou region. We must take it seriously. As he spoke, Su Minhong's cheeks visibly flushed with excitement. Having worked at Tianyong Academy for so many years, Teacher Li Yang had never seen Dean Su Minhong look so happy. There was no other way. He could only leave with a heart full of unease. For a moment, the spacious office was left with only Li Yang and Dean Su Minhong. Su Minhong let out a sigh of relief, his tone softening considerably. "Classmate Li Yang, it's just the two of us in the office now, so there's no need to worry about eavesdroppers. If there's anything you'd like to show, please feel free to bring it out." Seeing this, Li Yang no longer held back. He raised his hand, gently rubbed his storage ring, and pulled out a seed from it. Then, he stood up and walked straight to a pot of lotus flowers placed on the windowsill by Su Minhong. He buried the seed inside. While continuing his work, he began to explain. "Actually, what I'm planting is no ordinary crop. If the space is large enough, I can demonstrate some other lethal weapons. But for now, let me show you the most basic things first. Next, what you're about to see is one of the crops I use for upgrades, called the walnut." With that, Li Yang snapped his fingers lightly, activating his professional talent, exquisite plant management. In the blink of an eye, the plants he had buried in the soil began to grow wildly. Within mere seconds, they swelled to the size of an adult human. A massive brown nut instantly crushed the flower pot, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Behind the desk, Dean Su Minhong's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his aged face filled with shock. Nothing else mattered. What shocked Su Minhong was the color and texture of this walnut before him. It looked all too familiar. He had been close friends for years with Zhang Mingshu, the current mayor of Yunzhou City. When the military was investigating mysterious job changers earlier, he had personally seen and even touched the strange plant fragments they found. That's why, the moment Li Yan's nut wall appeared, Su Minhong could almost be certain that this was most likely the very thing both the military and the city government had been desperately searching for. However, just to be on the safe side, He still cast an appraisal skill on the nut wall. Plant name, walnut. Plant characteristics. Walnut can withstand any attack below level 40. This limit will increase with the character's level, with a total endurance of 50 hits. Damage sustained from attacks cannot be repaired. Holy SH. Looking at the information panel fed back by the appraisal skill, Su Minhong nearly blurted out a curse. However, he is after all a man over 50-watt storms and waves hasn't he weathered. He immediately took 2 deep breaths on the spot, trying to calm himself, but damn it! There's no way to calm down at all. Damn! How could he possibly stay calm? Li Yang took out this so-called crop right in front of him. The implication was crystal clear. The mysterious newly transcended individual who single-handedly repelled a small beast type, the one the military and city government had been searching for 2 days, was none other than him. A freshly transcended farmer with nothing but a common white-tier talent. On the very night of his job transition, he used his skills to hold back an entire branch of the beast tide. In comparison, the fact that he was far ahead of the entire school at level 20 was hardly worth mentioning. With so many magical beasts slain, how could he not reach level 20? But this was even more outrageous. He reached level 20 after surviving the beast tide. In other words, when he fought the beast tide, he hadn't even undergone his second-class advancement. A job changer who hadn't undergone second advancement actually defeated a small wave of the beast tide. Su Minhong finally understood what it meant to live long enough to see anything. Dean, maybe you should calm down a bit first. Li Yang saw Su Minhong looking like he was breathing rapidly, almost on the verge of passing out. He was a bit worried the old man might get so worked up he'd drop dead on the spot. Su Minhong nodded repeatedly and sat back down in his seat. Trembling, he removed the glasses from his face and let out a long sigh. Then, he spoke. Student Li Yang, I'm afraid my Cloud Spy Academy is too small to accommodate someone of your stature. At first, after seeing Li Yin's strength, Su Minhong even considered giving him the Academy's recommended student spot. But judging by the power Li Yang has displayed now, Su Minhong decided that this recommended student spot absolutely must not be given to him. Because he simply doesn't deserve it. What kind of lifestyle profession, what white talent? In the face of true strength, none of it matters. So, it's better to just ask Li Yang what he really needs. Su Minhong isn't someone in a high position, so his perspective might not be that far-reaching. But in his shallow view, Li Yang had only just changed professions a few days ago, yet he was already capable of single-handedly stopping a branch of the beast tide. By the time he reaches level 40, won't he be able to single-handedly wipe out an entire beast tide? At level 60, at level 80. It's almost too incredible to imagine. Su Minhong was certain that with Li Yan's strength, he would undoubtedly become one of those who could change the world in the future. We can't wait any longer. Absolutely cannot wait any longer. Student Li Yang, I intend to report your situation to the higher-ups. What do you think about that? Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded without hesitation. Then, he thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand and murmured, By the way, if we report it directly, would it still require using the Academy's recommended student quota? Hearing this question, Su Minhong, on the other side, paused for a moment before replying. Well, not necessarily. After all, your situation is quite unique and cannot be generalized. Regarding the specifics, we'll need to report your case first before discussing it in detail. In the following time, Li Yang didn't have any other questions. Then, at Su Minhong's request, he briefly demonstrated the Peashooter. At the same time, he gave a simple introduction to the new plants unlocked after the second evolution, such as the Snow Pea, Cherry Bomb. I was just about to demonstrate again, but Su Minhong was so frightened that he quickly called for a stop. This prevented a performance explosive enough to blow the roof off. Alright, Li Yang. For safety's sake, I'll personally take these, crops of yours to show the mayor. After a conversation, Su Minhong ultimately decided to personally take Li Yin's crops to the city hall. He planned to use the mayor's connections to escalate the matter step by step, ideally reporting Li Yang directly to the imperial capital authorities. After all, given Li Yin's current strength, there was no need for him to grind levels with ordinary job changers. It would be better for the country to take swift action, allowing Li Yang to ride the momentum and achieve great success. Both sides quickly reached an agreement, settling the matter for the time being. Afterwards, Su Minhong stood up and escorted Li Yang out of the dean's office. Li Yang remained composed, returning to his classroom under everyone's watchful gaze and calmly taking his seat as if nothing had happened. The surrounding classmates all gathered around, extremely excited to ask what had just happened. Where did Li Yan's such high level come from, and what secrets was he hiding? What exactly did the dean say to Li Yang when he took him into the office earlier? But Li Yang simply brushed it off. Before everything is settled, he doesn't intend to make everything public. Anyway, so far, everything is progressing steadily as he expected. At this moment, Su Minhong in the office had already changed his clothes. He then packed the plans left by Li Yang in the office as evidence into his storage room, drove his car, and headed straight for the municipal building. After driving for a while, Dean Su Minhong finally stopped at the foot of the municipal building. Since he hadn't informed the city government in advance, he had to wait at the entrance for some time before being granted entry. When Su Minhong pushed open the door to the mayor's office on the top floor, Mayor Zhang Minshu was organizing the latest batch of documents at his desk. Upon seeing Su Minhong's wrinkled old face, he stood up with a puzzled expression. "Oh, old Su, what brings you here?" Su Minhong chuckled cheerfully and replied, "I've got some good news for you, old friend." The two shared a very close relationship. Back in the day, they were actually old classmates from the same college. Despite this connection, the appearances of Su Minhong and Zhang Minshu at this moment were worlds apart. Zhang Minshu looked like a somewhat portly middle-aged man, while Su Minhong had already become a white-haired elder. This was also an effect brought about by the gamification of the world. By leveling up, class changers could gain an increase in their lifespan. Especially after level 60, this improvement becomes quite noticeable. Unfortunately, Su Minhong isn't particularly talented as a class changer. Like most people in this world, he stopped below level 60, unable to progress further. Zhang Minshu on the opposite side is actually about the same age as Su Minhong, but his level is slightly higher, being in the 70s. Judging by appearance, he certainly looked younger than Su Minhong. Upon hearing Su Minhong's words, Zhang Minshu immediately raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Good news? What good news?" Su Minhong raised his hand, stroked his storage ring, and released Li Yan's plant. Clang! The massive nut wall crashed onto the tiled floor of the office, accidentally leaving behind some cracks. Thud! Zhang Minshu behind the desk plopped down onto the floor, his eyes widening to the size of bronze bells. Is this what those fragments originally looked like?" Zhang Minshu stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. When it came to understanding the plant fragments retrieved from the front lines in Yunshou, aside from Minister Wei Zongfeng from the military department, he was the most knowledgeable. The texture and color reflected by the fragment are exactly the same as the nut placed right in the middle of the office at this moment. This is the original form of the fragment he had been desperately searching for. I wasn't as exaggerated as you when I first saw this thing. Don't get too excited yet. I have even more shocking news here. Su Minhong said with a smile, as if it were no big deal. This successfully piqued Zhang Minshu's curiosity. He asked with great interest, "What's the situation? Did you meet that mysterious job changer?" Su Minhong waved his hand, "More than just encountered. That job changer is actually a student from our academy." Zhang Minshu, who hadn't even settled into his seat, jumped up again with a sharp exclamation, "A student?" Su Minhong remained perfectly calm. "Yes, and still enrolled. He's graduating this year." Zhang Minshu felt a buzzing in his head and was almost speechless. It sounded like a fantasy. If Su Minhong hadn't provided evidence, Zhang Minshu would have dismissed it outright. But now, the enormous net stood as irrefutable proof, leaving him no choice but to believe. Yet, rubbing his head, Zhang Minshu still found it hard to accept. But, a student? How could they possibly do such a thing? Su Minhong smiled, "Old friend, there's something you might no longer believe in, but it can indeed explain many situations that defy common sense. That thing is called fate. Some people are born with unremarkable appearances, yet they are capable of earth-shattering deeds. Do you remember the sudden celestial phenomenon that appeared and vanished last Friday? I believe that must have been the work of my student as well. If not destined by fate, what kind of farmer could cultivate such a plant? Zhang Mingshu stood frozen in place, his heart that had remained unperturbed for decades once again throbbed with excitement. Such a powerful class changer was still a student. This clearly indicated one thing. The extraordinary individual Su Minghong spoke of was undoubtedly a once-in-a-century chosen one, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. He couldn't even be bothered to test these plans anymore. Slamming the table in excitement, he exclaimed, "Hurry, bring him to me. I want to see him right now." Seeing his old friend display such an attitude, Su Minghong also felt slightly relieved. He had originally thought there might be some obstacles in reporting the matter. But now, it seems Zhang Mingshu is even more enthusiastic about Li Yan's affairs than he is. However, what Su Minghong wants goes far beyond just Zhang Mingshu's appreciation of Li Yang. Old Dong, before we proceed, I'd like to discuss something with you first. Given the level of ability Li Yang has demonstrated so far, he's already at a caliber worthy of being recorded in the annals of Yunzhou City's history. Should such talents be treated differently from those who are less exceptional? If I remember correctly, doesn't China have a specific policy targeting talents of this caliber? Su Minghong didn't say it outright, but Zhang Mingshu on the other end already understood perfectly well. He calmed his emotions, slowly sat back down behind his desk, and asked, "You mean the Xian project?" After the world became gamified, the global landscape underwent more or less significant changes due to the emergence of the class change system. In the original world, technology was the primary productive force. And now, there is something that has kept pace with technology. That is talent. As the core of the job transfer system, the attribute of people is infinitely magnified. Among them, those who stand out and push their professions to the extreme even possess godlike power, capable of turning the clouds with a wave of their hand and overturning the rain with another. This is precisely why countries around the world have begun vigorously cultivating their own talent. China's Tangxian project is the product of this effort taken to its extreme. Tangxian carries the meaning of comprehending the profound mysteries. It aims to help the special talents in the program understand the mysteries of the unique powers they possess, comprehend the enigmas of those otherworldly forces, and learn to harness them. To some extent, the talents recruited by the Mystic Enlightenment Project are the elite among the elites of China. Zhang Mingshu's expression paused for a moment before he slowly said, "I never expected you to take the initiative to make such a request. However, being able to demonstrate such power is already enough to prove Li Yan's formidable strength. Let's observe for now. I'd like to personally understand just how capable this student Li Yang really is. This is truly a first for our Yunzhou in such a long time. But if our Yunzhou has indeed produced a special talent capable of entering the Tangxian division, then this old Dong can say he's lived to witness history in the making. Alright, Lao Su, make the call. Have someone from your academy bring Li Yang to me immediately. I want to personally understand just how capable this student Li Yang truly is." After saying this, Zhang Mingshu suddenly felt it might be inappropriate and immediately shook his head. "No, I should send someone to personally escort him instead. After all, he is the very mysterious figure our city government and military have been desperately searching for. Given the tremendous help he provided during the Beast Tide, we must at least show him the city government's sincerity." With that, Zhang Mingshu picked up the landline phone on the desk and called his driver. Then, with practiced ease, he reached under the desk, fumbled briefly, and pulled out a bank card. This was the 5 million yuan bounty they had discussed earlier with Wei Zongfeng when strategizing prepared for that mysterious job changer. At that moment, Li Yang, like the other students in the class, was busy packing up his personal belongings at his seat. Since the graduate rankings have already been compiled, all that remains is to wait for the combat class teachers from the academy to prepare before heading out to grind dungeons. Li Yang was actually still debating whether to go or not. After all, The purpose was to help level up the newly transferred students in the academy who had no levels. For someone like him, who had already surpassed level 20, tagging along would be a bit of a waste of time. But at that moment, the system suddenly issued a mission. New mission: defeat 200 magical beasts below level 30-200. Mission reward: Dave's Gadget Shop. Gadget Shop. Li Yang tapped his head, trying hard to recall the gadgets from Plants vs. Zombies. To say nothing of others. Could it be that he could plant little cards like plants, just for fun? Pushing through all the way, instantly annihilating everything. No matter who you are, as long as you're in the path of the invincible little cart, you'll be crushed beneath its wheels. Isn't this purely a conceptual skill? TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like I have no choice but to grind this dungeon now. By now, he had already stockpiled over 100 cherry bombs. With this, he could blast away every monster inside in no time. Achieving 200 kills should be a piece of cake. Just as Li Yang finished packing up his things, a sudden knock echoed from the chaotic classroom outside. The homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then, he quickly stepped down from the podium and opened the door. When he saw the several formally dressed officials standing outside, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. His originally rosy complexion instantly turned deathly pale. He stuttered and stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. His body trembled like a sieve, shaking so badly that he couldn't even stand steady. Comrade. The homeroom teacher thought Li Yang had reported the aid fund issue and that the city officials had come to arrest him. However, the leading city official just frowned, gave the teacher a thoughtful glance, then walked right past him and asked, "Excuse me, which one of you is Li Yang? Please come with us. Mayor Zhang wishes to meet you in person." The noisy classroom erupted into chaos again. What's going on here? Oh well, it's only natural, after all. Li Yang is ranked first on the grand leaderboard. To think it even caught the mayor's attention, that's just too much, isn't it? Nonsense. A farmer who reached level 20 just 2 days after job change, wouldn't you be curious? This time, the spot should go to Li Yang. What a pity for Lu Xing. He still had a chance to be in the top 3, but now, TSK, he was actually pushed out of the top 3 by Li Yang. How frustrating. Before the words even finished, a classmate in the front row deliberately coughed twice. The speaker turned around and saw Lu Xing glaring darkly in this direction. Terrified, they quickly ducked their head and hid to the side. Li Yang tossed his packed belongings into the storage ring, then stood up and looked in that direction. "I am Li Yang." The attitude of the municipal officials softened considerably, and they quickly nodded respectfully in his direction before leading Li Yang away from the place. Afterward, the small classroom fell silent once more. Everyone in the classroom exchanged glances, but no one dared to be the first to break the silence. Meanwhile, Li Yang took the car arranged by the municipal government and arrived directly at the municipal building. The people coming and going couldn't help but feel curious about this suddenly appearing young boy. But upon seeing the few men in suits surrounding Li Yang, they all showed a hint of awe. These are the mayor's personal bodyguards. To be escorted by them, he must be an important figure personally invited by the mayor. Looking at his clothes, isn't that the uniform of Tianyong Academy? Who would have thought such an ordinary-looking young man could receive a personal reception from the mayor? You really do see something new every day. But this little brother is quite handsome. If I weren't so busy with work right now, I'd really like to go chat with him. If I get the chance, maybe I'll ask for his contact info. If this little brother doesn't want to work hard anymore, I wouldn't mind supporting him. Several passing female employees whispered among themselves, their chattering voices also reaching Li Yang's ears. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced in that direction. The young women in black stockings and short skirts immediately grabbed their files and fled as if flying away. At this, Li Yang could only sigh softly and follow the bodyguard up to the office on the top floor. Who would have thought that before he could even knock, the person inside had already eagerly come out to greet him? So, this is the student Li Yang that old Su mentioned? My! You really can't judge a book by its cover. I never expected Li Yang, At such a young age, to already have such remarkable skills. The person who came out to greet them was a slightly overweight middle-aged man dressed in a white suit. Li Yang had seen him on TV. He was Zhang Mingxiu, the current mayor of Yunzhou City. He could be considered the most powerful figure in Yunzhou City and the person who best represented the authorities. Li Yang was actually quite surprised. He knew that through the Dean, he could quickly get in touch with the authorities. But he never expected the Dean to be so efficient. It had been less than an hour, and the Dean had already connected him directly to the mayor. It's like a little heifer riding a power line, unbelievably awesome with sparks flying all the way. Dean Su Mingheng walked out of the office, still wearing that amiable, approachable smile. He even joked with Zhang Mingxiu beside him. "Old pal, what did I just tell you? At least save some face for me in front of my students. If you won't call me Dean Su, you should at least use my real name." Zhang Mingxiu waved his hand, quickly pulling Li Yang into the office, then gave a meaningful glance to the bodyguards nearby. "Leave now, close the door behind you, and guard it well. Don't let anyone in." The bodyguards in black suits immediately complied, and soon, only Li Yang, Zhang Mingxiu, and Su Mingheng remained in the office. After inviting Li Yang to take a seat, Zhang Mingxiu turned around and picked up a flat envelope from the desk behind him. "Student Li Yang, if what Dean Su here says is correct, you should be the mysterious job changer we've been searching for, right? What exactly did you do back in that village to the east? Could it really be that you single-handedly repelled that small branch of the beast tide?" Facing the personal inquiry from the mayor of Yunzhou City, Li Yang saw no need to hold back any longer. He immediately raised his head, met Zhang Mingxiu's exceptionally excited gaze, and laid his cards on the table. "That's right, the small branch of the beast tide back then was indeed repelled by me alone. I also happened to level up to 20 by gaining experience from killing those magical beasts." Two simple sentences instantly answered the biggest question in Zhang Mingxiu's mind. Moreover, it deeply shocked him once again. Reached level 20 by taking advantage of these beast tides. Moreover, the outbreak of the beast tide wasn't far from the time of the Sky Cloud Academy's mass job-changing ceremony. In other words, it's highly likely that he repelled those magical beasts without any base level. This is more than just talent. This is simply genius. At this thought, the esteemed mayor of Yunzhou instantly became as happy as a 200-pound child. If not for considering his position, he almost couldn't resist jumping onto the table to perform a Subject 3 dance. Then, he promptly handed the prepared bonus to Li Yang and said with great solemnity, "Classmate Li Yang, thank you for stepping forward at that time and sharing the burden for the military department. Facing the beast tide, our military department achieved a zero-casualty record for the first time, and your contribution was indispensable. These 5 million are the bonus decided by the municipal government and the military department after discussion, to be awarded to you. You must accept it. We will never let down anyone who has contributed to Yunzhou." Faced with Su Mingheng's enthusiasm, Li Yang had no choice but to graciously comply. Upon tearing open the envelope, what lay inside was a somewhat familiar-looking gold card. This card, Li Yang seems to have one too. But that one was obtained by himself, while this one was given by the mayor. The nature is different. Seeing Li Yang accept the gift, Mayor Zhang Mingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his head, looked at Li Yan's face, and asked an even more crucial question. "Li Yang, what's the highest combat power you can currently achieve? How much higher can you go?" Li Yang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "As for the upper limit, it's hard for me to say. But at present, at least in terms of combat power, I doubt there's any opponent at my level who can match me." Holy crap! Zhang Mingxiu's eyes gleamed with immense excitement. Never mind what Li Yan's actual capabilities might be. Just the confidence and boldness he displayed in those few words had already deeply captivated Zhang Mingxiu, this not yet graduated student. He even had a hunch that Wei Zongfeng, the minister of the military department, would absolutely adore a kid with Li Yan's personality. But he didn't know that Li Yan's words were actually quite modest. Peashooters with built-in percentage rules, devastatingly powerful potato mines and cherry bombs. With these things, forget about just being unmatched among peers. Even if it takes 1 or 2 job transitions, as long as Li Yang is given time to prepare in advance, he can instantly raise his hand and obliterate everything. That Li Yang, about those plans of yours. I wonder if you could demonstrate them to us in detail. Of course, this is mainly my presumptuous request. I'm really curious about what kind of power you used to fight against the beast type without any level. Show your abilities. Li Yang was already very skilled at this. He simply took out a flower pot from his storage room and placed it on the ground. Dean Su beside him was momentarily stunned. That's not some decorative piece from our college's green belt. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Mingshu covered his mouth. Li Yang casually tossed out a twin sunflower and a potato mine. As expected, it once again drew exclamations from Zhang Mingshu. Then, Li Yang immediately followed up with even more shocking content. Mayor Zhang, I have some other lethal plans here. But their power is so great that they might blow this office to pieces. So, why don't we go find a place in the wild to test it out? Field testing? Of course we can. I was just thinking the same thing. However, regarding this testing site, I actually have a better suggestion. Zhang Mingshu nodded and agreed. The previous beast tide had already been resolved. Tens of thousands of magical beasts were stopped by the steel walls of Yunzhou City. However, the other impacts caused by the beast tide were not so easily erased. The dungeons thrown into chaos by the beast tide couldn't be restored anytime soon. And dungeons are one of the most crucial resources in this world. With a large number of dungeons malfunctioning, related industries were forced to shut down on a massive scale. To address these issues, the military and municipal authorities were overwhelmed with work, but they finally managed to gradually improve the situation. But precisely because of this, both the municipal government and the military department are currently short-handed. There was no way to temporarily clear out a testing site for Li Yang to measure his power. Thus, Mayor Zhang Mingshu decided to take Li Yang directly to a dungeon outside the western city wall for testing. The area west of Yunzhou is mostly wild forests with relatively complex terrain, making it a primary target for military clearance operations. Therefore, most of the military forces in Yunzhou City are stationed there. Heading to the western dungeon not only ensures everyone's safety but also provides an opportunity for Minister Wei Zongfeng of the military to see this promising talent emerging from Yunzhou. Moreover, if the plans Li Yang intends to test are truly as devastating as he claims, it would also be a perfect chance to use Li Yan's abilities to clear out the monsters in the chaotic dungeon. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Half an hour later, a black official car with government license plate stopped at the gate beneath the western city wall of Yunzhou City. To prevent any chaotic magical beasts from entering the city, guards were stationed both inside and outside the city gate. Upon recognizing the familiar license plate, the soldiers quickly stepped aside and respectfully saluted. The scouts with swift legs and feet were also the first to inform Wei Zongfeng, who was personally leading the troops stationed here, of the mayor's arrival. The car had barely come to a stop when the burly man in black military uniform warmly approached from the direction of the military tent. Old Dong, what brings you here? Zhang Mingshu stepped out of the car, with Li Yang following closely behind. Seeing Wei Zongfeng approaching with a beaming smile, Zhang Mingshu raised an eyebrow and casually greeted. Old Wei, you seem to be in a good mood. Did the dungeon cleanup go smoothly? Wei Zongfeng scratched his head, same as usual. They're all veterans, not exactly fast, but not slow either. By the way, what brings you here? You don't seem like the type to wander into dungeons for no reason. That hit the nail on the head. Zhang Mingshu smiled. I need to requisition a spot from you to test some new things. Testing something new? Wei Zongfeng raised an eyebrow. His interest gradually piqued. What is it? A new weapon developed by the research department. Zhang Mingshu mysteriously curled the corner of his mouth and looked at Li Yang beside him. Student Li Yang, take it out and let him see what real innovation looks like. Li Yang didn't hesitate either, raising his hand to stroke his storage ring. With a flash of white light, a seed the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm. Witnessing this scene, Wei Zongfeng was instantly stunned into silence. Ask yourself, He has lived most of his life and can barely be considered well-traveled and knowledgeable. But he has truly never seen something like this. Frowning, he asked, "What is this thing?" Li Yang answered bluntly, "This is a cherry seed." Wei Zongfeng was momentarily at a loss for words and raised his head to look at Zhang Mingxiu before him. Not a single word was spoken, yet the silence at this moment was deafening. Was this what Zhang Mingxiu had come all this way to test? It's not April Fool's Day today. Looking at Wei Zongfeng's somewhat indescribable expression, Li Yang added another sentence. The blast radius of this thing should be at least 9 times that of a standard issue grenade. As for its power, I can't say for sure. Listening to Li Yan's earnest explanation, Wei Zongfeng's frown grew deeper and deeper. Instead of speaking directly to Li Yang, he turned to Zhang Mingxiu behind him and quietly asked using sound transmission. "Old Dong, where did you find this guy? Aren't you afraid you've been scammed by someone? Isn't this just talking nonsense with a straight face? Cherry seeds can explode? With a blast radius 9 times that of a grenade. If this thing were just disguised as a cherry seed but was actually a modified miniature explosive device, that would be one thing. But if it's genuinely just an ordinary cherry seed, then what nonsense is this?" Zhang Mingxiu merely raised an eyebrow and responded using telepathy. "Whether it's nonsense or not, why not give it a try and find out?" Wei Zongfeng was speechless. "Try it. The front lines are in dire straits. I'm swamped with work. There's still a team waiting for me to lead, so I won't keep you company." With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. However, Zhang Mingxiu's next words stopped him dead in his tracks. "What if I told you that this young man is the mysterious class changer we've been searching for 2 whole days and nights?" Wei Zongfeng's eyes widened, and he blurted out in shock, "Holy sh cough. Is it really him?" Zhang Mingxiu smiled faintly. Genuine article, no deception. Though Wei Zongfeng wasn't entirely convinced. But Zhang Mingxiu's words truly made him feel a bit restless. That mysterious job changer, he had dreamed of meeting him. Yet he never expected it to be such a young, even somewhat naive, fellow standing before him. This completely contradicted the image he had in mind of that mysterious job changer. But the absurd part is right here. If this young man is truly the job changer they've been searching for, and at such a young age, what will his future become? Wei Zongfeng forcibly suppressed the curiosity in his heart, his face returning to its initial friendly expression. He waved to the 2 people in front of him and made a please gesture. "Come on, there's a military position set up over here. The outside is full of rampaging magical beasts. If you want to test the weapon's power, that place should be more than suitable." With that, he called over a few military soldiers standing guard nearby and led Li Yang and Zhang Mingxiu deeper into the area. Soon, they arrived at the location. This area was considered the front line, where the military engaged in battles with the magical beasts. The military had dug trenches here and established temporary strongholds to deplete the remnants of the beast types roaming within the dungeon. When Li Yang arrived, a battle had just concluded in the area. The outskirts of the stronghold were shrouded in a faint haze of gunpowder smoke, as the repelled demonic beasts retreated into the jungle 100 meters away, lying in wait for another opportunity to strike. The soldiers stationed here quickly took advantage of the lull to rush out and begin clearing the battlefield. "Good day, Minister. Good day, sir. Thank you for your hard work, sir." When Wei Zongfeng arrived at the location with Li Yang and the others, the soldiers stood up one after another, saluting and greeting them. The latter nodded and exchanged a few words with the person in charge of the outpost about the battle situation. Then he returned and nodded to Li Yang. "There's no need to pick the right time. Let's do it now. This open space is about 100 square meters, which should be enough for testing." But as Li Yang looked at the open space before him, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, "When is the next wave of monster attacks expected? The terrain here is quite suitable. Besides cherry bombs, I can also test some other things while I'm at it." Wei Zongfeng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood Li Yan's intention. This kid wants to jump straight into actual combat. Frowning, he said, "This is just a temporary outpost we've set up, very fragile. If we delay the battle, these walls thinner than tin won't hold back the demon beast's assault. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure, Li Yang replied without hesitation. My plans are more than enough to deal with the magical beasts here. If you don't mind, I'll get started now. Wei Zongfeng still wanted to stop them, but Zhang Mingshu beside him silently pressed a hand on his shoulder and nodded slightly, indicating it was fine. Helpless, he could only stand there obediently and send a few soldiers to follow Li Yang as they left the defensive position and ran out to the open ground. Then, they saw Li Yang start taking out shovels and hoes from his storage room, along with a large pile of black seeds, and began sowing them. This scene wasn't just witnessed by Wei Zongfeng. Even the soldiers in the camp were dumbfounded on the spot. What on earth was going on? The person personally brought by the mayor actually went to the battlefield to grow vegetables. What on earth is this guy doing? Wei Zongfeng swayed slightly and stammered, "No. Old Thong. Tell me the truth. What exactly is this kid's profession?" Zhang Mingshu curled the corner of his mouth and uttered two plain words, "Farmer." By the way, his current talent is at the common white tier. Wei Zongfeng finally couldn't hold back and blurted out, "No way. Letting a life-class profession do this is still too risky. Even if he has his own exceptional qualities, the upper limits of his attributes are still fixed. A mere combat aftermath could easily leave him severely injured." Zhang Mingshu shrugged, his face still wearing that confident smile. "Don't panic. When I first learned about Li Yang, he startled me too. But trust me, Li Yang won't let you down. Moreover, he deals damage without ever needing to put himself in danger." Wei Zongfeng stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief at Li Yang, who was still silently farming not far away. For so many years, this was the first time he had felt so utterly lost. He genuinely couldn't fathom what this young man named Li Yang could possibly come up with. However, Wei Zongfeng's doubts didn't last long. With a collective exclamation from his soldiers, what Li Yang had planted finally revealed its full form. Lush green vines burst through the soil, growing as if by magic with every gust of wind. In just a matter of seconds, they had all fully matured. But looking at those plants, Wei Zongfeng was once again plunged into confusion. Blue peas that looked like spittoons, purple flowers with wide, gaping mouths, and some other strange things. Waist-high green pumpkins, towering nuts as tall as a person. He felt like he'd seen this last thing somewhere before. Looking at the chaotic battlefield over there, with plants scattered everywhere yet arranged in some sort of order, Wei Zongfeng turned his head and hesitantly asked, "Wasn't that branch of the beast tide repelled by him using these things back then?" Zhang Mingshu nodded and replied, according to what he said himself, "Yes. Try casting an appraisal skill on that nut over there." Upon hearing this, Wei Zongfeng immediately cast the appraisal skill on the nut wall that Li Yang had grown. Plant trait: the nut wall can withstand any attack below level 40. This cap will increase with the character's level, totaling up to 50 hits. Damage sustained from attacks cannot be repaired. Before even finishing reading, he blurted out, "Holy shit. Are you crazy? You call this a plant? Is this supposed to be a plant's description? My god. This single nut is tougher than the standard issue shields from our military department. Those fragments we found in the village back then were the remains of this thing, right?" As he spoke, he couldn't help himself and quickly cast the identification skill on the other plants. Snow pea. Each planting consumes 175 sunlight, with a cooldown of 7.6 seconds and a firing interval of 1.4 seconds. Plant trait: the piece shot by the snow pea deal fixed damage to ordinary magical beasts below level 40, increases with job level and inflict forced slowing. Every 5 piece cripple an ordinary magical beast, every 10 piece kill one. The slowing effect has the attack speed and movement speed of the hit target lasts for 10 seconds, with HP refreshing the duration. Chomper. Each planting consumes 150 sunlight, with a cooldown of 7.6 seconds and a chewing time of 42 seconds. Plant characteristics: the chomper can devour all enemies below level 40 scales with job level and of suitable size, instantly killing them after chewing. Potato maim. Each planting consumes 25 sunlight, with a 30-second cooldown and a 15-second arming time. Plant characteristics: after being planted, the potato maim begins its arming countdown. Once armed, it can be triggered by any enemy, causing small area group damage. The explosion will instantly kill all enemies below level 40 scales with job level within its blast radius. One after another, it's simply overwhelming. Wei Zongfeng on this side was getting more and more excited. Is this a plant? A plant that can instantly kill level 40 magical beasts? What kind of international joke is this? What does a level 40 magical beast even mean? In a remote small city like Yunshou, the proportion of level 40 magical beasts in the surrounding dungeons is less than 30%. The strength of the city's class changers is often closely tied to the quality of the nearby dungeons. The entire Yunzhou city has fewer than 10,000 combat-oriented class changers above level 40. When grinding dungeons, class changers are extremely cautious when facing those level 40 magical beasts, fearing that a single mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. And Li Yan's plans. You can effortlessly slaughter a bunch of magical beasts below level 40. This level cap will even increase along with Li Yan's level progression. What kind of concept is this? When Li Yang reaches level 60, 80, or even 100, how powerful his plans will become is something Wei Zongfeng can't even imagine. Watching the plans Li Yang had planted, Wei Zongfeng's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Beside him, Zhang Mingshu wore an expression that clearly said, "I told you so." When Li Yang first pulled out the information about these plans in the office, his level of shock wasn't much less than Wei Zongfeng's current reaction. The current Li Yang has just barely reached level 20. Yet the strength he's displaying is already this extraordinary. What he can achieve in the future is beyond imagination. And according to Li Yan's own description, the plans he is currently displaying are just the tip of the iceberg. In the future, as his level increases, he can also unlock things like giant corn with power comparable to intercontinental missiles and enormous mushrooms capable of causing nuclear explosions. Such strength can only be described as terrifyingly formidable. Report: abnormal activity detected from the nearby magical beasts. It seems the next wave of attack has arrived ahead of schedule. On the watchtower of the stronghold, an on-duty scout urgently sounded the alarm. The entire base immediately entered a state of high alert, with all soldiers instantly snapping to attention, ready to engage the approaching magical beasts. At this moment, Li Yang also happened to return from outside. Upon hearing the news, he waved towards Zhang Mingshu's direction. "No need to send the soldiers, just leave it to these plans of mine. It's already more than enough." He actually wanted to take this opportunity to complete his own task. Moreover, when their own plans start fighting, they don't know how to hold back, and it would be quite troublesome if they accidentally injured any soldiers. Li Yang explained the latter reason to Zhang Mingshu. Nowadays, Zhang Mingshu naturally trusts Li Yang 100%. Upon hearing this, he simply nodded in agreement. Wei Zongfeng, standing nearby, also wanted to see how these plans would perform in battle, so he ordered the soldiers to hold their positions for the moment. Let's observe the situation from the rear together. The ground began to tremble slightly. From all directions, the roars of various magical beasts started to emerge. Then, a black wolf-like magical beast was the first to charge out of the forest. It let out a furious roar and charged straight toward the human formation. The next moment, a frost blue pea shot out violently, smashing directly onto the head of that wolf-like magical beast. Frost instantly spread from the point of contact, covering the entire magical beast in mere moments. The creature was sent flying by the tremendous impact, yet its speed slowed mid-air, descending stiffly and leisurely, taking an unusually long time to reach the ground. This deceleration is absurdly overpowered. This isn't just the slowing effect of a traditional ice-based skill, it's more like some kind of rule manipulation. This is absolutely insane. Zhang Mingshu exclaimed in shock, completely disregarding his own image. Li Yan's strength far exceeded his imagination. These bizarre plans were anything but ordinarily powerful, although the description doesn't seem that exaggerated. But this is a power that transcends the rules of the world. With his experience, he could already envision what Li Yan's future would look like. Given time, Li Yang will undoubtedly become an unparalleled existence on the entire blue planet, unprecedented and unmatched. This He stammered as he looked at Zhang Mingshu beside him, patting the latter's shoulder in an attempt to convey that he truly hadn't recognized Mount Tai standing right before him. To his surprise, Zhang Mingshu also wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide and his mouth agape so wide it could practically fit a fist inside. Zhang Mingshu hadn't anticipated this situation either. He only knew Li Yan's plans were strong, but who could have guessed they'd be this powerful? It's simply beyond comprehension. The plants on the battlefield all entered combat mode. Peas of various colors flew through the air, while potato mines popped up at just the right moment. The frontmost walnut wobbled unsteadily but remained standing firm. With the addition of some previously unseen plants in this battle formation, the efficiency of monster slaying was more than a level higher compared to Li Yan's first attempt. With the slowing effect of the snow pea, the magical beasts charging from all directions could hardly even approach the walnut. Even if a few creatures managed to use their fallen comrades as shields and get close, they could barely land a hit on the walnut. It's no use. The chomper behind the walnut immediately pops out, opening its gaping maw, instantly teaching those demonic beasts how to write the word death. As for the gaps between the walnuts and other hard-to-defend spots, Li Yang densely packed them with potato mines. Any beast attempting to breach from these areas would inevitably face a series of thunderous explosions. This battle lacked billowing smoke or towering flames. There were only beasts unable to advance and corpses scattered everywhere. Even the backup squash Li Yang had planted as a precaution remained untriggered. This wave of beasts. No, these creatures can't even be called a beast tide. These magical beasts are being completely crushed by the plants, unable to advance even a single centimeter. What level of firepower is this? Damn, that's so cool. If we plant these plants all around the walls of Yunshou, where did this young man come from? He's ridiculously strong. The soldiers protected by the plants chatted among themselves, their faces filled with excitement. Since joining the military, this was the first time they had experienced such an effortless battle. Just sit back and relax. No need to worry about the monsters outside. This is absolutely amazing. New mission: defeat 200 magical beasts below level 30,128,200. Mission reward: unlock the item shop in Dave's store. Li Yang on this side squinted at the battlefield while also keeping an eye on the mission progress displayed in the system. Experience flooded in like a tide, but the amount wasn't enough to significantly boost his level. The bigger issue was that the number of magical beasts launching the attack had started to noticeably decrease. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these beasts would be utterly defeated and flee. Don't even mention leveling up. He couldn't even complete the system's assigned 200 monster quests. Looks like it's time to use the cherry bomb to harvest the last wave. This thought had just crossed Li Ying's mind when Wei Zongfen's puzzled voice came from beside him. Classmate Li Yang, among all the plants you've grown, I don't see any exploding cherries. Li Yang smiled faintly and casually pulled out a seed the size of a fingernail. No rush, the cherry bomb is on its way. With that, he casually tossed the seed into the chaotic battlefield before him. Like the other plants Li Yang had planted, the seed took root in the soil and grew rapidly with the wind. In just a second or two, it grew into a shape resembling two basketballs tied together. Then the next moment, boom! The earth shook violently. The weapons and equipment placed deep in the trenches were scattered everywhere by the violent shaking. The soldiers who had just been huddled together in discussion were also thrown into disarray by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, as Wei Zongfen had said, the soldiers stationed at this outpost were all battle-hardened veterans. Faced with such a chaotic scene, they only showed slight panic. In no time, everyone regained their composure and steadied their emotions. Anyone with eyes could see that the incredibly violent explosion just now originated from Li Yang. But no one could have imagined that the plants Li Yang had planted could possess such terrifying power. What on earth is this thing? 2.5 years of explosive basketball practice. Holy shit, the battlefield over there has been completely flattened. With the exclamations of several soldiers, all eyes were fixed on the battlefield that had just been in utter chaos. All was silent, and the scattered remains of magical beasts that had littered the ground had completely vanished. Everything within sight had turned into scorched earth. The battlefield, spanning hundreds of meters and isolated by both magical beasts and humans, was now utterly empty. Trees that stood nearby were reduced to charcoal in an instant. Scattered all around were the undulating remains of already crushed magical beasts. The scene could only be described as brutal. Looking at the sight before him, Li Yang couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. He had anticipated that the explosion of the cherry bomb would be quite astonishing. But he never expected it to be this terrifying. At a glance, not a single blade of grass remained. The air was filled with the smell of scorched flesh, mingled with the overwhelmingly sweet fragrance of cherries, giving everyone present a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Your cherry bomb has slain the nether ghost wolf LV-32. You gained 3200 EXP. Congratulations, your level has increased, LV-31 LV-32. Your cherry bomb has slain the will-o-wisp bird LV-28. You gained 2800 EXP. Your cherry bomb has slain the sickle weasel dragon LV-25. You gained 2500 EXP. Your cherry bomb killed. Current mission, defeat 200 magical beasts below level 30,212,200, completed. Mission reward, Dave's item shop. After the silence fell, the system's notifications kept echoing in my ears. Li Yang rubbed his eyes and turned to check on Zhang Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng. Sure enough, the two behind him were in a state not much different from his own. Both their faces were filled with astonishment. Wei Zongfeng, who had experienced many major scenes, was slightly better off still standing there with one hand clutching his chest, unable to calm down for a long time. On the other side, Zhang Mingshu was having a much tougher time. Middle age brings unavoidable woes a host of minor but persistent chronic ailments. The sudden deafening explosion that had just erupted from the flat ground and the chaotic battlefield left in its wake had given him an immense shock, sending his blood pressure skyrocketing. It nearly caused him to drop dead on the spot. Holy shit, what the fuck? What the hell do you call that fucking explosion? I can't believe this thing was actually grown, it's unimaginable. Wei Zongfeng vigorously patted Zhang Mingshu on the shoulder, shouting excitedly. Although Zhang Mingshu was feeling a bit weak, he still appeared extremely excited. Wonderful, just wonderful. The power is simply astonishing. It far exceeds anything I could have imagined. Classmate Li Yang is the first young professional in Yunzhou's history to possess such strength at such a tender age. No, we must convene a meeting. I'll call for one immediately upon my return. We must report Li Yang as soon as possible. A meeting? Li Yang raised an eyebrow but soon understood Zhang Mingshu's meaning. Currently, China's urban management system is divided into three main components. One represents the official municipal government, while the other is the military department that complements yet remains independent from it. Another one is the representative of public opinion from all sides in the city, the city council. The city council is typically composed of representatives who hold the most influence in the city. It includes elites from various fields such as industry and commerce, and is also the group that best represents the overall direction of the city's development. Usually, when the municipal government is about to make certain critical decisions, the council is convened for joint discussions. Just now, while Li Yang was deploying his troops and arranging his formations, Zhang Mingshu wasn't idle either. He captured footage of Li Yang cultivating plants and those plants battling magical beasts. Especially the final explosion of the cherry bomb. Even though Zhang Mingshu's heart raced and his legs went weak from the tremor, he still managed to record until the very last moment. All of this serves as crucial evidence to report Li Yang and recommend him for the Transcendence Project. Li Yang, what level are you at now? I remember that life-related professions unlock new technologies with each job change. You're a farmer, so the same should apply to you, right? While Zhang Mingshu was busy pondering over the council matters, Wei Zongfeng, who was nearby, suddenly walked over quickly and greeted Li Yang. Li Yang blinked and opened his professional panel. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer 2nd class. Level, LV 32. Stamina, 32. defense 32, strength 32, agility 32, spiritual power 32, freely allocatable points 0, class talents, Dave's plant shop white common, exquisite plant management white common. Perhaps the system is trying to keep a low profile. These ridiculously powerful talents were actually classified as common white tier abilities. Li Yang truthfully told Wei Zofeng about his level. Wei Zofeng nodded repeatedly. Level 32. Just 8 more levels until the 3rd advancement. Excellent. Leave these level 8s to our military department. Shaofeng, take Team 2 and help Li Yang grind to level 40. With that, he waved his hand grandly. From among several soldiers busy cleaning up the battlefield nearby, he summoned a spirited young woman in uniform. Fang Wan, captain of the 2nd Squad, Special Assault Team, Yunzhou City Military Department. The Shaofeng mentioned by Wei Zofeng stepped forward to Li Yang, saluted solemnly, and introduced herself. Li Yang acknowledged with a sound, then smiled and responded in the same manner. Li Yang, ordinary student, Class 2 of the graduating class, Tianyong Academy. Nice to meet you, Miss Fang Wan. A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Wan's lips before she nodded and called over her teammates. It was still early, and finding a suitable spot to help Li Yang grind to level 40 shouldn't take much effort. After all, Li Yan's capabilities were undeniable. It's not certain yet who will be competing with whom for the output. Hey! Old Su, hurry up on your end. I plan to convene the assembly as soon as I return. The meeting regarding reporting Li Yang is tentatively scheduled for tomorrow. Get me Li Yan's student file by tomorrow, no matter what. While Li Yang was busy introducing himself to the so-called 2nd team, Zhang Minshu, meanwhile, was discussing the matter of recommending Li Yang with Su Minheng, the dean of Tianyong Academy. The latter kept nodding in agreement and had already rushed back to the academy without delay. Without even taking a moment to rest, he headed straight for the archives. Accompanied by several department heads from the college, they rummaged through boxes and cabinets, finally managing to retrieve all the information related to Li Yang. Before this, Su Minheng had a very limited understanding of Li Yang. All I knew was that he lived in a village outside the city, and both his parents had passed away. While reviewing Li Yan's information, he noticed some other things as well. It's almost common knowledge that Li Yang comes from a poor family. Recently, he had just obtained a plant capable of producing gold coins through a career change, improving his living conditions. But before this, as a financially disadvantaged student, he had always been a recipient of the college's support programs and consistently benefited from Class 2's assistance funds. Logically speaking, it should be like this. However, the aid funds are distributed regularly each semester by city officials, and he sometimes personally oversees the process. If Li Yang went to collect them every semester, why would he have no impression of Li Yang at all? This is so strange. He is old, but not yet senile. Could it be that the official age quota for Class 2 isn't actually in Li Yan's hands at all? At this thought, he couldn't help but frown slightly. With pressing matters at hand, he first placed Li Yan's file into a document folder, tightened the opening, then turned to summon a dean responsible for managing logistics at the college. Go and bring me all the financial aid applications from Class 2 over the past 3 years. Check carefully, did the financial aid for Class 2 actually end up in Li Yan's hands? The director nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, a phone call came directly to Su Minheng. Dean, we've found it. The name of the aid fund applicant is indeed Li Yang. However, the photo and handwriting on the application form don't match those in Li Yan's student records. I'm afraid someone has impersonated him. Just as Su Minheng had suspected. The old dean's veins bulged with anger as he said indignantly. Daring to pull off this swapping the prince with a raccoon trick right under my nose, even going so far as to lay hands on the relief funds, utterly despicable. This is simply going too far. Whose photo is on the application? The director on the other end remained silent for a moment, likely verifying each detail one by one. Then, he finally found the answer, reporting to the dean. The person in the photo is a student from Class 2. Su Minheng shouted angrily, "Bring him here immediately." A moment later, a particularly shrewd student from class 2 abruptly knelt in the dean's office, apologizing while vigorously kowtowing. "Dean, I was wrong. Dean, I didn't want to either. It was our homeroom teacher who told me to do this. He said to use Li Yan's name to collect the money, keep a portion for myself, and give the rest to him. If I didn't do this, he would deduct my credits. Dean, I didn't mean to do this. Whoa, I've been regretting it so much. I let Li Yang down. I let the city government down. I let down all the college's good intentions. Whoa." Watching this guy cry more and more exaggeratedly, Su Mi-hong behind the desk impatiently stopped him. "You're saying your homeroom teacher told you to do this? What's the reason?" That guy was on his knees, sniffling and crying his eyes out as he said, Our homeroom teacher said that good resources should be reserved for the right people. Li Yang has no talent, no background. Keeping this money would just be prolonging the inevitable. Maybe just." At this point, the skinny student began to stammer. Su Mi-hong glared at him. "Maybe what?" The skinny guy quickly spoke up. "Why not leave these resources for Lu Xing? Once Lu Xing secures the spot and becomes an elite class changer, our whole class will benefit from it." His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Su Mi-hong's frown deepened across from him, even gradually twisting into a knot. Good resources should be reserved for the right people, so the whole class can benefit from it. This guy must be absolutely desperate to make a name for himself. Su Mi-hong simply couldn't comprehend having such a person under his command. Tianyong Academy was vast and had an excellent reputation. Moreover, thanks to his long-standing relationship with Mayor Zhang Mingshu and his diligent management, Tianyong Academy had consistently remained the most popular vocational academy in Yushu. It seemed to be thriving more with each passing day. He never expected that such a thing could happen in the academy under his supervision. How disgraceful! It made him, as the dean, utterly ashamed. "You, call your parents, then go wait in the detention room. Your homeroom teacher, right? How utterly audacious!" Su Mi-hong exclaimed, slamming the table hard before standing up and storming out of the office. He had originally intended to confront Li Yan's homeroom teacher directly. Yet, upon rushing to the teacher's office, he found Li Yan's homeroom teacher's seat completely empty. "I asked the people nearby and found out that this guy suddenly said he had an emergency at home and hastily asked for leave before rushing off. All right, heard the rumors and decided to make a run for it, huh?" Su Mi-hong remained silent, then directly called Zhang Mingshu. "Hello? Old Dong, is that you? Cut the crap. Help me take care of someone." On the other side, somewhere within the western outskirts of Yunzhou City, inside a dungeon outside the city walls, Li Yang was sitting under a tree, squinting and yawning. Beside him stood two fully armed military soldiers. Nearby, there was a defensive position composed of several soldiers and a large number of plants. Large swaths of monsters were slain, their experience transforming into streams of light that surged into Li Yan's body. Watching his steadily increasing experience bar, Li Yang stretched lazily with great satisfaction. Indeed, after aligning with the authorities, life became so much more comfortable. Although slaying monsters was something he could easily accomplish on his own. But when it comes to dungeons, the situation is quite different. Originally, he could efficiently kill magical beasts through tactical formations. However, his main body was still a very fragile farmer class. When first entering a dungeon empty-handed, it's easy to be ambushed by sudden magical beasts. And now, several military soldiers were guarding him. Not even a mosquito could fly within a 10-meter radius. In this situation, he could easily finish planting and then find a corner to lie down. It couldn't be more comfortable. If it weren't for the rules prohibiting it, he could have even called a few soldier buddies to sit down and play a round of do de jeu or something. By the way, since he had nothing better to do, now was the perfect time to check out what new goodies Steve's shop had in stock. Earlier, while demonstrating his abilities, he incidentally completed the system's mission to kill 200 magical beasts. The reward for that mission was unlocking Dave's item shop. As is well known, the items in Plants vs. Zombies are some incredibly overpowered existences. The sun shovel obtained when first awakening the profession is exactly this type of thing. When it comes to the most iconic items in the Plants vs. Zombies series, the lawnmower undoubtedly takes the crown. As the sole designated ultimate weapon in the Plants vs. Zombies universe, that thing is the ultimate means to instantly obliterate everything except their zombies. Even the red-eye gargantua, which requires 4 cherry bombs to defeat, gets instantly crushed under the wheels of the lawnmower. If only you could unlock something like that directly from the store. Li Yang simply stopped growing plants altogether. On the spot, he retired from being a farmer and became a relentless weeding master instead. With hundreds or even thousands of cards at his disposal, he could easily flatten the entire world. The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Yang became. Then, with excitement in his heart, he entered Dave's shop once again. The familiar white shirt, the familiar jeans. The friendly neighborhood Crazy Dave, with his signature iron pot on his head, appeared before Li Yang again, speaking fluently in his trademark Waba Waba language. And this time, Dave himself was noticeably much more excited. He pointed to his own car, which indeed had some new additions that were completely different from the plant cards. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and examined them carefully. The first thing that caught his eye was the grass rake, which all players receive at the start but don't have a strong impression of. Grass rake, price 20,000 sunlight, can be used 3 times. Item attribute: upon entering combat, the hayfork will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill one enemy whose level does not differ from yours by more than 10 levels, usable 3 times. Ignores any defensive measures. Forcibly kills. Although there are some level restrictions, the advantage lies in its highly convenient activation method. Li Yang doesn't need to actively release it, it will automatically activate as soon as he enters combat mode. After all, Li Ying's main body is still just a life-oriented profession, so it's somewhat easy for him to fail to react in time when facing certain sudden attacks. But with the hay rake as insurance, once he is attacked, the hay rake will immediately appear to protect its master in time. With a snap, the enemy was instantly killed on the spot. Under normal circumstances, this level of life-saving equipment would probably cost tens of millions. Yet, in Dave's shop, this item can be exchanged just for sunlight. The only catch is the limited number of uses. However, the price of 20,000 sunshine is still somewhat acceptable. Alright, bought it. Li Yang directly paid in full to secure it. Then, he turned his attention to other things. Gramophone, priced at 20,000 sunlight, unlimited use. Item feature: this gramophone exists in the void and can play music near you anytime, anywhere. The right BGM might even boost plant growth. This, aside from giving him a personal soundtrack while walking, what else is this thing good for? Why does the item shop even have something this abstract? Li Yang shook his head and temporarily set it aside. Next, unlimited flower pot, price 50,000 sunshine, can be used infinitely. Item feature: an infinitely reusable flower pot that can generate endlessly, allowing you to plant vegetation on any terrain. This is actually pretty good, though a bit pricey, but it seems there are no additional fees afterward. In Li Yan's impression, flower pots in the original work seemed to exist as a type of plant. It appears the system has made some minor modifications on this point. However, this modification can be considered beneficial. In the original work, each flower pot costs 25 sunlight and requires a cooldown period. In situations where rapid and large-scale troop deployment is needed, they are simply insufficient. Even if you could stockpile them like seeds, it would still be extremely wasteful in terms of space. The system's flower pots, however, can be placed freely after purchase. That's quite impressive. Without hesitation, Li Yang paid the full amount upfront. It must be said, Dave's props cost 30 to 50,000 each. We really can't spend so recklessly. Tonight, I'll go back and plant more sunflowers in the flower pots. Li Yang thought this while casually flipping through some other props. He is looking for the little card he's been longing for. And then, invincible little card, locked. Unlock requirement: defeat 1 million monsters 923 1 million. Ha! This is such a rip-off. Li Yang furrowed his brows and counted on his fingers for a long time. Damn it, 6 zeros, that's a million magical beasts. And he's only killed a little over 900 to reach his current level. 1 million. Even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, he might never reach this number, right? Indeed, following the system's logic, such an overpowered item, one that could even dominate the entire world, wouldn't be handed to him so early. Whatever, I'm exhausted. I don't want to play anymore. Let's restart. Li Yang rubbed his forehead. As soon as this thought emerged, a new prompt suddenly sounded in the system. Host, there is no need to rush. As a special item in the store, the unlock mission for the small cart has a unique calculation method. Any magical beasts involved in being killed by you or your plants will count toward this number. Hint? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, understanding the implication behind those words. As long as plants are involved in the kill, it counts. He himself didn't necessarily have to be present. In that case, could we just have the official soldiers each carry a Peashooter and mow down the monsters in the dungeons? Perfect timing, these free flower pots have just been unlocked. He could totally hire someone to farm for him. 1 million magical beasts, this number seems enormous. But Li Yang himself can also create a considerable amount of combat power. Assuming Li Yang can deploy 1000 Peashooters, and each Peashooter can only kill 1 magical beast per hour. That would be 24,000 in a day, and 720,000 in a month. Averaging it out, the modest requirement of just 1 million is actually quite easy to achieve. Classmate Li Yang, the monsters over here have been pretty much cleared out. Should we move to another spot to farm? Just as Li Yang was busy meticulously calculating how many days it would take to craft a small cart, a melodious sound rang out. Fang Wen, the leader of the second squad, had appeared beside Li Yang at some point. She was calmly watching him as she spoke up to inquire. Li Yang nodded, rubbing his stiff neck, and with Fang Wen's support, he stood up. Then, looking at Fang Wen's delicate oval face, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He pondered in his mind for a long time before finally recalling something. Then, he slapped his forehead and asked, Miss Fang Wen, you were also a student at Tianyong Academy before, right? I think I've seen you on the photo wall of outstanding graduates over the years. Upon hearing this, Fang Wen was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded lightly and said, yes. I graduated from Tianyong Academy about 3 years ago. Li Yang smiled and said, so you're my senior. To become so capable in just 3 years is truly admirable. But speaking of which, senior, were there any talents in your batch who received official support and training? I remember our college seems to have some recommended student quotas every year. Do you know what that so-called Mystic Ascension project is all about? Li Yan's understanding of this world was largely limited to the memories of this body. During his conversation with Zhang Mingxiu, he learned about this thing called the Mystic Ascension project. But at that time, both Zhang Mingxiu and Su Mingheng spoke rather vaguely, so Li Yang only knew that it was an elite training camp for career changers that didn't tolerate idlers. In Li Yan's understanding, it was essentially something akin to a higher education institution. Beyond that, he knew nothing else. Since Fang Wen before him was an outstanding graduate from back then, she must have had a similar experience. Li Yang decided to try and gather some information from her. However, after bringing up the topic, Fang Wen's expression underwent a subtle change. Her eyes flickered slightly, as if tinged with melancholy. Then, with a hint of apology in her voice, she began to speak. Li Yang, the recommended student quota has no direct connection with the Tongxian program. And I'm sorry to say, back then, I didn't actually secure that recommendation spot either. Hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, Fang Wen was an outstanding graduate. Tianyong Academy only has 3 outstanding graduate spots for each grade level, the same number as the recommended spots. If she could make it onto the photo wall, how could she possibly not have a spot? Seeing Li Yan's utterly confused expression, Fang Wen let out a slight sigh and said helplessly, Student Li Yang, there are many things in this world where effort and talent alone are not enough. I did indeed qualify for the recommended student position, but that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity ultimately didn't go to me. Instead, it went to another person at the time, named Lu Feng. With that, she sighed and was about to continue her story, but suddenly realized that my current task was to help Li Yang level up, so I slightly shook my head and changed my words, saying, "Let's leave this place first. If Li Yang is interested in this matter, I can explain it while we walk." At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. In the city of Yunzhou, within a villa district, Lu Xing, his face filled with panic, was pacing back and forth in his living room. The usual arrogance on his face was now replaced with fear and unease. His father, Lu Xian, sat on the sofa, watching his son pace around, feeling increasingly agitated. He finally stopped him with a frown and asked, "What on earth has gotten into you, Lu Xing? Answering a phone call got you all hyped up like you're on stimulants. What's wrong with you? Who was that call from just now? What did they say?" Hearing his father's voice, Lu Xing's face instantly turned deathly pale. Finally, the meaningless pacing stopped, only for his limbs to start trembling uncontrollably. "Dad, as something terrible happened. It seems they found out about the financial aid my uncle arranged for me. Am I going to jail?" Lu Xian on the sofa almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Your uncle? The aid money? What the hell is this? Explain it to me clearly." Lu Xian's tone suddenly turned serious. Lu Xing's eyes darted around, never daring to meet his father's gaze. His uncle, who was also his homeroom teacher, had been secretly arranging benefits for him behind his father's back all along. If Lu Xian were to find out about these situations, he would surely skin him alive. But now, the only one who could help him out of this predicament was his father, Lu Xian. Lu Xing stammered as he truthfully confessed to having an illicit affair with his homeroom teacher, using connections to have someone fraudulently claim Li Yan's subsidy funds. As the homeroom teacher and Lu Xing's uncle, he hoped that by giving Lu Xing special treatment, he could indirectly curry favor with Lu Xian, the general manager of Yunzhou Bank. Coincidentally, Lu Xing was also dissatisfied with his father's stingy allowance. The two hit it off immediately and began a 3-year-long exploitation of Li Yang, who had just enrolled at the time. The past 3 years have been smooth sailing. But who would have thought that just as graduation approached, Li Yang seemed to suddenly become a completely different person. Not only did his temper become much more stubborn, but he even used some inexplicable power to level himself up to level 20 in just 2 days during the Beast-Tide invasion. Keep in mind, that guy Li Yang was just a farmer with a white-tier talent. Just now, Lu Xing's uncle urgently called to say that the classmate they had found to replace Li Yang in receiving the subsidy had been taken away by the dean for questioning. The implication was self-evident. Clearly, they had been exposed. The homeroom teacher immediately found an excuse to flee the college but soon received an emergency arrest notice from the city authorities. So I quickly called, hoping to find Lu Xian through Lu Xing to see if there's any solution. After all, in Lu Xian's family, besides this father and son pair, there's also a big shot currently working in the parliament. As a result, after listening to Lu Xing's account, Lu Xian slammed the table in anger and shouted furiously, "Bastards! You two idiots! How dare you do such a thing for petty gains?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike them. Startled, Lu Xing took 2 steps back in fear, not daring to make a sound. But at that moment, Lu Xian suddenly furrowed his brows. Holding his chin, he muttered to himself, "Wait, Li Yang. Is it him?" Lu Xian suddenly remembered the young man who had visited the bank a few days ago with a large bag of gold coins. At that time, he had sensed that this young man had an extraordinary demeanor and must have an unusual background. He never expected his own son to provoke such a figure. Slap! Lu Xian grew angrier the more he thought about it. He stood up abruptly, strode forward, and delivered a fierce slap to Lu Xing's face. "You fool! How dare you provoke anyone you come across?" The sound of the slap was sharp and clear. On the other side, Lu Xing quickly covered his face and knelt on the ground. With the sound of that slap, a young man dressed in an elegant white suit walked in from outside the door. "Ha! Dad, what's going on here?" Did second brother make you angry again? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Can't we sit down and talk about whatever it is? Kneeling on the ground, Lu Xing covered his swollen cheek and looked up with teary eyes. Brother! You have to help me, brother. The person who suddenly walked in from outside was Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Feng, one of the current acting members of the Yunzhou City Council. After graduating from Tianyong Academy that year, Lu Feng secured a recommended student spot at the academy through some minor maneuvers. After studying at an advanced vocational college in another region for 2 years, he successfully returned home with a polished resume. Leveraging his father's influence and his own outstanding academic performance, he entered the council. Mayor Zhang Minshu urgently convened the council, claiming he needed to announce an unprecedented major event for the entire Yunzhou region. It seems to be another student who also graduated from Tianyong Academy, possessing some truly astonishing talent. The mayor decided to report it and spare no effort in nurturing this budding genius. The council meeting is officially scheduled for tomorrow, so Lu Feng came back specifically to pack up his office supplies. Little did he expect to witness such a heartwarming scene of familial harmony as soon as he returned home. Lu Xing was still kneeling on the ground, sobbing. Seated on the sofa, Lu Xian's face still bore traces of lingering anger. In Lu Feng's memory, his father had always been a man with a very good temper. Such behavior now clearly indicated he was genuinely furious. So Lu Feng quickly asked what had happened. Lu Xing covered his face and recounted everything he had just told his father in detail once again. But when Lu Xing mentioned the name Li Yang, Lu Feng immediately reacted. Li Yang? Are you sure that's the name? Lu Xing was on the verge of tears. I've been his classmate for 3 years, how could I not know his name? Beside him, Lu Xian also frowned slightly. Shao Feng, judging by your expression, do you know this Li Yang? Lu Feng shook his head. I wouldn't say I know him, but this person is the main topic of the mayor's council meeting this time. I'm not familiar with the details, but our mayor's evaluation of him is a once-in-a-millennium top-tier genius. Though it might sound a bit exaggerated, those were Zhang Minshu's exact words. Hearing this description, Lu Xian beside him was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He had some understanding of the mayor. That man was famously known for his steadiness. To think that such words are now being used to describe a novice job changer. One can only imagine just how formidable this young man named Li Yang must be. Coupled with the memory of how casually Li Yang tossed a large bag of gold coins onto the bank counter earlier. This fellow called Li Yang, his background is definitely anything but ordinary. Either they are descendants of certain military and political bigwigs, or they are the eldest sons of some noble families. In short, people of this caliber are absolutely not someone they can afford to provoke. Who would have thought that Lu Xing would dare to mess with such people within the academy? If things go wrong, his entire family might be dragged into this unexpected mess. At this thought, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel agitated again, his breathing becoming rapid. Seeing this, Lu Feng also sighed. Ah! This Li Yang. If I have time, I'll ask someone to look into what's really going on with him. Second brother, why did you have to provoke someone like him, of all people a favorite by the mayor's side? Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and left to pack his things. Lu Xian, on the other hand, sat on the sofa lost in thought. It's worth noting that Lu Xing had just celebrated his birthday not long ago and had already turned 18. He now had to face national laws as an adult. Embezzling aid funds, this already constitutes a serious crime. Ah! After a long while, Lu Xian let out a deep sigh. Although his second son is a bit foolish, he is still his own flesh and blood after all. He couldn't bear to watch his own son end up behind bars. But in this matter, Lu Xing was indeed the one at fault first. If things continue like this, there's only one solution left. Lu Xian let out a heavy sigh and retrieved some items from the nearby safe. Then, he turned to look at his son and spoke. Previously, this Li Yang conducted some business with me. When preparing that gold card for him, he left his address. At this point, no small tricks can get us out of this mess. Honestly, bring some gifts and come with me to apologize to them. As long as Li Yang is willing to write a letter of forgiveness for you, although it won't keep you out of jail. It can minimize your sentence as much as possible. Then have your brother pull some strings, and you only need to stay in for 10 days to half a month before it's all over. Make him apologize to Li Yang and admit his mistake. Recalling how their relationship with Li Yang started, and now seeing this complete reversal of roles, Lu Xing bit his lip, feeling extremely awkward inside. But after all, this was the only way. Even if he had 10,000 reasons to refuse in his heart, he had no choice but to hold it in. The sun set in the west, and in the blink of an eye, several more hours had passed. With the help of the military department, Li Yang effortlessly leveled up to 40. During this leveling period, Li Yang gradually became familiar with Feng Wen. At the same time, through casual conversations with Feng Wen, I learned about some things that happened 3 years ago. It was then that Li Yang realized this Feng Wen was practically another version of himself. Both came from impoverished families and both gave their all to study diligently. Feng Wen was even slightly stronger than Li Yang. During the awakening ceremony, she transitioned into a combat-oriented profession. Even though her potential was severely limited due to a lack of talent and resources, she still ranked second on the graduation leaderboard that year, far ahead of most. Yet, despite such outstanding achievements, she still couldn't obtain the coveted recommendation spot that everyone desired. All because there was a Lu Feng in her class. And, as fate would have it, her homeroom teacher happened to be the same person as Li Yan's. At this point, she couldn't help but look at Li Yang with a hint of envy. Classmate Li Yang, you are truly remarkable. Your strength has already reached a level where you are no longer bound by these mundane things, so you can break through the shackles that would limit ordinary people and reach even greater heights. There's no need to confine your life within this small Yungzhou like I did. If only she had possessed the same strength as Li Yang back then. She's probably already started a completely different and exciting life in a big city like the capital by now. Li Yang was lost in thought, feeling a tinge of melancholy in his heart. But before he could dwell on it, Feng Wen, who was driving, turned around and asked, "You actually live in a place like this? Do you want me to ask Minister Wei to arrange a place for you in the city?" After taking on the task of driving Li Yang home, Feng Wen followed his directions and drove all the way to this small village. Looking at the incredibly simple surroundings, she even began to feel a bit sorry for Li Yang. Especially when she learned about Li Yan's background during their conversation. She felt even more. When it comes to misery, Li Yang takes the crown. Li Yang waved his hand, declining Feng Wen's kind offer. Just kidding, if he really moved to the city, there wouldn't be this much land for him to squander. He was counting on letting sunflowers and marigolds roam freely in the dead of night to strike it rich. Feng Wen hit the brakes, and the military pickup truck came to a steady stop outside Li Yin's courtyard. Before they could even get out, Feng Wen suddenly furrowed her brows and murmured, "Li Yang, do you know these two people?" Following the direction Feng Wen pointed, Li Yang couldn't help but freeze in surprise. "Is this Lu Xing, Lu Xian?" When they saw Li Yang step down from the military department's pickup truck, both Lu Xing and his father on the street were startled. Especially Lu Xing, who was almost scared to the point of cardiac arrest. He thought Li Yang had personally brought the military to arrest him. "Manager Lu, what's going on here?" Upon hearing Li Yan's question, Lu Xing took a slight step forward. He seemed about to say something but hesitated, holding back his words. It was almost unbearable to watch. Seeing this, Lu Xian behind him immediately strode forward and respectfully cupped his hands toward Li Yang. Classmate Li Yang, bringing up these past matters now might seem a bit sudden. But the purpose of our visit is precisely to clear up those previous misunderstandings and unpleasantness. Though it may seem presumptuous, we hope classmate Li Yang can be magnanimous and accept my child's apology. As Lu Xian was speaking over here, Feng Wen, on the other side, had already opened the car door and stepped out from the driver's seat. Holding a pair of handcuffs in her hand, she leaned against the car door and silently looked in this direction. She would be responsible for Li Yan's safety until they parted ways. If these two individuals before her dared to make any attempt to harm Li Yang, she would immediately step forward and detain them on the spot. The next second, Lu Xian reached behind him and pulled Lu Xing out. His tone also became a bit harsher. "All right, We've waited so long, isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to classmate Li Yang. Lu Xing clenched his teeth, tightened his fists, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. With great effort, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Li Yang, right. He struggled for a long time but couldn't get the words out. Seeing this, Lu Xian beside him didn't hesitate for a second. He stepped forward, swung his arm in a full arc, and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! In the quiet and peaceful evening village, the sound rang out especially sharp and loud. Quite a few people were drawn over by the commotion. The neighbor auntie was the first to react, even leaving her cooking unattended as she rushed out wielding a spatula. Then she silently mouthed to Li Yang from a distance, asking what had happened and if he needed help. Li Yang responded with a slight shake of his head, signaling that everything was fine. Lu Xing was completely subdued by that slap, instinctively covering his swollen cheek with his hand and keeping his head lowered, not daring to look up. Lu Xian then gave Li Yang a very formal cupped hand salute and said, "Classmate Li Yang, Lu Xing has already told me everything he did to you at the academy. To be honest, the shameful actions this child committed were purely due to his youthful impulsiveness and immaturity, coupled with the misguided influence of some ill-intentioned individuals. This led him astray for the sake of petty gains. Lu Xing has already deeply repented at home for these mistakes he made. This visit is also in the hope that you, classmate Li Yang, can let bygones be bygones with Lu Xing and reconcile your friendship. Just today, all you neighbors, and this young lady from the military, can also bear witness together." With that said, Lu Xian turned his head again to look at Lu Xing, who had been keeping his head down beside him. Lu Xing knew there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. His cheek still stung with a burning pain. "If I hesitate any longer, I'll surely get slapped hard again." Lu Xing had no choice but to suppress his anger and take 2 more steps toward Li Yang. Then, he bent down heavily and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. At the same time, he muttered softly, "Li Yang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you at the academy, shouldn't have looked down on you, shouldn't have colluded with the homeroom teacher to do those things behind your back. After returning home, I thought a lot. I failed to recognize your true worth. I was utterly blind, unable to distinguish what truly matters, which led me to commit such outrageous acts. I've come to deeply realize my mistakes and hope you can forgive me." The sound was faint, but still clear. The people nearby were all somewhat baffled by what they saw. The original Li Yang had been honest and timid, and because he feared disappointing the villagers, he had never told anyone about the bullying he endured at the academy. As for the Li Yang who had crossed over, he simply had no intention of discussing such trivial matters with others. So the surrounding villagers were genuinely a bit baffled by this sudden apology incident. At this moment, Li Yang also narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was off. Would Lu Xing, this kid, really apologize so obediently? Based on Li Yang's understanding of Lu Xing, there must be something fishy when things go against the norm. This sudden and inexplicable move, are they afraid people won't realize they have ulterior motives? Sure enough, shortly after Lu Xing finished speaking, Lu Xian took another step forward, wearing a friendly smile, and approached Li Yang, saying softly, "Li Yang, we are now in a partnership of sorts. Regarding Lu Xing's past misdeeds, I hope you can make some concessions for my sake." Well, it's quite embarrassing to bring this up. Given Lu Xing's current situation, if he gets arrested, he won't be out for at least 3 to 5 years. He's still so young with a bright future ahead. If he wastes it in prison, as his father, I'd feel worse than that. So, I hope Li Yang can be more accommodating. Write a letter of understanding. As for the past troubles, we can settle them privately however you like. A letter of understanding. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Fang Wan beside him. Fang Wan also nodded in understanding and began to explain. A letter of understanding is typically used to resolve personal disputes. Once signed by one party, it publicly declares their forgiveness for all actions of the defendant, leading to leniency in the penalties imposed on them. After listening to Fang Wan's explanation, Lu Xian quickly pulled out a thick craft paper envelope from his pocket and discreetly slipped it to Li Yang. With a smile still on his face, Li Yang, my dear student, please be understanding, be understanding. Li Yang was speechless. As expected, neither father nor son had any good intentions. The so-called apology was merely a tactic to help himself escape punishment. An apology is just a formality. What really matters is the brown paper package in Lu Xian's hand. Could it be that in their eyes, any conflict can be resolved with money? Li Yang chuckled dryly, then curled his lips and said softly, "Take this back. Your apology, I don't accept it." "I don't accept it." Li Yang deliberately spoke these 4 words a bit louder. Immediately, the two people opposite, especially Lu Xian, who had been maintaining a forced smile, showed somewhat awkward expressions on their faces. Lu Xian, who was almost bowing his head to the ground behind them, was nearly driven to the point of spitting blood in anger. In his heart, a torrent of violent curses erupted, wishing he could tear Li Yang apart on the spot. But, in the end, it's just wishful thinking. Li Yang, I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you at the academy, nor should I have colluded with the homeroom teacher to take your subsidy money. I'll definitely change, just forgive me. I'll do anything you say from now on. In the end, Lu Xing was forced by the pressure of reality to once again humble himself and beg Li Yang for mercy. If it had been the old, kind-hearted Li Yang from before, he probably would have softened. But unfortunately, this Li Yang is not that Li Yang. Li Yang smiled faintly, raised a hand, and slowly rested his chin on it, murmuring, "Still capable of doing anything. Even if you kowtow until your head splits open here, it won't make a damn bit of difference. You just obediently wait to eat prison food. Oh right, besides prison food, there's also endless soap to pick up." Hearing this, Lu Xin's legs went a bit weak. Lu Xian also felt his heart tighten. Just as he was about to speak up and continue persuading, he heard Feng Wen's voice from the other side. "I've also received the message asking Lu Xing to pack up and head to the municipal building. The city government is launching a serious investigation into the case of collecting official subsidies on behalf of others. Lu Xing, I happen to be heading back to the city as well. Would you like a ride?" Turning her head, Feng Wen was leaning against the military pickup truck's door, her expression completely calm. The look in Lu Xing's eyes wasn't as if he was looking at a person, but rather at his newly acquired performance metrics. Lu Xing shuddered, feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet. Beside him, Lu Xian had a dark expression as he took his son's hand and led him away from the spot. "All right, seems like they don't want to ride in my car." Watching the father and son duo drive away in their car, Feng Wen sighed, looking somewhat regretful. Li Yang smiled and nodded at her symbolically. "Thanks, Senior Feng Wen." Feng Wen shook her head. "This is part of my job, no need for thanks." "Well then, I should also return to the military headquarters to report. If you need anything later, feel free to contact me." With that, he pointed to his phone, waved his hand, and returned to the car. The engine started, and the heavy military pickup truck disappeared out of sight in no time. The neighbor auntie had somehow appeared beside Li Yang and asked with some anxiety, "Xiao Yang, what kind of people have you gotten involved with? That man just now was the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, wasn't he? I've seen him when I went to deposit money. How do you even have dealings with him? You didn't take out a loan, did you? Xiao Yang, we absolutely can't do this kind of thing. You must not do it. If you don't listen to your auntie, I'll..." At first, the neighbor's tone carried a hint of reproach. But as she spoke, her voice suddenly choked up with emotion. Actually, in her earlier years, the neighbor's own son had borrowed from loan sharks and couldn't repay the debt. In the end, he ended his own life at a young age. That's why, for many years, the neighbor had been extremely sensitive about such matters, fearing that Li Yang might also go down the wrong path. All right. Li Yang gently patted the elderly neighbor on the back and held her in his arms. Yet the old woman's words still poured out like rapid fire, repeating her earnest advice over and over. Though a bit nagging, for many years, it was this simple and kind-hearted person who treated Li Yang as her own. Though not related by blood, we are closer than many blood relatives. Auntie, you don't know me well enough yet. Me? I'd never touch that stuff. Li Yang smiled faintly, simply stating that he was fine. Instead, he mentioned that due to his outstanding performance, he had received commendation from the city government. With that, he casually flicked his storage ring and pulled out the gold card with 5 million credits gifted to him by Long Min-shu, pressing it into the auntie's hand. The auntie had never seen such a thing before, and 5 million was a rather distant figure to her. She wiped her tears and carefully put the card away, saying that at her age, she wouldn't be spending much money anyway. She would treat it as Li Yang depositing the money with her, and he could come to withdraw it whenever he needed it in the future. Li Yang smiled. Seeing that the auntie had calmed down, he returned to his own courtyard. Listening to the chirping of insects around him, he gazed at the moon hanging overhead. Li Yang took a deep breath and opened his system panel. Sunflowers, start sowing. After about an hour, Li Yang had planted over 50 sunflowers in his own yard. Those sunlights were increasing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. With the free flower pots from the system, Li Yang could even plant these all over his room. However, sunflowers produce light when generating sunlight. To ensure the quality of their sleep, it's better for these sunflowers to stay obediently outside the house. After planting the sunflowers, Li Yang leisurely made his way back to his bedroom. He began checking the plants he currently owned. As soon as he opened the list, a dazzling array of plants filled Li Yang's eyes. For a moment, it left him somewhat overwhelmed. Apart from the Peashooter, sunflower, walnut, marigold, potato maim, and repeater that were already unlocked during the first rotation. Right after completing his job transfer, Li Yang spent nearly more than half of his sunlight reserves at the time, clearing out his newly unlocked plant shop. In addition to the snow pea, cherry bomb, chomper, and squash that had been showcased not long ago, there are 2 other young assistants that Li Yang didn't have time to showcase together. They are the much-loved cabbage pot and kernel pot, respectively. The cabbage pot goes without saying in a sense, it's just a slightly enhanced Peashooter, with nothing particularly noteworthy to mention. But the kernel pot, now that's worth talking about. Kernel pot costs 100 sun, cooldown time of 7.5 seconds, attack interval of 2.9 seconds. Plant trace can throw corn kernels or pads of butter that ignore natural terrain, dealing fixed damage to monsters below level 40 increases with level. 10 corn kernels or 2 pads of butter can both kill a monster. Additionally, the butter will freeze the hit enemy, stopping all actions for 4 seconds. With the same attack power as a Peashooter, it also comes with a high damage, hard crowd control effect that has a chance to trigger. This thing is already considered overpowered in this world. However, this isn't even the corn kernel launcher's most powerful ability. You should know that the corn pot's greatest utility isn't for attacking enemies. Rather, it serves as fusion material to combine into the largest plant in Plants vs. Zombies, the Cob Cannon. That thing probably has quite a few drawbacks. Slow reloading, expensive price, long cooldown. But none of these can overshadow its immense brilliance. With the moment the giant corn ascends into the sky, the whole world will cheer for it. Of course, imagination is just imagination. Li Yang should still keep his feet on the ground. He turned his gaze to the other 3 items, which could almost be considered freebies. Sun-shroom, puff-shroom, scaredy-shroom. Looking at these pitiful creatures that were of little use and would even go on strike in sunlight. What mental state must he be in to involve these things in battle? But actually, it doesn't matter. In Plants vs. Zombies, the mushrooms have some real heavy hitters. But to use them properly, coffee bean is an essential part. Let's wait until we unlock the coffee bean before considering things like ice shrooms, hypno-shrooms, or even doom-shrooms. Li Yang rubbed his forehead and lay down on the bed. Gazing at the familiar ceiling, he drifted back into sleep. At the same time, in Yun'o City, at the Lu family's villa, Lu Xing himself has already been taken away by military personnel. Originally, the entire Lu family was to be taken in for investigation, but Lu Xing hardened his heart and laid his cards on the table. He took all the blame upon himself alone. At this moment, older brother Lu Feng was sitting in the living room, legs crossed, carefully examining the information he had gathered. He was already aware of the incident where Lu Xian had taken Lu Xing to apologize to Li Yang, only to be rejected. This was the biggest setback his family had ever suffered, truly humiliating the Lu family. As a distinguished member of the council, Lu Feng couldn't swallow this insult. So he wanted to investigate who this Li Yang really was and whether he could cause some trouble for him in the upcoming meeting targeting Li Yang. But the more he looked into it, the more puzzled his expression became. He held the printed paper documents in his hand and muttered to himself. Li Yang, a native of Yunshou, whose parents died in a beast tide, was raised by neighbors. From a poor family, a beneficiary of official subsidies. Someone like this actually became a favorite of the mayor, with such high praise. It's really bizarre. At the same time, Lu Xian beside him suddenly spoke with a furrowed brow. Are you sure this is Li Yan's information? Look at his demeanor, it's definitely not something a poor, pitiable person from a struggling family would have. Your old man has been a bank manager for half his life. I can tell at a glance who has money and who doesn't. Li Yan's behavior and mannerisms are absolutely not what you'd expect from the kind of poor person you described. There's definitely some hidden secret behind him. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned slightly more serious. Although most of what the father said at this moment was based on first impressions and wild guesses. But words of experience can sometimes play a decisive role. TSK, who knows what kind of background the person behind him has? At the very least, he must be from a city-level aristocratic family. To think he could squander gold so recklessly is downright extravagant. Even I, who manage a bank, wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. Lu Xian spoke again, his tone now carrying less anger and more envy. After all, there were only two things that mattered most in his life. One was urging his sons to carry on the family line, and the other was making more and more money. Now that Lu Xing has been taken away and Lu Feng is busy with work, the matter of carrying on the family line can only be left to fate. Then the only thing he could do, and wanted to do, was to make money. It's rare to have such a big client. In the blink of an eye, it was all ruined by that foolish son of mine. That was a continuous supply of gold, after all. Looking across the entire Yunzhou city, no, across the whole of China. How many people possess that kind of capability? Gold coins, squandering. Dad, do you think it's possible that Li Yan's family is actually very wealthy, and they've just been pretending to be poor to deceive others? Lu Feng voiced his doubt but immediately dismissed the hypothesis himself. No, that shouldn't be the case. According to the information we've gathered, Li Yan's ancestors have lived in Yunshou for 3 generations, with 2 of those generations residing outside the city walls. The purchased properties, the allocated land, and even some crop transaction records are all verifiable. If they were creating fake identities, it would be impossible to fabricate such detailed records. As he spoke, Lu Feng gradually quieted down, resting his chin in his hand and pondering for a while. Then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Rather than suspecting who he is, perhaps you should question other things. Like those gold coins he can casually produce and spend without a second thought. Where did these gold coins come from, and how did they end up in Li Yin's hands? That's the key point. Father, have you? Before he could finish, Lu Xian took out one of Li Yin's gold coins from his pocket and placed it on the table. At the same time, he added, Li Yang said these were passed down from his ancestors. Because the amount is substantial, he plans to exchange them for currency that can be used directly. Lu Feng slowly picked up the gold coin on the table, examining it carefully in his hand. Then, he reached a conclusion. The inscriptions and patterns on this coin do not belong to any period in our Huaxia history. Moreover, there isn't the slightest trace of age on it. Rather than being a family heirloom, it's more like it was just smelted last week. These gold coins, I'm afraid their origins are far from legitimate. That Li Yang sent my brother to prison is an immense humiliation for our entire family. I absolutely won't let this matter end so simply. As he spoke, he slightly clenched his fist. Although Lu Xin's case was already beyond redemption in the face of overwhelming evidence, But he could use his position to make things difficult for Li Yang, which would count as a small act of revenge. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Yang scrambled out of bed in one swift motion. Looking at the sunflowers outside the window, blooming with bright smiles and swaying endlessly, his mood improved considerably. He checked his sunshine level. With these sunflowers producing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute, just 7 hours later, Li Yan's sunlight value had skyrocketed straight past 1 million. Staring at the sunlight count displayed on the system interface, Li Yang even felt a bit worried. What if this thing suddenly couldn't handle it and just exploded one day? He scratched his head and rolled out of bed. After locking the courtyard gate, he put on his jacket and left home. Today's goal is also very clear. With the help of the military department yesterday, he reached level 40, so of course today is the time for a job change. Just as he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. Li Yang took out his phone and looked at the unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, feeling somewhat puzzled. After tapping to answer, the voice of Minister Wei Zongfeng from the military department came through with overwhelming enthusiasm. Li Yang, I heard you've already reached level 40. Are you going for your 3rd class advancement today? I happen to have nothing to do today. Wait for me a moment, I'll come pick you up right away. I'm so excited to see what new plans you'll get after your job transfer. Li Yang gladly agreed to Wei Zongfeng's request. After tidying up a bit and dressing slightly more formally, the roar of a high-powered car engine was already audible outside the door. Li Yang stepped out and happened to see Wei Zongfeng getting out of the car. Upon spotting Li Yang, the latter's face immediately lit up with a smile. Before Li Yang could even greet him, Wei excitedly waved his hand first. Li Yang nodded and followed Wei Zongfeng into the car. Wei Zongfeng's driving skills were highly proficient, and the journey was smooth without any obstacles. They arrived at the job change square even faster than Li Yang had anticipated earlier. Wei Zongfeng parked the car outside the job change square and watched as Li Yang walked all the way to the job change crystal. Reach out and make contact. The icy blue crystal erupted with a brilliant white light, connecting the system to Li Yan's body. Connection successful. Your level has met the requirements for job advancement. Please choose whether to proceed. You have chosen to change professions. The level cap has been unlocked to LV 60. Below are the new talent skills you have acquired. New talent, Plant Empathy Common White. Talent description. Through this talent, you can establish a mental connection with all the plants you cultivate. Via this connection, you can share visual and auditory senses with your plants. Your Talent Dave's plant shop has been upgraded, unlocking more plants. Here are your newly unlocked plant cards: Pumpkinhead, Jalapeno, Coffee Bean, Torchwood, Spikeweed, Hypno-shroom. New plants, new talents. Moreover, Li Yang was becoming increasingly certain that every talent he acquired had definitely been tampered with by the system. Establishing sensory connections with plants. How incredibly powerful is this ability? On a smaller scale, this skill can be used to eavesdrop on specific individuals, making it a rather excellent tool for gathering intelligence. Moreover, with this skill in hand, there's no longer a need to uproot the sunflowers he's grown just to avoid drawing attention. On a larger scale, as long as he plants enough and a diverse variety of vegetation, the entire world would be under his surveillance. Feeling omniscient and all-knowing about everything in the world. Is this not the authority of the gods? Is this the white talent? It's simply a joke. Li Yang removed his hand, slightly calming the excitement in his heart. Then, he refocused his attention on the new plant he had unlocked. He opened Dave's plant shop in the system. The first thing that caught his eye was a delightful sight. Many new plant cards, glowing with a lush green light, were displayed on Dave's shelves, looking incredibly enticing. Without hesitation, Li Yang clicked wherever he saw the glow. There's plenty of sunshine anyway, so he can afford to be wasteful with it. Even if there's not enough sunlight, he just needs to plant sunflowers all over his yard and wait a little longer. So, how about it, Li Yang? Did you unlock anything new? You look like you're in good spirits. Must have awakened something decent, right? As soon as Li Yang stepped out of the job transfer hall, Wei Zongfeng, who had been waiting by the car for a long time, eagerly approached him. Li Yang glanced at his plant list and briefly mentioned a few of the more representative ones. Listening to Li Yan's words, Wei Zongfeng's expression grew increasingly exaggerated. In the end, even his breathing became rapid again. A tree that can create a large-scale firewall, and a mushroom that can turn enemies into allies. Holy crap, that's way too exaggerated, isn't it? After exclaiming in shock, Wei Zongfeng suddenly realized this was a public place and should be mindful of appearances. He then promptly invited Li Yang back into the car, straightened his posture seriously, and asked, Li Yang, I'd like to find another place to test your new plant. I can't wait to see. Wei Zongfeng's words were abruptly cut off by the sudden ringing of a phone. He took out his phone, held it to his ear, and then very skillfully pulled out a cigarette and stuck it in his mouth. Hello? Old bum, what's up? Oh, right, I'm with classmate Li Yang. Alright, I got it. After some conversation, Wei Zongfeng hung up the phone. Turning back with an apologetic look, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. Sorry about that, Li Yang. The new plant experiment will have to wait until next time. The city government is looking for you, hoping you can attend this council meeting as a guest. This matter seems to involve you and that, what's it called, some plan. Li Yang added, Tangxian. Wei Zongfeng nodded, yes, the Tangxian plan. The municipal government has already reported you to the capital, but it will take some time for the capital to respond. During this period, we want to help you secure as many resources as possible to train you to become strong enough first. Therefore, our usual parliament is an unavoidable checkpoint in this process. Actually, according to standard procedures, reporting an ordinary elite class changer not only requires municipal approval but also a final decision through a parliamentary vote. But old John said your situation is different, so we'll handle it as a special case. You just need to go through the motions. In this world's Huaxia, major and minor affairs in each city are primarily managed by the municipal government and the city council. The municipal government is primarily responsible for official-related matters. All other aspects of people's livelihoods are connected to the parliament. The municipal government and military department can certainly exercise their authority to arrange the best dungeons for Li Yang, even assigning specialists to assist in leveling up. However, for a class changer, having only levels is definitely not enough. The strength of a job changer is inextricably linked to various equipment, weapons, and accessories. It's rare for Yun-O to have someone like Li Yang. Zhang Minshu naturally wants to prepare for him with the highest standards. Don't worry about whether the council agrees or not. Those old guys have high ambitions but little ability. They're bound to have some opinions. Anyway, old Zhang already recorded all your skills yesterday. It's more than enough as evidence. Just treat it as a formality. Go meet the important figures in the parliament and try to get some benefits from them while you're at it. Wei Zongfeng said cheerfully, seemingly not taking the parliament too seriously. Li Yang simply nodded without saying much. Whether it was Zhang Minshu or Wei Zongfeng, he genuinely appreciates the kindness these two have shown him. Although Mayor Zhen's initial intention was also out of appreciation for talent, the benefits he brought to Li Yang were truly substantial. If given the chance, he might also try to do something for those who have helped him. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's head over now. It's about time now, Wei Zongfeng said as he stepped on the gas and started the car. Li Yang in the passenger seat fastened his seatbelt while casually asking, By the way, Minister Wei, are you interested in gold? If I have time, I'll bring you 2 sacks of it. As soon as the words were spoken, the car let out a loud boom and stalled on the spot. Wei Zongfeng choked on his own saliva, leaning on the steering wheel as he coughed incessantly. Li Yan's words were nothing short of astonishing. Even Wei Zongfeng, who prided himself on being worldly wise, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, he quickly understood what was going on. While discussing Li Yang with Zhang Minshu had mentioned that among Li Yan's many plants, there was one that could produce gold coins. Therefore, Li Yang had once stated that he didn't want anything like money from the city government. After all, he's not short of money. Wei Zongfeng shook his head slightly. Although he did want that so-called sack of gold, But as the head of the Yunzhou military department, he still had strong professional ethics. Wei Zongfeng promptly declined Li Yan's request, then started the car and drove off with Li Yang toward the direction of the city government. Before long, the two arrived at the base of the municipal building. The city government appeared unusually lively today. The entrance was lined with all kinds of luxury cars, some even guarded by dedicated bodyguards. It looks like quite a few distinguished figures of high status have arrived. We arrived at just about the right time. They haven't all arrived yet. Let's go up first. Wei Zongfeng began speaking as he led Li Yang into the municipal building. Inside the municipal building at this moment, in the largest conference room, the tiered seating was occupied by quite a few people. These individuals were all from the council, mostly elites from various sectors of Yunzhou City. Everyone attending this meeting was required to compulsorily sign a top-level confidentiality agreement. So from the very beginning, this meeting was destined not to be attended by everyone. But Zhang Mingshu on the stage, seeing that most people had arrived, decided not to waste any more time. He had already operated the computer and began talking about matters related to Li Yang. Everyone, you should all be familiar with the strength of the professionals in Yunzhou, right? Because Yunzhou is located in a remote area, the nearby dungeon resources are not particularly abundant. As a result, most of the job changers here can only reach levels around 40 or 50 in their lifetime. They can barely fend off beast-tide invasions, but beyond that, it's difficult to achieve anything greater. And now, I am about to tell you something extremely important. Today's Yunzhou has probably become the legendary land blessed by gods. Zhang Mingshu's shocking statement indeed stirred quite a commotion among the audience below. The people in the audience were mostly individuals of considerable status, accustomed to grand scenes. But for a mayor to publicly declare his city as some so-called land blessed by gods, they had truly never seen such a scene before. Observing the utterly astonished expressions of the audience below, Zhang Mingshu nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a grand wave of his hand, he announced, "Please watch the VCR." With that, he played the video he had recorded earlier. The scene captured in the footage was none other than Li Yan's previous display of power. A grand formation of plants that held back the beast tide, preventing it from advancing even a single step. And that earth-shattering, cataclysmic explosion. Each of those heart-pounding scenes was relentlessly teasing the nerves of everyone present. Holy crap, what kind of power is this? I never expected our Yunzhou to have such an extraordinary figure. No wonder they say Yunzhou has become a land blessed by the gods. Wait a minute, I remember the meeting materials mentioned earlier that the theme of this conference was about a young man named Li Yang. Could it be? The members of the council were astounded, whispering among themselves and fervently discussing the content displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, in the back row, Lu Feng, one of the council representatives, wore an increasingly grave expression. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that Zhang Mingshu called this meeting because he had found a new transferee with an extremely rare talent and high cultivation potential. Although that wasn't entirely wrong, but he never expected that this so-called new transferee would possess such formidable strength. A new transferee? The kind of incredibly intense explosion shown in the video couldn't possibly be the power displayed by some low-level job changer. This is a real mess now. He originally wanted to trip up this Li Yang, but never expected Li Yan's strength to be so formidable. This is a bit tricky. Watching the discussion among the crowd, Zhang Mingshu on the stage smiled faintly. Then, just like when he first started preparing, he began to speak in detail about Li Yang and the Tangxian project. He planned to report Li Yang to the imperial capital. Given Li Yan's abilities, he would more than qualify to be included in the so-called Tangxian project. If successful, this would be the first elite-level talent from Yunzhou to join the Tangxian project. For the entire Yunzhou region, this would mark a significant step forward. At that time, the overall strength and status of Yunzhou will be enhanced. For Yunzhou, it is undoubtedly a good thing. Therefore, after Zhang Mingshu stated that he had bypassed standard procedures and reported Li Yan's matter to higher authorities ahead of schedule without parliamentary approval, No one present raised any objections. After all, those who willingly sign the highest-level confidentiality agreements to attend this meeting are essentially the very people who hope to see Yunzhou thrive and prosper. Zhang Mingshu's decision was correct. Why wouldn't they support it? At that moment, Wei Zongfeng happened to arrive at the conference room with Li Yang. The two entered through the back door, found a seat, and sat down without drawing much attention. Just as they were about to sit down and quietly await the outcome, a voice suddenly and abruptly rang out. "I object." The sudden voice caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a young man sitting in the middle seat raising his hand high as he stood up. Watching the content playing on the large screen on stage, he firmly added, "I object. This person named Li Yang has had some contact with people in my family, so I know a bit about him. Although Li Yan's strength is formidable and his talent is exceptionally rare, there's no doubt about that. But he has a rather fatal flaw that Mayor Zhang didn't mention. That is, this Li Yan's character and lifestyle are deeply problematic. We must conduct thorough investigations when selecting talents, especially for high-level programs like the Xian Plan. This is not just about taking responsibility for the Tongxian project, but for the entire nation of China." Sitting in the back row watching the show, Li Yang had just taken a bottle of water from Wei Zongfeng when he took a sip and suddenly spat it out with a pft. Wait, whose lifestyle is being called into question here? Fortunately, before he could say anything, Zhang Mingshu on stage had already asked on his behalf. "This Representative Lu Feng. Words alone are not proof. Everything requires evidence. How can you prove that what you say is true? Empty words, without proof or evidence." He immediately accused Li Yang of having issues with his lifestyle and character. Absolutely absurd. Seeing this, other representatives began whispering and discussing among themselves. Lu Feng stood up from his seat, glanced at the other representatives who were looking at him, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Then, taking 3 steps into, he walked directly onto the stage and pulled out some papers from his pocket. Those who were closer could easily see what it was. Black words on white paper, stamped with a seal. This is clearly a contract. But what does the contract have to do with Li Yang? The people present were somewhat puzzled. Even Li Yang furrowed his brows, showing great interest in this. He really wanted to see where exactly his lifestyle had gone wrong. On the stage, Lu Feng raised the contract in his hand and said, "Everyone attending this meeting, you must have read Li Yan's personal profile, right? The profile states that Li Yang comes from a family of peasants, living in rural areas outside the city, with a consistently poor family background, and not a single wealthy relative to speak of. Back at the academy, I even had to rely on government subsidies just to barely get by. But this very same person managed to find my father's bank just a few days ago, used a large amount of gold to obtain a gold card that ordinary people have no right to apply for, and even signed a temporary trade contract with my father, Lu Xian. As for the origin of this money, Li Yan's explanation was that it was a family heirloom. One might ask, how could a normal farmer, a poor child from outside the city, possibly possess such a large amount of family heirloom gold? There are numerous suspicious points in this matter, and the report should be postponed until it is thoroughly investigated." His words were firm and convincing. Hearing this, the representatives in the audience immediately erupted in an uproar. "So, Representative Lu Feng, are you suggesting that Li Yan's identity is fabricated? That makes sense. How could a child from an ordinary family possess such formidable power?" Some dissenting voices gradually rose from the audience. Most of these words came from some business tycoons who had vested interests with the Lu family. As the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, Lu Xian had a good personal relationship with them, so naturally, he would stand by Lu Feng at this moment. Now that Lu Feng had gained support, he stood on the stage with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Yet he completely failed to notice that both Zhang Mingshu on the stage and Wei Zongfeng in the VIP seats below were simultaneously wearing expressions of suppressed laughter. Where did this gold come from? They knew it all too well. To be honest, when they first heard Li Yang claim he could produce endless amounts of gold, they were both somewhat surprised. The unchecked proliferation of gold could disrupt Yunzhou's market economy. Fortunately, Li Yang had no intention of recklessly releasing these items all the time. Instead, he indicated that he understood the consequences and would exercise restraint. So Zhang Mingshu simply assumed he had discovered a gold mine. As long as he didn't indiscriminately dump it without restraint, there was no need to impose any restrictions. I never expected that such a matter would be blown out of proportion by those with ulterior motives. Could it be that Lu Feng has some grudge against Li Yang? At this moment, in the seats below the stage, a rugged-looking, burly man stood up, crossed his arms, and said slowly, "One thing at a time. Right now, we're discussing whether Li Yang deserves support. Moreover, before questioning others, I'd kindly ask Representative Lu Feng to check his own position first. Our ultimate goal is to nurture talent, not to deliberately make things difficult." Lu Feng's expression changed, showing a hint of embarrassment. Others who stood on Lu Feng's side also began to speak up for him. What was supposed to be a productive meeting was on the verge of turning into a heated argument. Zhang Mingshu had no choice but to wave at Li Yang in the VIP section. Then, clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, continuing to discuss this aimlessly won't lead to any meaningful outcome. Why don't we have Li Yang himself come up and explain it to everyone?" With that, Zhang Mingshu gestured grandly, inviting Li Yang to take the stage. Li Yang didn't decline either. He simply patted his pants and stood up, walking straight toward the stage. As he passed by the burly man who had spoken up for him, he gave a slight, symbolic nod in his direction. The burly man waved his hand dismissively without saying much. Li Yang quickly stepped onto the stage and glanced at Lu Feng, who was standing there with his back straight. Zhang Mingshu smiled faintly and spoke. "Student Li Yang, since someone is curious about this matter, it would be more appropriate for you to explain it yourself. By the way, you can also take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the representatives of the council below. After all, the main purpose of this meeting is to help Li Yang gain as much support as possible, making it easier for him to secure sufficient resources before leaving Yunzhou. Moreover, the matter of the marigolds was not exposed in Zhang Mingshu's video. Whether to disclose it or not mainly depends on Li Yang's decision." Li Yang, however, remained completely calm and opened his storage ring. He pulled out 2 sacks of gold coins from it, tossed them on the ground, and said leisurely, "Since everyone has doubts, let me reiterate. These gold coins were all found by me some time ago while rummaging through the ancestral home. In fact, Mayor Zhang and Minister Wei can both verify this, so there's no need for me to elaborate further. However, due to the character and conduct issues of the Lu family, I have decided to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with Yunzhou Bank. I still have quite a bit of these family heirloom gold pieces left, and keeping them serves no purpose, so I intend to gradually exchange them for spendable currency. If any of you are interested, I'd also like to take this opportunity to find a new collaborator." Upon hearing the need for verification, Wei Zongfeng also stood up from the VIP seats behind, smiled slightly, and nodded. Both the military and municipal representatives testified simultaneously. The authenticity is now beyond doubt. Even if it's fake, it has to be real now. Unless Lu Feng wants to oppose both the military and the city government at the same time. Meanwhile, some business tycoons who had initially sided with Lu Feng couldn't take their eyes off the glittering gold coins on the floor. Especially when they heard Li Yang say he no longer wanted to cooperate with Lu Xian's Yunzhou Bank and was looking for new partners, they became visibly excited. After all, in the business world, money flows like water, but gold is eternal. The reason they sided with Lu Feng was simply out of respect for his father, Lu Xian. But since both Zhang Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng have clearly taken Li Ying's side, Li Ying's character is beyond doubt. Before interests, all are equal. There are obvious benefits right before our eyes. What the hell is a mere general manager of Yunzhou Bank worth? Ahem. I think since this student Li Yang has already gained the support of the municipal government and the military, we have no reason to doubt him. Exactly, since Mayor Zhang sees no issue with it, we naturally have no objections either. Classmate Li Yang, I'm the branch manager of Huaxia Universal Bank. If you need to cash a large check, we can provide the relevant services. Hey! Jumping the gun, are we? Classmate Li Yang, we're from Golden Era Real Estate Development. We also offer savings services and can convert funds into fixed properties across Huaxia. If you're interested, classmate Li Yang, consider us. Our members have excellent credit and are well connected throughout Huaxia. Li Yang, my friend, count us in too. Let's be friends. Originally, Lu Feng had intended to use this opportunity to trip Li Yang up. Little did he expect that his own actions would inadvertently create a chance for Li Yang to promote himself. It also helped bridge the gap between Li Yang and those business tycoons. Bah! What a bunch of snobs! Watching those big shots who were just on his side a second ago, now all turning their coats. Lu Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth, yet there was nothing he could do. The meeting convened by the municipal government soon drew to a close. Lu Feng tried to gain an advantage but ended up worse off. He had planned to slink away after the meeting concluded. However, Li Yang wasn't about to indulge him. Taking advantage of the presence of both municipal and military officials, he brought up the incident from years ago where Senior Fang Wen's recommended spot had been taken by someone else. Without another word, he filed a report on the spot. He directly sent Lu Feng in for investigation as well, keeping his brother Lu Xin company in the process. And in the time that followed, through Zhang Mingshu's introduction, Li Yang successfully established connections with various influential figures in the parliament. As representatives of the majority, most members of the parliament generally consider matters from a collective perspective. For Yunzhou City to produce a professional of such formidable strength is undoubtedly a great boon for everyone. If Li Yang can indeed join that legendary Transcendence project, it would be equivalent to giving Yunzhou excellent publicity. For everyone present, it's all gain and no loss. After the meeting concluded, many members of the council remained behind. Instead, they lined up in the conference room, hoping to get acquainted with Li Yang. Student Li Yang hasn't even graduated yet. Just last week, he advanced his class, and now he's already reached the third advancement. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Such strength is simply awe-inspiring. No wonder Mayor Zhang holds him in such high regard. During the previous Beast Tide, it was largely thanks to student Li Yang doing the Beast's advance that Yunzhou received such excellent protection. We all owe you a debt of gratitude. Li Yang, I'm from Daqing Heavy Industries. Our main business is manufacturing specialized heavy vehicles for the group or various military departments. Although it might not overlap with your profession, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. Here's my business card. Li Yang, I'm from Jello Real Estate. To express our gratitude for your previous protection of Yunzhou, our group would like to gift you a property in Yunzhou. We hope you'll accept it. Li Yang, I'm the head of the Yunzhou Blacksmith Association. Coming from a humble background myself, I've wanted to give you something ever since I first saw your profile. This bracer is a special item treasured by our association. I hope it will be useful to you. The Blacksmith Association head who presented the final gift was the same burly man who had spoken up for Li Yang earlier. Li Yang thanked them one by one, his hands already struggling to hold all the items. Watching these people practically throwing things at him without a care, Li Yang even found it a bit absurd. Unlimited supply of potions, custom-made clothes to the highest specifications, treasured items from the Blacksmith Association. Even the Yunzhou Agricultural Association somehow managed to procure a set of enchanted hoes and rakes to give to Li Yang. It seems things went quite smoothly this time. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng exchanged a smile, feeling happier than ever before. Now, Li Yang can be considered the most important talent in all of Yunzhou. After today, Li Yang could even walk sideways anywhere in Yunzhou. With additional support from the military and municipal departments, perhaps they could push Li Yang all the way to level 60 before the investigation team from the capital arrives. For ordinary job changers, level 60 is already an insurmountable peak. In a small place like Yunzhou where resources are relatively scarce, upgrading is already not an easy task to begin with. After a job changer reaches the level of 60 and undergoes the 4th job advancement, each subsequent job advancement occurs every 10 levels. The difference brought by each level among them is quite significant. Moreover, according to Li Yan's own account, it seems that after reaching the 4th transformation, he could possess something with power comparable to missiles, as previously mentioned. What was it called? Cob Cannon. Of course, his current strength is by no means weak. Report, Mayor Zhang, the capital just contacted us. They have already reviewed the materials you sent over and have shown great interest in Li Yang. The investigation team is preparing to depart and should arrive in a few days. At the same time, they also hope that we can cooperate in conducting an experiment together. A secretary entered from outside the door and quietly reported the situation to Zhang Minshu. Upon hearing the last sentence, Zhang Minshu couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Experiment? What experiment? The secretary scratched his head. Not sure. They didn't reveal much, only that it's related to the Transcendence project. Additionally, according to the assessment from the Imperial Capital Observation Bureau, the next hidden instance is likely to appear near our Yunshou. They hope we can prepare and gather personnel for exploration. Zhang Minshu nodded and said solemnly, "All right, I understand." Hidden copy. As a randomly appearing, time-limited dungeon containing a large amount of loot, its appearance is bound to cause quite a stir. Moreover, the level of the hidden dungeon is mostly related to the levels of other dungeons in the area. In other words, based on the average level of dungeons near Yunshou, this hidden dungeon is likely around level 40 to 50. Such copies will simultaneously open rifts worldwide, sparking competition among various parties for the rewards. As long as one can ultimately clear the instance and obtain the hidden copy's rewards, it often brings unexpected little surprises to their city, or even their country, such as increased instance resources or higher-level magical beasts. From a more professional perspective, it can be considered a certain type of small-scale world-class instance. In short, this is a heaven-sent opportunity, a great chance for Yunshou to make a leap forward. It must be taken seriously. By the time Li Yang left the municipal building, it was already almost evening. Zhang Minshu and Wei Zongfeng had to leave temporarily due to busy official duties, but they arranged a car for him to go home. Li Yang checked his pockets to confirm that the 5 or 6 storage rings given by various big shots were still there before getting into the car and heading home. It must be said, the people in the council were truly generous when it came to giving gifts. When he arrived this morning, Li Yang was still just a job changer with nothing but a few sacks of gold and exceptional strength. Now, he owns a full 10 properties just within Yunshou City. Among them are 6 apartments and 4 villas. Some of these properties are even nestled between mountains and rivers, the kind of residences only the extremely wealthy can afford. Wei Zongfeng had also expressed his hope that Li Yang would consider moving to the military district to live. After all, Li Yan's status has changed, so for safety's sake, it's better to have someone dedicated to protecting him. However, Li Yang politely declined. After all, what matters most to Li Yang now are his plants. Therefore, sunlight, water, and soil are essential. Moving to the city would have a significant impact on plant care. There was no other way. Wei Zongfeng had no choice but to give him an emergency communication device with GPS tracking, directly linked to the military headquarters. Whenever Li Yang needs assistance from the military, he can use this device to contact them at any time. Li Yang had no choice but to accept it, which finally put Wei Zongfeng at ease and allowed him to leave. As for the rest, aside from those bizarre enchanted farming tools and various storage rings filled with potions, the restart given to him by the president of the Blacksmith Association was the item Li Yang was most satisfied with. Name: Bloodspring Bracers. Rarity: Purple Epic. Item description: when health falls below 20%, the bracers automatically activate, continuously restoring 50% of your health. Passively triggered health regeneration effect. In critical moments, it might just save your life. There are quite a few bizarre and peculiar pieces of equipment in this world. A single epic grade piece of equipment can achieve such an effect. Then wouldn't legendary-grade equipment in the future be even better? If given the chance, he would love to get one to play with. After returning home, Li Yang skillfully continued planting sunflowers in the yard. The sky grew dim, but under the sunlight emitted by the sunflowers, it didn't appear particularly dark. Li Yang rubbed his hands together and began his usual routine, unlocking all the newly acquired plants one by one and testing them out. Rather than just theorizing, he wanted to personally test how strong his plants were and what effects they could achieve. So, Li Yang opened his system interface. The first thing that caught his eye was the fiery red jalapeno. Jalapeno. Each planting consumes 125 sunlight points. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Preparation time 1 second. Plant characteristics. The jalapeno will charge up for 1 second before erupting into an intense, widespread blaze of scorching flames. The fire will continuously burn all magical beasts below level 60, scaling with level that come into contact with it, creating a high-temperature fire wall that lasts for 10 minutes. Yet another explosive skill. It surpasses even the cherry bomb in power. Moreover, Li Yang noticed something. After reaching level 40, the plant's kill range, which was originally below level 40, was now extended to below level 60. To confirm he hadn't misread, he specifically pulled up the Peashooter's plant information. Seeing that the enemy level limit displayed was also 60, he nodded in satisfaction. In this world where everyone has undergone job transitions, everything is tied to data. Whether it's people, equipment, or magical beasts, the level of data directly determines an individual's strengths. Yet his plans completely break free from this framework. No data, only rules. Don't be fooled by how cute and messy these plans look. Under the rules of level 60, if I say you must die, then you must die. Even the king of hell couldn't save you. Indeed, the saying never compare combat power with comic relief characters holds true. Li Yang exchanged for a pack of jalapeno seeds and stored them in his spatial ring. He is not foolish enough to test such a high-powered plant in his own small yard. If a jalapeno were planted here, the entire village would probably turn to ashes in an instant. TSK, TSK, TSK. After testing the jalapeno, the next one is coffee bean, puff-shroom, hypno-shroom. Not to mention anything else, just this coffee bean alone. It practically revitalized all those mushroom-type plants Li Yang had previously exchanged. With coffee bean in charge, even future use plants like ice shroom or even Doom-shroom won't end up sleeping through the day when summoned. Li Yang first tossed the charming shroom onto the ground with a tentative attitude. With the sound of plant growth, white fungal stems spread across the ground. The stems quickly converged and stretched upward. In no time, it transformed into a mushroom with a colorful umbrella-like cap. This image is truly uncannily similar to what he saw in the game. But isn't this way too big? From what I remember, the hypno-shroom only works after being eaten by a zombie. This massive thing looks dangerous just by its appearance. How could anything possibly come to eat it? Li Yang remained skeptical as he opened the plant's information interface. Hypno-shroom. Each planting consumes 75 sunlight points. Cooldown 30 seconds. Effective range 50 meters. Plant trait. Hypno-shroom releases an irresistible fragrance to creatures below level 60, increases with level. When consumed, it will charm the target for 8 hours, during which the charmed unit can be affected by your third talent, being able to directly control living creatures. As expected of the hypno-shroom, despite its dangerous appearance, it can still be willingly eaten. Although it's essentially a disposable plant that vanishes immediately after being consumed. But this hypnotic effect lasting up to 8 hours is already utterly absurd. And this charm has some other uses as well. The charmed target can be influenced by his third talent. Li Yang slightly narrowed his eyes and selected his third awakened talent, Plant Empathy, on his profession interface. This talent allows one to establish a sensory connection with all the plants they have cultivated. Those creatures charmed by the hypno-shroom can also. Thinking of this, Li Yang activated his talent. Immediately, his consciousness plunged into a pitch-black space. But darkness is merely the backdrop. Upon closer inspection, numerous white specks of light drift through this space. These specks of light can be zoomed in or out at will with his consciousness. Drawing nearer reveals that these are not mere specks of light at all, but rather individual, independent fields of vision. He could clearly see the perspective from the eyes of all plants. This talent is simply outrageous. If not for the system forcibly suppressing it, downgrading it to a common white rarity, it would probably trigger celestial phenomena the moment it was born, right? But why is the system constantly suppressing the rarity of his own talents? For the sake of uniformity. Li Yang couldn't figure it out, but he didn't care either. Then, a sudden idea struck him. He pushed open the door and called over the big yellow watchdog from the old man's house across the street. Fed it the hypno-shroom. Then, almost in the next second, he immediately spotted something unusual among the countless fields of vision. The charmed yellow dog. Li Yang selected it and promptly established a sensory connection. And then, in an instant, it felt as if his entire consciousness had been stripped from his body and crammed into another, completely mismatched form. Looking down at his own grimy dog legs, Li Yang suddenly felt as though an eternity had passed. This was his first time experiencing what it was like to be a dog. Under the influence of the hypno-shroom, Li Yang could even directly control the dog's body, taking it for a couple of laps around the nearby dirt road. Damn, that's insane. Li Yang clicked his tongue in amazement, then severed the mental connection with the yellow dog, setting it free. The big yellow dog kept wagging its tail at Li Yang. In its eyes, it had probably just enjoyed a free feast for nothing. Li Yang smiled and closed the gate. Next, the next one. Torchwood, pumpkinhead, spikeweed. Li Yang, taking advantage of the ample sunlight, began to spend it freely and boldly. After testing, it was found that these plants had all been enhanced to some extent. The torchwood not only changes the properties of peace, but also gains the ability to enchant blunt weapons. The fume-shroom, in addition to its wide-range attack, now has the ability to directly corrode armor, dealing true damage. The pumpkinhead is even more interesting. It can not only be placed at your own feet but also on the enemies, turning them into a highly durable single-target cage. After playing through each one, Li Yang finally felt satisfied and dug them all up. Now, he couldn't wait to try out the real power of these plants in the dungeon. As usual, Li Yang tidied up the yard and planted a new batch of sunflowers. Incidentally, he also mixed in some marigolds among the sunflowers. After all, having received benefits from the council members today, Li Yang also signed new cooperation agreements with several major banks. From time to time, he would give them a few sacks of gold, ensuring he had endless money to spend. Under Zhang Mingshu's guidance, those in the parliament gradually came to accept the idea that Li Yan's family owned a hereditary gold mine. Some mining companies even sought to collaborate with him, but their offers were declined. But it must be said, the life of this mine owner is truly simple, unadorned, and rather dull. After planting the plants, Li Yang returned to his house, washed up briefly, and lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. Just before sleeping, he checked his phone and came across the latest announcement released by the Yunzhou authorities not long ago. Imperial Capital Dungeon Observation Bureau report: a limited-time hidden dungeon will open near Yunzhou City tomorrow. All job changers are encouraged to seize the opportunity and actively explore the dungeon. Successful explorers will receive a reward of up to 50 million yuan and a chance to have a custom-made set of epic-grade armor from the Blacksmith Association free of charge. Li Yang looked at his phone screen and slightly raised an eyebrow. From what he remembered, the limited-time dungeons were a global mix, whether in terms of monster types or reward categories. After successfully clearing a hidden dungeon, one could even obtain area-wide buffs and similar benefits. Perhaps Yunzhou could seize this opportunity to rise to prominence. No wonder the city government was willing to offer 50 million as a reward. This amount of money could even ensure a large family's wonhu for a lifetime. And judging by the appendix of the announcement, it seems the military has also organized its own 攻略小队, preparing to participate in the 攻略 of this hidden dungeon together. Due to the unique nature of hidden dungeons, multiple rifts of the same dungeon can open up across the world. Therefore, it's certain that Cloud City isn't the only one eyeing this dungeon. It's even highly likely that more than just China is involved. The competition is going to be fierce. Ding! New mission. Complete the hidden dungeon, Cob Canyon 01. Mission reward, 100,000 sunshine points. 1 plant formation safeguard capacity, 500 plants. Just as I was thinking, the system suddenly chimed in my mind. Sure enough. Speak of the devil. Li Yang chuckled, turned off his phone, and muttered to himself while lying on the bed. Alright, system, don't rush. Let's wait until tomorrow when we enter the instance, and see what's really going on inside. Li Yang specifically checked the dungeon would open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go to bed early tonight and wake up early tomorrow. He should be able to make it. With that thought, Li Yang casually set an alarm. Then she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital, aboard an airship about to depart, a silver-haired girl, dressed in a white furry pajama, stood blankly on the deck. A cold breeze swept by, lifting her hair and sneaking into her clothes through the collar, making her shiver involuntarily. Miss Bai, please return to the cabin. The airship is about to take off. The temperature will drop even lower once we ascend. A man dressed like a soldier emerged from the cabin and spoke. The young woman addressed as Miss Bai turned her head and offered a weary but kind smile. All right, I understand. The soldier nodded and prepared to leave. But just before he left, the girl suddenly called out to him. By the way, sir, how much do you know about Yunzhou and that transmigrator named Li Yang from Yunzhou? The soldier paused for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, that place is too remote, and I haven't been there either. As for that job changer named Li Yang, we haven't received any related information here yet. All we know is that his ability allows him to grow some very special plants. I think the reason Tangxian Division sent you there must be related to this. For more detailed information, you can inquire further with Director Dongfang later. Please rest assured, Miss Bai, we will do our utmost to ensure that your outing proceeds without any issues. Miss Bai nodded slightly and gave a small bow. Such formal etiquette made the soldier opposite her momentarily awkward, unsure how to respond. Miss Bai, however, didn't pay it much mind. With a faint smile, she returned to her cabin. So this is the young lady from the Bai family. Truly as elegant as the rumors say. Another soldier leaned in and remarked thoughtfully. Elegant? That's an understatement. She's one of the very few civilian-class professionals in Huaxia who's entered the Mystic Bureau, a title unprecedented in history. Absolutely. Whether it's family background or personal ability, Miss Bai is truly among the elite of the elite. To be honest, it's truly impressive that someone with a life-class profession could come this far. No kidding. Enough with the size and admiration, what's the point? Hurry up and double-check the ship's facilities. We're setting sail soon. Following the latter's shout, the ship began to sway slightly. The anchor was raised, and the anti-gravity array activated. The massive airship slowly lifted off, setting sail towards the distant cloud city. Time passed, and the sky was just beginning to lighten at dawn. Li Yang was awakened by the alarm clock, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and then stretched comfortably with great satisfaction. New mission. Complete the hidden dungeon, Cob Canyon 01. Task reward, 100,000 sunlight points. 1 plant formation safeguard capacity, 500 plants. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Li Yang rubbed his stiff face from sleep, got up to change clothes, and casually joked. Alright, no need to rush. Aren't we about to go now? By the way, what's the use of this formation safeguard in your reward? The system immediately responded. Plant formation safeguard capacity, 500 plants, allows you to save a custom plant formation as a preset. When needed, you can directly deploy the formation using the safeguard. This will consume all required sunlight values at once, but all summoned plants share the same cooldown time. Note, each safeguard has only one preset save opportunity. Once saved, it cannot be reset. Simply put, it uses one cooldown opportunity to simultaneously summon 500 plants. Although the required sunlight value remains the same, the time saved is significant. Instantly setting up formations is highly effective no matter the location. From this perspective, the cost-performance ratio of this thing is quite impressive. However, regarding what specific formation to save, Li Yang still needs to take some time to carefully consider. The top priority at the moment, of course, is to check out that so-called hidden dungeon. After packing up, Li Yang took a taxi to the location where the dungeon was reported to appear. A hidden dungeon is similar to other normal dungeons, yet distinct. Generally speaking, a regular dungeon is formed around a stable rift at its core, combined with a large area of environment transformed by otherworldly creatures nearby. The formation of an ordinary dungeon typically takes about 5 to 10 years. In contrast, a hidden dungeon is a rift that appears suddenly and vanishes just as abruptly when its time is up. It can only be predicted by certain specific methods and cannot maintain stable existence for long periods on its own. The emergence of hidden copies is almost entirely random. Therefore, for ordinary job changers, missing this opportunity means they may never encounter a second chance in their entire lifetime. This time, the hidden dungeon appeared in an undeveloped forest west of Yunzhou City. Since it was close enough to Yunzhou City, it was naturally assigned to the Yunzhou authorities to handle. Last night, the military department of Yunzhou City dispatched personnel overnight to set up temporary facilities around the area where the dungeon was about to appear. By the time Li Yang arrived, the place was already packed with people. The copy opens at 8 o'clock, and Li Yang arrived a little after 6. Even though it was nearly 2 hours early, the place was still packed and buzzing with excitement. Transitioners of all ages gathered nearby, some in small groups chatting together, while others stood alone in silence, lingering in the corners. A few were even calling out loudly, hoping to team up with strangers to explore together. Level 55 max strength team missing a healer. Any handsome guy willing to join as the front line? Join now and get a black stockings photo of our priestess. Paid leveling team, only farming the first half. Anyone interested? Hey beautiful, come join our team. We have a lively and friendly atmosphere, and plenty of handsome guys. Li Yang made his way through the crowd, edging slightly toward the front. After just a few steps, he spotted 2 familiar faces. Ha! Li Yang? You haven't been to class for days. Did something happen? Have you settled that matter with Lu Xin? I heard Lu Xin and our homeroom teacher seem to have been arrested. The speakers were a pair of twin brothers from Li Yan's class. Their talents weren't particularly outstanding, and their academic performance was average. So seeing them in such a place somewhat surprised Li Yang. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you two here to run a dungeon?" Hearing this, the 2 brothers opposite smiled slightly. Well, you could say that. Hee, to be honest, we kinda tagged along shamelessly with our academy's second-ranked big bro to level up. After all, hidden dungeons are rare opportunities. Clearing it just once can significantly shorten our newbie growth period. Oh right, you probably don't remember our academy's second-ranked guy, do you? It's that fire mage Su Gui from the class next to ours, who was ranked second on the academy leaderboard. Actually, if you hadn't suddenly appeared back in school and surpassed everyone by 20 levels, Su Gui would have undoubtedly been the rightful top ranker with his abilities. Oh right, speaking of which, Li Yang, how on earth did you manage to reach level 20 right after awakening your profession? And as a life class profession at that, that's just insane. Li Yang smiled. Just got lucky. The 2 brothers waved their hands dismissively, clearly not buying Li Yan's explanation. Then, seeing Li Yang appear here, they suddenly realized something terrifying. Wait a minute, Li Yang, didn't you just change jobs recently too? And you have the nerve to ask us? What are you here for? Don't tell me you're here to grind levels too. Want to team up? Let's go tell Brother Su. Bringing one more person won't make much difference later. Li Yang shook his head. No need, I'm just here to join in the fun. Hearing this, the 2 brothers across from them immediately showed expressions of half-belief. Come on, Li Yang, this is a dungeon with wild monsters averaging levels 40 to 60. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger inside? Wait, seeing how confident you look, could it be that you've already? Li Yang replied calmly, I'm level 40. The 2 brothers exchanged exasperated glances. Li Yang smiled helplessly. Actually, my own talent isn't that outrageous. It just so happened that the city administration took a liking to it, so they took some time to help me level up a bit. But the more he tried to explain, the weaker his excuses sounded. The two brothers across from him quickly waved their hands to cut off Li Yan's humble bragging. Alright, bro, stop talking. If you keep going, we're gonna die of envy. Still, congratulations to you. After going through so much at the academy, you finally turned hardship into sweetness. Li Yang nodded and continued chatting with them for a while. Then, a familiar voice was heard coming from behind. Li Yang, you're here too? Turning around at the sound of the voice, I saw Fangwen in uniform walking towards us. The twins were stunned speechless when they saw Fangwen. After all, she was the face on the outstanding graduates photo wall. Fangwen's beauty was undoubtedly at the level of the campus belle back in the day. Now that she has entered the military department, her well-trained physique, paired with an increasingly mature demeanor, gives her a unique charm. Could this young lady be Fangwen from the photo wall? I've long heard of your name, and now I finally get to meet you in person. Senior Fangwen is even more beautiful in person than in the photos several times over. Damn! Li Yang, how do you know Senior Fangwen? Their voices weren't loud, so Fangwen didn't hear them from over there. Then they saw Fangwen walk straight up to Li Yang and say with a soft laugh. Speaking of which, Li Yang, you're interested in this hidden dungeon too, right? I see you're alone, why not join us directly? Our official strategy team is short 1 DPS role. If you're willing to come, our efficiency definitely won't be low. As she spoke, she very sincerely extended her hand to Li Yang. Li Yang pondered for a brief moment. After all, his goal is to clear the level. Whether he goes alone or teams up with the official squad, it's all about pushing forward. The latter option offers better safety and professionalism. So, why not go for it? So he nodded and took Fangwen's outstretched hand. This scene once again left the twin brothers standing nearby utterly dumbfounded. Holy shit, Li Yang actually has this kind of connection. Now that I think about it, his leveling up 20 times in just 2 days suddenly makes sense. It must be such an honor to have an official guide you through the grind. Watching Li Yang chatting effortlessly with Fangwen, the twin brothers' voices were dripping with envy. Not just them, even some other civilian job changers around were somewhat shocked and envious. The official strategy team from the military department actually took the initiative to seek cooperation with such a young job changer. Just who is this young man? Li Yan's addition brought great delight to the other members of the strategy team as well. Several of them had witnessed Li Yan's strength firsthand. There was absolutely no doubt about Li Yan's combat prowess. While they claimed it was for mutual support, some already felt that this dungeon raid would essentially be Li Yang carrying the entire team. This official raid team assembled by Yunzhou was composed of elite members from the 1st and 2nd squads of the military department, totaling 8 members. 2 frontliners, 2 supports, and 4 damage dealers. However, one of them encountered some issues today and couldn't arrive on time. As for the leader, it was naturally Fangwen. On the other side, the twin brothers who had just exchanged greetings with Li Yang also reunited with their own team. Brother Su, we're back. The 2 brothers waved their hands. Not far away, a young man dressed in fiery red mage robe slowly raised his head at the sound and smiled faintly at the brothers. He was none other than the Su Gui they spoke of, the top-ranked student in the academy right below Li Yang. However, unlike Lu Xing, who has already been arrested, Su Gui is clearly far more outstanding. He's not even in the same league as Lu Xing. If Li Yan's strength was unreasonably overpowered like a cheat, then Su Gui's power is formidable in a completely justifiable way. A rare combat class seldom seen, the Flame Archmage. With the addition of an extremely rare epic level talent and outstanding personal academic achievements. If it weren't for Li Yang, he would undoubtedly be the top student in the entire academy. After the effects of the beast tide gradually subsided, he also made every effort to raise his level in the shortest possible time. Coupled with his awakening of an epic level professional talent, he gained the ability to defeat monsters above his level. Although it also received attention, it wasn't as sensational as Li Yan's case at the time. Yet even so, Su-gui himself merely attributed it to not working hard enough. Even Li Yang, with a lifestyle-oriented profession, managed to achieve that level. Then, with such a rare profession, there's no reason he couldn't do it. Thus, taking advantage of the hidden dungeon's opening, he too came to seek his own opportunity. After completing the basic preparations, it was almost time for the dungeon to open. Accompanied by the sound of space being torn apart, a pitch-black rift appeared precisely in the prepared clearing. Then, it rapidly expanded to the size of a door and stabilized in this state. Hidden dungeon, Cob Cannon is now open. All job changers, please prepare and enter in an orderly manner. The municipal staff responsible for monitoring the dungeon's status and managing the rift stood up and shouted. Then, they removed the barricade blocking the front of the rift. Instantly, countless job changers immediately filed in, rushing into the dungeon all at once. Su-gui's team was naturally no exception. Their team also consisted of 8 members, with Su-gui at the core. However, their primary purpose for entering the dungeon was mostly to level up. Killing monsters above your own level grants experience bonuses. Su-gui, relying on his own strength and talent, can easily confront enemies whose levels exceed his by a certain margin. Dungeon, Dawn Valley. Recommended level, LV 40 LV 60. Introduction, this is where dawn rises, and also where heroic souls fall. This dungeon rift has opened 5 portals, accommodating a total of 4,300 human class changers. As everyone entered the dungeon's information gradually appeared before each person's eyes. After briefly reviewing it, Su-gui led his teammates forward, slowly beginning their exploration. There was nothing noteworthy along the way until they encountered the first magical beast in this dungeon. A level 40 Dawn Phantom Wolf. Although Su-gui had fought magical beasts above level 40 before. But for some reason, the magical beasts in this dungeon, whether in terms of intelligence or other aspects, were completely different from those he had fought in other dungeons in Yunshou. It was just a magical beast, yet it took them a great deal of effort. Looking at the kill notification and the experience shared among everyone, Su-gui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, the team of job changers, led by Fengwen and Li Yang, was steadily advancing. The magical beasts encountered along the way, under the team members' incredibly seamless coordination, rarely survived more than 5 minutes. Ordinary magical beasts above level 40 were all cleared out as easily as chopping melons and slicing vegetables. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation. Your teammate has defeated the Dawn Direwolf LV 45. Congratulations, you have gained 1100 EXP. Your teammate has defeated the Dawn Direwolf LV 48. Congratulations, you have gained 1250 EXP. Congratulations, your EXP has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV 40 LV 41. Your teammate has defeated the Dawn Direwolf LV 46. Congratulations, you have gained 1255 EXP. According to the process outlined in the copy, the outermost layer of the copy only contains the lowest level and most basic magical beasts, such as demon wolves. Li Yang couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. All he needed to do was follow the team forward, leisurely gaining experience from the kills his teammates made, and slowly level up without a care in the world. Although, because it was a team state, the experience gained would inevitably suffer some loss. But it's not a big problem. After all, it's someone else doing the grinding, so comfort is what matters most. During that time, he casually planted some coffee beans on the ground. After harvesting them, he shared them as snacks with the surrounding team members. The coffee beans exchanged from this store not only allow mushroom-type plants to function normally during broad daylight. For humans, they also provide a certain enhancement effect. Consuming just one bean can directly eliminate fatigue and restore a significant amount of energy. Although this effect isn't particularly meaningful since resting or sleeping when tired is sufficient, there's no real need to rely on coffee beans to stay alert. Only during dungeon explorations like now, or other situations requiring intense concentration, can it barely be brought out for use. After consuming the coffee beans, the team members were full of energy, instantly dispelling any lingering fatigue from waking up early. The efficiency of slaying magical beasts and advancing forward improved significantly as a result. With such speed, it didn't take long before they encountered the first boss of this dungeon. Elite Monster, Dawn Wolf Lord. Level, LV 54. Description, a standout among the Dawn Wolf pack, this entity has survived countless life and death battles in Doom Canyon, ultimately evolving into a seasoned and ruthless Wolf Lord. It can summon wolf packs by rallying companions with the authority of a lord, or utilize its terrifying speed honed in combat to threaten enemies at any distance. Judging by the description, this thing specializes in speed and seems quite formidable. But so far, there's only been a prompt flashing here. In front of them, there was no sign of any wolf lord or wolf packs. Staring at the empty clearing before them, everyone present felt somewhat bewildered. Without defeating the boss, the path ahead was blocked by an invisible wall, making it impossible to proceed. They lingered around for a while, but even when the other Yunshou job changers from behind caught up, there was still no sign of the boss. How strange. Could it be that the boss is too scared to fight us and has already sneaked away? Are we really going to get stuck on the first level because of a boss that won't spawn? The job changers around them buzzed with discussion. But the next moment, someone from one of the teams suddenly let out a startled cry. It's coming. So fast. Almost the instant the sound was made, a dark shadow darted out from the bushes nearby, charging toward the rear of the crowd with lightning speed. The moment the disturbance occurred, an archer from Li Yan's team, who belonged to the military, immediately dealt the finishing blow, instantly taking down the dark shadow. Damn! You scared me! I thought this was some incredible magical beast, but it turns out to be so fragile dies with just a touch. An archer in the team waved his hand, recalling the arrow, flicking off the blood, and then slotting it back into the quiver behind him. Your teammate has defeated the Dongfang Wolf LV 48. Congratulations, you have gained 1250 EXP. The moment this notification popped up, everyone in the team froze in surprise. Is this just an ordinary Dawn Demon Wolf? But its speed is clearly different from those we encountered earlier. What on earth was going on? Everyone was left bewildered. However, these doubts were answered the very next second. Accompanied by a piercing wolf howl. Amidst the surrounding thickets, pairs of red eyes began to glow one after another. Among them, a particularly terrifying pair gleamed sharply, staring directly at the job changers here. Here they come again. All units, prepare for battle. The job changers present immediately assumed defensive stances, ready to engage. Only then did the crowd realize. This boss wasn't just some so-called Wolf Lord, it was the entire wolf pack, led by the Wolf Lord. Under the Wolf Lord's blessing, all nearby Dawn Dire Wolves received an extremely terrifying speed boost. Just a second ago, they were locked in fierce battles with many level 40 job changers, but now it suddenly turned into a one-sided hunt. The wolf pack surged from all directions, forming massive dark shadows that continuously pounced on the isolated job changers. Moreover, their targets of attack were remarkably precise. They are all the most fragile yet crucial support roles in every team. With just a slight oversight or if teammates fail to react promptly, those squishy support roles with little means of self-preservation can instantly be dragged away by the wolf pack. Sudden chaos began to spread among these Yunshou job changers. The job changers, who had initially treated it as a casual pastime, truly grasped the significance of hidden dungeons. Yunshou, within China, is the kind of extremely inconspicuous city with scarce resources and a slow-paced lifestyle. The highest level monsters Yunshou job changers could tackle were only around level 50. They themselves usually do not exceed this level either. They have long grown accustomed to comfortably grinding dungeons and breezing through levels. They have even forgotten one thing. Dungeons, or rather, these spatial rifts from other realms. Their initial purpose on Blue Star was nothing short of outright invasion. Every monster in the dungeon is something that would eagerly devour human flesh and gnaw on bones. Once the two sides engage in battle, the only possible outcome is a fight to the death. Is this really a level 40-50 monster? Why is it so strong? I don't want to grind anymore. I want to go home. What the hell are these? Why are the monsters in the hidden dungeon so terrifying? Everyone hold the formation. If the formation breaks, We're completely doomed. You damn interdimensional beasts. What's the point of ambushing? Come fight me head-on like a man. The scene became extremely chaotic in an instant. Screams, curses, and the howls of wolves mingled together. It sent chills down the spines of the onlookers outside the dungeon. Although it's common to see reports on TV about how many people died or what battles were fought during the initial clearing of dungeons in certain regions. But in reality, none of them had much of an idea. After all, although the small town of Yunzhou was poor, it was indeed too comfortable. They haven't dealt with the task of pioneering a new dungeon copy in years. What the hell is going on with this dungeon? This is terrifying. Holy shit, is that a wolf pack? We have wolf-type monsters in Yunzhou too, but they're nothing compared to these things. At this rate, forget clearing the dungeon, it'll be hard enough for those job changers inside to escape with their lives. Look at the alpha wolf's eyes. That thing, it feels almost human. It understands human nature. Hearing this, the onlookers outside shifted their attention to the alpha wolf of the pack, the so-called boss, the Dawn Wolf Lord. That creature was covered in steel needle-like black fur, with bulging muscles and teeth gleaming coldly. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a cunning utterly unlike its species. This guy seems to know exactly how to hunt humans. The dungeon's monsters are a bit too strong. Let's regroup and come up with a new plan. Just as they were standing ready, Wei Zongfeng's voice rang in Fang Wen's ears. As the head of the military department, he naturally had to keep a close eye on this rare hidden dungeon's progression. So before entering, Fang Wen was already prepared with a miniature camera and communicator to ensure constant contact. Even the decision to recruit Li Yang into the team was something he had carefully considered before making. But at this rate, it seems unlikely they'll successfully complete the challenge before teams from other countries. I'm afraid Li Yan's personal safety might even be at risk. On one side is Li Yang, and on the other is the opportunity for Yunzhou's development. Wei Zongfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who was watching nearby, didn't hesitate for a moment before resolutely choosing the former. He immediately instructed Fang Wen that, even if it was just to protect Li Yang, they must first carry out the evacuation order. Fang Wen nodded, preparing to relay the matter truthfully to Li Yang. But as soon as she turned around, she suddenly realized that Li Yang was gone. Fang Wen was startled and quickly looked around. To her surprise, she found Li Yang standing on top of a giant nut that had somehow grown, surveying the surrounding terrain. At the same time, Fang Wen wasn't the only one who noticed Li Yang. The Dawn Wolf King, who had been lurking in the shadows, narrowed his eyes and noticed the figure standing tallest. The next second, the Dawn Wolf King let out a low growl, commanding the wolf pack to shift their attack target and charge toward Li Yan's direction. Then, with a series of sharp crack sounds, the wolves at the forefront suddenly found their bodies covered in a layer of blue frost. Oh woo! The Wolf Lord was taken aback, momentarily stunned. The mercenaries here also noticed the wolves attempting to attack, their movements visibly slowed. What the hell is going on? With this condition, were the wolves slowed by some ice-based magic? Are you kidding? Whose magic could possibly keep up with the speed of these wolves? Wait, there really is. The crowd parted slightly, revealing the light blue plants that had somehow been planted inside. The nearly person-tall plants swayed gently with a rhythmic motion, ejecting high-speed blue peas from their mouth-like openings at a fixed frequency. A fist-sized pea shattered upon hitting the magical beast, sending it flying. The struck beast's surface instantly became coated with a layer of white frost, its entire body turning a bluish hue resembling frostbite. It's Li Yan's frost archer. Inside the municipal building, Wei Zongfeng and Zhang Mingshu, seated on either side of the desk, immediately recognized what it was. Couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. The strength Li Yang has demonstrated goes far beyond this. During the chaos among the crowd earlier, he had already begun strategizing in advance. Positional warfare is his forte. The ice shooter slows them down, while the twin sunflowers deal the damage. The wolf pack LED by the Dawn Wolf Lord was not small. But compared to the beast types Li Yang had faced before, this was nothing to speak of. While the wolf pack was restrained by the fire net set up by several ice shooters, The walnut seeds scattered by Li Yang in advance also began to grow rapidly, forming an indestructible wall, layer upon layer, stacking up with Li Yang at its center. Many people saw Li Yang standing atop the central walnut, yet no one knew who he was. Someone still wanted to ask for his name. In the end, only one answer was obtained: Li Yang. Where he lived or what his background was seemed unknown to anyone. These job changers knew only one thing. This Li Yang who suddenly stepped forward to save everyone. He's absolutely a ridiculously awesome big shot. Everyone, lower your heads and squat down. Li Yang, standing atop the wall of nuts, slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but some of the nearest people below enthusiastically helped shout the command. Brother Li Yang has spoken. Everyone, lower your heads and crouch down. Get down. The crowd quickly complied, crouching behind the shelter of the nut wall with their heads in their hands. Fang Wen and the others were no exception, but they still curiously raised their heads to see what Li Yang was planning to do. But all they saw was Li Yang flick his fingers, taking out an inconspicuous yellowish-brown seed from his storage ring and casually tossing it onto the ground. The seed, upon touching the soil, instantly took root and disappeared from sight. Then, at an astonishing speed, it broke through the earth, sprouted, and bore fruit all in one seamless motion. What emerged from the ground was a half-human height. Chili pepper? Some people peered curiously through the gaps between the nut walls, their hearts filled with confusion. Opposite them, the Wolf Lord slowly emerged from the shadows, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the sprouted object, baring his teeth with a low growl. Then, his gaze gradually shifted upward, locking eyes with Li Yang, who stood atop the net. Was that a look of disdain in the human boy's eyes? It raised its head with a shrill cry, commanding the wolves hidden in the bushes to surge forward. Under its enhancement, the speed of all dawn dire wolves more than doubled. The ground seemed to be swept by a dark storm, carrying the scent of blood as it rushed toward Li Yan's direction. But Li Yang here remained calm and composed. With great composure, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the red pepper that had been grown began to swell at an astonishing speed. After a brief second, an intensely scorching flame erupted. Boom! A several-meter-high wall of fire instantly engulfed the thicket. Numerous demon wolves that had not yet approached were engulfed in the flames, burned to ashes. Those tough hairs now became excellent fuel for the fire. The once ferocious wolf pack, in the blink of an eye, turned into a scattered, howling mess, like homeless dogs with nowhere to flee. Your hot pepper killed a dawn demon wolf LV 42. You gained 4200 EXP. Your hot pepper killed a dawn demon wolf LV 49. You gained 4900 EXP. Your hot pepper killed a dawn wolf lord LV 54. You gained 5400 EXP. From the nearly charred remains of the demon wolf, glowing lights representing experience points drifted out. All at once, it fell upon Li Yang, and after flickering slightly a few times, the glowing halo symbolizing a level up once again illuminated his body. Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded. LV 41 LV 42. Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded. LV 42 LV 43. Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded. LV 43 LV 44. Promoted 3 levels in a row. Most of the professionals who can enter this dungeon are seasoned veterans around level 50. Given the scarcity of dungeon resources near Yunshou, the time required for them to level up at this stage can even stretch to several years per level. Yet, Li Yang managed to rise 3 levels in less than a few minutes. The surrounding job changers could only watch with envy. After all, Li Yan's strength was undeniable. Even if he leveled up 10 times in a row, everyone would accept it wholeheartedly. Congratulations to job changer Li Yang for successfully defeating the boss, Dawn Wolf Lord. The second route where the job changer Li Yang is located has unlocked the air wall leading deeper. Other job changers on different routes, please speed up your progress. The broadcast from the system instantly echoed in the ears of every job changer in the dungeon. Staring at the prompt that popped up in the profession system before their eyes, Su Gui and the others, who were still near the entrance fighting Lone Wolf, were instantly dumbfounded. This is Li Yang? Is that Li Yang from our college? These days, is the farmer profession really this insane? Damn, our homeroom teacher kept saying guys like Li Yang would never amount to anything. Who would have thought he'd become this strong after just a few days? Brother Su, how about we go seek refuge with Li Yang? Meanwhile, at the municipal building, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng, who had been staring intently at the screen waiting to see what action Li Yang would take, stood up in excitement. They kept pacing circles around the office desk. How much more does Li Yang have yet to show? This chili is insanely strong, it even surpasses that cherry from before. A total game changer. It's been so long, and that firewall is still burning. An entire pack of wolves, averaging around level 50, just vanished in an instant. When are those investigation teams from the Imperial capital coming? If they don't show up soon, Li Yang might as well declare himself king right here, no need to even bother with that so-called Tangxian department. On Li Yan's side, after seeing the kill notification for the Dawn Wolf Lord, he simply flicked his sleeve and wiped out all the plants in the vicinity with a single command. The fiery walls conjured by the jalapeno gradually died down, leaving behind a field of charred, blackened earth. The class changers cautiously emerged from the shelter of the walnuts, coughing violently from the pungent aroma of roasted meat mixed with chili lingering in the air. Li Yang, standing not far away, seemed to have grown taller and more imposing in stature. Many people were still shaken, and upon finally realizing they were safe, they collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Fang Wen also made her way through the crowd, walking straight up to Li Yang, and asked with concern. Li Yang, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Sorry, it was supposed to be our job to protect you, but in the end, you ended up protecting us. Li Yang waved his hand politely. It's fine. It happened suddenly, there was nothing you could do. Take a good rest, and then we'll move on. Hearing this, the other job changers from Yunshou nearby exclaimed in surprise. Brother Li Yang, are you guys still planning to go further ahead? The strength of the magical beasts in this dungeon is abnormal. If you go deeper and encounter something even more deadly. Li Yang smiled and said, what's the point of having a dungeon if you don't farm it? The stronger the demonic beast, the more resources the dungeon holds. Such excellent resources, if they're snatched by teams from other countries, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The job changers nearby exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Until a muscular man in a tank top raised his fist high and shouted. Brother Li Yang, forget other times, but today in this dungeon, you're my own brother. We'll follow you. Hidden dungeons rarely appear in Yunzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are we really going to hand over the treasures inside the dungeon to outsiders just because the monsters are tough to beat? Are you still a man if you back down at the first sign of trouble? After a brief rest, some left the instance out of fear, while others decided to follow Li Yang and press on. After clearing some more minor creatures along the route, the system announcement once again appeared on everyone's profession interface. Congratulations to job changer Ian Jones for successfully defeating the boss Dawn Undead. The air wall blocking the first route taken by job changer Ian Jones has been unlocked, allowing access to deeper areas. Other job changers on different routes, please pick up the pace. All job changers must move forward as quickly as possible. Another new job changer has completed the first boss battle. According to the information presented in the copy, when the hidden copy Cob Cannon appeared, 5 rifts opened randomly in several locations around the world. Therefore, this copy has a total of 5 different routes. The second route, where China is located, is far ahead under the leadership of Li Yang. And this reincarnator named Ian Johnson is also close behind, leading the reincarnators of his country to catch up. The 5 entrances to Cob Cannon are all different, but there's only one final boss to defeat, truly different paths leading to the same destination. The group exchanged glances and unconsciously quickened their pace. The first awakened to secure the first kill of the dungeon boss would not only gain permanent access to the dungeon, but also bring buffs to their entire region. For the entire region, this was an opportunity to rise to prominence. The team of job changers from Yunzhou did indeed encounter the foreign team that had defeated the gatekeeper boss shortly after them, after advancing for some time. Compared to the team from Yunzhou, the other side was clearly more professional. With uniform attire and weapons, they were evidently an officially assembled squad of job changers specifically tasked with conquering this dungeon. The emblem on their cuffs also directly revealed their identity, the Empire, on which the sun never sets. The two sides met, briefly exchanging glances with each other. After assessing each other's forces, the reincarnators from the sun never sets Empire across from them all wore expressions of deep confusion. They seemed to find it hard to believe. This large contingent composed of Chinese reincarnators could be so casual, so undisciplined. From a distance, they looked just like a bunch of slackers on a picnic. Yet, it turned out that this very group was the fastest team in the entire dungeon to defeat the gatekeeper boss. The leader of the British team nodded slightly and spoke. These people remind me of an ancient saying from their homeland, China. It is said, never judge a person by their appearance, nor measure the sea with a bucket. These Chinese people, whether in the current hidden dungeon or in future world-class dungeons, are not to be underestimated. With that, he saluted toward the Chinese side with a hint of respect in his heart. Fang Wen, leading the team at the front, saw this and returned the salute with a somewhat serious expression before leading the team straight past. Before encountering the final boss, all the job changers present were heading in the same direction but on different paths. Congratulations to Japanese job changer Fuhara Yuji for successfully defeating the boss Dawn Ghost. The air wall blocking the fourth route, where job changer Fuhara Yuji is located, has been unlocked, leading to deeper areas. Job changers on other routes, please speed up your progress. Shortly after, a new notification popped up. Li Yang glanced at the names of the job changers on the new prompt and didn't he need to guess to know what kind of demons and monsters were lurking on the fourth route. The crowd behind him gradually began to murmur. Damn, what is going on? Are there Japanese in this dungeon? I really don't want to deal with these guys. They're such a pain. Those unscrupulous little dwarfs. If they get their hands on you, the consequences, TSK. It seems the reputation of the Sakura country people on Blue Star isn't very good. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself in his heart. After advancing for a while longer, the prompts in his ears came one after another. 1 hour after the first boss in Huaxia had been defeated, all routes were finally fully and officially cleared. During their advance, Li Yan's team encountered the class-changed individuals from other countries to varying degrees. Yet, they never saw any so-called representatives from Sakura country. Perhaps it was because the distance was too great, and they couldn't make it in time. Li Yang thought to himself as he followed Fang Wen and continued forward. The boss area is just ahead. Everyone, get ready and stay sharp. As they walked, the scout in the team returned with updates from the front. They then recruited a group of fighters and began clearing out other minor enemies nearby. After suffering losses from the Dawn Wolf King, they could no longer afford to underestimate the impact of minor monsters. After all, caution is the parent of safety. If they were wiped out by stronger magical beasts, forget about competing for first place, ensuring their own team's safety might not even be guaranteed. So this time, to be on the safe side, they decided to start by eliminating the minor monsters first. Li Yang also casually deployed his troops here. He planted many twin sunflowers and cabbage pods to clear out the monsters forced out from the corners. As they gradually became familiar with the difficulty of this dungeon, the job changers regained their combat rhythm. The efficiency of monster farming had noticeably improved compared to when they first entered. But no one noticed, on a large tree 100 meters away, a dark figure crouched among the leaves, using enhanced vision skills to closely observe everything happening here. Upon seeing Li Yang casually summon plants that could effortlessly kill a level 40 or 50 magical beast in just a few moves, a cold, sinister expression gradually flickered across the shadowy figure's face. While the previous job changers were still busy clearing out small monsters everywhere to progress. On the other hand, the leveling team led by Su Gui gradually found their rhythm, began to coordinate, and their monster slaying efficiency skyrocketed. Speaking of which, the main group ahead hasn't shown any new movement for quite a while now. I wonder how Li Yang is doing over there. Brother Su, after we finish clearing this wave of magical beasts, should we also move closer to the main group? At this moment, Su Gui and the others were using their efforts to corner a masterless Dawn Wolf pack into a dead end. The twin brothers, while using their skills to continuously repel the wolves attempting to break through the encirclement, chatted as they fought. Su Gui stood a bit farther away, using his skills to erect a wall of fire, sealing off the wolves' last escape route. This wolf pack consisted of about 20 Dawn Demon wolves. Each of them is around level 45. After eliminating this batch of magical beasts, all 8 members of their team will basically reach level 30. At this pace, they should be able to level up to around 40 before clearing the dungeon. Recalling the shock he felt when he saw the notification of Li Yang successfully defeating the boss on the dungeon interface earlier, Su Gui's mood grew increasingly complicated. How could the gap be so vast when they came from the same academy? Logically speaking, his profession and talent were unparalleled throughout Yunshou. He should have been the chosen one, yet he couldn't even catch up to the shadow of a life-oriented profession. This… it must be because I haven't worked hard enough. Su Gui clenched his fists, silently cheering himself on in his heart. Seeing that his teammates had already pushed the wolf pack to the brink, he was about to unleash his skill to finish them off. But the next moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted right in the midst of the wolf pack. The unexpected explosion instantly froze Su Gui and the others in their tracks. Since when did the Dawn Wolf pack learn explosive skills? They've killed so many already and never seen this before. The encirclement was filled with smoke. The closer pair of twin brothers were even sent flying by the blast's residual force. Seeing this, the priestess in the team quickly rushed forward and helped the two of them up. Su Gui tightly gripped his staff, sensing a hint of threat. The smoke raised by the explosion gradually dissipated. 2 emaciated figures clad in ninja attire appeared before Su Gui. In the hand of one of them, there was still a burning talisman. The explosion just now was most likely caused by this guy. The wolf pack, chased all the way here, was blown to pieces, and the glowing light representing experience drifted from their corpses, slowly flying into the 2 figures clad in ninja attire. Kamida-kun, your technique with explosive tags has truly become more and more refined. When releasing the talismans, these foolish Chinese job changers didn't notice a thing. The chubby guy burst into laughter. The ninja holding a talisman raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not that I'm too strong, but these Chinese job changers are too weak. Look at them, they probably haven't even reached level 40, yet they dare to come straight into a hidden dungeon to farm monsters. It's like they don't even know how to write the word death. So actually, my actions are helping them understand the brutality within the dungeon." Ha ha ha! Watching this scene, Su Gui slightly furrowed his brows, having already grasped the situation. It seems these 2 little Sakura players are here to steal their monsters. But these are just some ordinary wild monsters. What's even worth fighting over? I can't believe it. Why are there Sakura midgets in this place? Stealing kills and still acting so arrogant. Are you looking for death? The twin brothers lying on the ground had just recovered a bit when they suddenly sprang up like carp leaping out of water. Then, each brandishing their weapons, they were ready to fight those 2 little Sakura to the death. The little Sakura opposite seemed to be waiting for just this moment. He instantly drew his weapon from behind and took a stance, ready to fight. Stealing kills? What a joke! In a dungeon, whoever kills the monster gets the loot. How is that stealing? If you're not capable, don't blame others. Besides, with your level of skill, what can you even do if we steal your monsters? A bunch of losers shouldn't embarrass themselves here. As they spoke, the 2 little Sakura exchanged glances before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Seeing this scene, the twin brothers immediately flew into a rage and were about to step forward without a second thought. But they were stopped by Su Gui beside them. Calm down. We're too far from the main force of Huaxia, and our people can't arrive in time to support us. Besides, these 2 are clearly provoking us on purpose, trying to anger us into making the first move. That way, they'd have a legitimate reason to strike back. We should be doubly careful. Seeing Su Gui being so cautious, The two Japanese job changers across from him quickly grew impatient. They stood their ground, continuously taunting and nagging, trying to provoke Sugui and his companions into anger. But Sugui wasn't falling for it. At this moment, they were still within the route under China's jurisdiction and could still receive protection from China. No matter how much the people from Japan might want to cause trouble, they couldn't just casually harm others. Helpless, those few individuals could only resort to mockery, watching as Sugui and the others moved further away. After everyone had left, a black armored warrior from Japan slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees on the other side. "Can't we keep them?" The voice was hoarse, yet filled with authority. The two ninjas who had intervened immediately bent down, bowing hastily as they spoke. "Report to Lord Fuhara, these Chinese job changers who strayed from the route, especially their leader, are far too cautious. We really didn't have a chance to act." The black armored warrior named Yuji Fushihara was the one who led the Sakura nation to defeat the gatekeeper boss on the 4th route. He sighed and then slowly said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. We still have other ways to slow down the progress of the Chinese team. Go back and regroup with your team first." Meanwhile, on Li Yan's side, countless plants were unleashed, overwhelming and instantly annihilating every monster that appeared in sight. Once the plants had been cultivated to a certain scale, this was no longer a battlefield where ordinary job changers could intervene. Many people gathered around Li Yang, watching as the army of plants swept through and destroyed every nearby monster with unstoppable force. After entering the second layer, the strength of the magical beasts also saw a noticeable increase. Therefore, apart from the Chinese troops where Li Yang was stationed, the advancement speed of other countries was not as fast. The area where the boss is located is right in front of them. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the surroundings. Only when all the plants ceased moving and no hostile targets could be spotted in his field of vision did he wave his hand, signaling the frontline warriors to proceed and initiate the battle. The latter, of course, obediently carried out Li Yang's command. Although everyone entered this dungeon with various purposes in mind. But after experiencing the events just now, Li Yang has undoubtedly become the backbone in the hearts of everyone in the Yunzhou forces. Accompanied by the roar of a beast within the boss area, a new prompt popped up. Elite Monster, Dawn Reaper. Level, LV 56. Description, a Reaper who has long kept watch in Dawn Valley, dwelling in darkness yet yearning for dawn, ultimately transforming into a demon that harvests the souls of all passers-by amidst profound inner conflict. The Dawn Reaper attacks with its scythe, possesses the power to merge into darkness, can teleport through shadows, and has an innate execution effect on low-health enemies. This appears to be yet another boss specializing in speed. But unlike the previous Wolf Lord, this Dawn Reaper isn't just about speed. It teleports, high mobility, high burst damage, and a built-in execution effect. If you're following a normal dungeon guide and reach this point, you're definitely going to be thoroughly disgusted by this thing. But it's okay. This time, they have Li Yang. It takes Li Yang some time to arrange the plans. Therefore, under Feng Wen's command, some job changers stepped forward to engage the Reapers, taking on the task of buying time for Li Yang. Since the monsters this time aren't purely speed-based, relying solely on snow Peashooters would clearly be insufficient. After a moment of thought, Li Yang casually tossed out some corn seeds. Kernel pot, costs 100 sun, cooldown time of 7.5 seconds, attack interval of 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics, can throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, dealing fixed damage to magical beasts below level 60 increases with level. 10 corn kernels or 2 butter blocks can kill a magical beast. Additionally, butter blocks will freeze hit enemies, suspending all actions for 4 seconds. Butter imprisonment. This is genuine hard crowd control. When golden corn throwers sprouted up one after another, the job changers around Li Yang were filled with excitement and curiosity. Li Yang had been tossing out plants like a magician, performing tricks all along the way. Almost every time he pulled something out, it was bizarre and never repeated. This time, the giant corn was something none of them had ever seen before. Thus, everyone was eager to see what new trick Li Yang's latest plant would bring. Wood. The first corn pod to sprout used its head-mounted sling-like organ to hurl a palm-sized, cone-shaped golden corn kernel. After the projectile struck the Reaper's head with a sharp smack, it vanished without a trace. Everyone blinked, momentarily confused. Logically speaking, wasn't Li Yang usually precise in his approach, selecting specific plants to counter specific magical beasts? So why this time? Could it be that he made the wrong choice? Everyone looked at him in unison. However, Li Yang simply smiled faintly. Don't rush, let the corn fall a little longer. With that, another fully grown corn cob launcher sprang up from the ground. The throwing device above his head suddenly felt heavy, as a large lump of creamy white butter appeared out of nowhere. This smells amazing. Brother Li Yang, what is this? The job changers murmured among themselves, even wanting to ask Li Yang directly. But before Li Yang could speak, the corn thrower had already flung that piece of butter. The speed was no different from the earlier corn kernels, but as it sliced through the air, there was a sense of formidable force. The watchers over there were busy fighting the class changers and had no time to pay attention to these flying projectiles from afar. Their own tankiness was decent enough, so they didn't even consider dodging. The next moment, plop! A large lump of butter landed squarely on the watcher's forehead. The watcher was stunned for a full 4 seconds. Meanwhile, the corn plants Li Yang had planted seemed endless, although the chance of throwing a butter block was low. But there were just so many corn plants. With a single press, you can always connect a new one within 4 seconds to refresh the control time of the butter block. The assassin professions who had just been struggling with the Reapers on the side, nearly exhausting themselves to death, all widened their eyes in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Some even tried to scrape some butter off the Reaper's head, secretly stuffing it into a bottle, hoping to use it in critical moments. Unfortunately, the butter chunks were only effective when freshly thrown. Afterward, they were just ordinary butter. Watching those job changers over there starting to output without any risk, Li Yang, who was observing from this side, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It has to be said, the accuracy of these plants is downright terrifyingly good. He had been keeping an eye on a sharpshooter profession among the troops at the rear. When it comes to actual fighting, it's all too easy to fire ineffective blank shots. Looking back at his own plant shooters and pitchers, although each one doesn't shoot very fast, their accuracy is as if they have auto-aim. Aim and shoot, every shot hits its mark. It made Li Yang even consider moving a flower pot, putting some plants in it, and just carrying it away to complete the mission. Report, Captain Fang Wen. There's something to report from the rear. Some of our leveling teams in the rear were attacked by the Sakura squad after being separated. And it seems this is not an isolated case. A member of the official strategy team, now assigned to manage the follow-up personnel from the military, quickly stepped forward, saluted Fang Wen, and spoke. Fang Wen was currently beside Li Yang, responsible for providing close protection for his safety. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but frown slightly and asked, Cherry Blossom Squad? Why would they suddenly come to harass us for no reason? The military member who reported the news shook his head. We don't know, but we found some related personnel who can describe the situation at the time. With that, he waved his hand toward the back. Soon, a few familiar faces appeared before Li Yang. 2 of them were the twin brothers he had greeted outside the dungeon. Another was a female classmate with whom he had exchanged a few words in class. The rest he didn't recognize well, but they were likely also students from Tianyun Academy. As for the red-robed mage leading the group, he was probably the second-ranked big brother Su Gui mentioned by the twin brothers. Li Yang remained silent, while Fang Wen beside him was the first to speak up and inquire about the situation at the time. The twin brothers and a few other team members began to talk incessantly. They couldn't wait to pour out all the grievances they had just suffered. However, Su Gui, the team leader, wore a complex expression on his face. Once, his thoughts about Li Yang were the same as those about the twin brothers. Although Li Yang had always performed well academically in school, as a life class profession, he inherently lacked combat abilities. Being able to reach level 20 in just 2 days was most likely due to someone power leveling him. But now, The scene before his eyes completely overturned his previous understanding. In the boss area not far away, densely planted with all sorts of bizarre and oddly shaped plants. And these things were clearly the work of the farmer Li Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd. Recalling once again how Li Yang led all the graduates of the academy and soared to level 20 in one go during the beast-tide invasion. A terrifying thought involuntarily surfaced in Su Gui's mind. Could it be that Li Yan's level at that time was achieved by personally confronting the beast-tide? After that night of the beast-tide, there had been a persistent rumor circulating among the people. There was talk of a mysterious job changer who single-handedly held off a small beast-tide outside the city. At the time, the city administration neither publicly acknowledged the incident nor outright denied it. After the city officials took Li Yang away, these events were never reported on again. So, at that time, the situation was that Li Yang had just completed his class change and, using his abilities, single-handedly dealt with a small wave of beast-tide. And that level 20, which surpassed all graduates of the academy, was only because the first class change's upper limit was level 20. How is this possible? At this thought, Su Gui's eyes grew wider and wider. Looking at Li Yang before him, the gap he once believed could be bridged through hard work had now turned into an insurmountable chasm. Hey! Aren't you Su Gui, ranked second on our college's honor roll? Just as Su Gui's mind was in complete chaos, Li Yang suddenly jumped down and walked over in a few steps. Su Gui froze for a moment, then raised his head. Yes, I'm Su Gui. Li Yang casually smiled. At that time, I saw your information flame master, second in the entire academy. Aside from your level, you were only slightly behind me in theoretical courses. Honestly, you really do rely on genuine skill to make a living. No matter what, you're far better than someone like Lu Xing. Among your peers, you're already quite impressive. Listening to Li Yan's words, Su Gui looked up in a daze, meeting Li Yan's encouraging gaze. All the negative assumptions he had about Li Yang instantly vanished without a trace. Overnight, he transformed his impoverished fate against all odds. Yet he remained graceful, neither arrogant nor extravagant. This is what a true genius looks like in his mind, and also the role model he aspires to learn from. In comparison, his own talent and efforts seem utterly insignificant. Classmate Li Yang, thank you. Su Gui nodded solemnly, feeling a surge of strength in his heart. Li Yang gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Then, he changed the subject. By the way, I heard you just had a run-in with some troublemakers from Sakura, right? Don't worry, considering we're classmates, I'll help you vent this anger. Just as Li Yang was halfway through his sentence, Feng Wen suddenly patted his shoulder from the side and pointed toward the boss. Hold on, Li Yang, look over there. At a glance, under the combined assault of Li Yan's plans and a large group of job changers, the previously immobile Dawn Reaper suddenly split apart in the very next second. Its scarecrow-like body began to wither rapidly, as if something had been drained from within, collapsing entirely. The shadow beneath grew larger and larger, even gradually spreading beneath every job changer in the arena. Then, from the shadows, suddenly erupted large, visible black mud-like spikes, attacking everything on the ground within the boss area. Holy crap, ground spikes! Li Yang initially thought that, apart from himself, something else in this world had emerged with a similar ability. Upon closer inspection, I finally noticed the difference between that thing and the ground spikes. The ground spikes are planted in a fixed area, resembling something like vine moss. But this black substance was entirely a moving mass of black shadow. The job changers couldn't launch any effective attacks against that thing and had no choice but to flee in panic. Watching the job changers struggling in bitter combat over there, Li Yang let out a slight sigh and spoke up. No big deal. I can just multitask a bit. Fighting the boss and dealing with little Sakura, two birds with one stone. With that, he took out some seeds of charming mushrooms from his storage ring and casually tossed them onto the ground. While everyone was still puzzled about what Li Yang intended to do, several large, brightly colored mushrooms emitting an alluring fragrance sprouted from the ground. Damn, this scent is so intoxicating. The twin brothers over there immediately had their eyes light up, with drool unconsciously dripping from the corners of their mouths. This aroma attracted all the nearby job changers. Although anyone with eyes could see there was something wrong with this thing, the smell was simply too irresistible to not take a bite. Go find some magical beasts and feed these mushrooms to them. Leave the rest to me. With that, Li Yang waved and summoned 2 agile DPS class professionals. As he handed them the hypno-shrooms, he cautioned, "Oh, by the way, these things are poisonous, be careful not to eat them." The 2 men looked at each other, then nodded in unison and left the place. Afterward, Li Yang shifted his focus back to the boss. Watching the chaotic battle in the boss area, he fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, "How can I effectively attack this guy?" Lost in thought while watching the harvester's frenzied movements beneath the ground, Li Yang suddenly noticed some peculiar phenomena. Every time it transformed its shadow into spikes to attack, the base shadow would instantly shrink by a portion. Moreover, its shadow would also grow lighter and fainter under intense sunlight. Such creatures of darkness can be vanquished by sunlight. In that case, Li Yang blinked his eyes and directly pushed through the crowd, heading in that direction. The job changers nearby were somewhat surprised, but no one dared to step forward and stop him. In front of everyone, Li Yang took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and scattered them into that area. Then, he threw a new seed in the opposite direction of all the sunflowers. After a simple arrangement, he waited quietly for the right moment. Before the shadow transformed from the Reaper reached the center of the field, Li Yang snapped his fingers, instantly releasing all the sunflowers he had just planted. Dozens of sunflowers sprang up from the ground, simultaneously producing the first wave of sunlight for Li Yang. In an instant, an incredibly dazzling light appeared before everyone's eyes. The Reapers hidden beneath the ground were completely exposed under the intense light, forced to reveal their true forms. Suppressed by the sunflowers, they could only flee straight ahead. "Up!" Li Yang murmured softly. A massive yellow pumpkin head sprouted from the ground, perfectly trapping the Reaper that could no longer burrow back into the earth. Pumpkin head, each planting consumes 125 sunlight points, with a 20-second cooldown. Plant characteristics: the pumpkin head can be used to protect or imprison any unit below level 60. This tap will increase with profession level advancement, enduring up to 100 attacks from units of that level or lower. The thick pumpkin shell forms an indestructible barrier, creating walls that, under the constraints of system rules, possess a hardness more terrifying than any fortress. The Reaper lets out a hoarse screech, unleashing a wide arc of slashing attacks around itself. Yet, it remains utterly unable to break free in the short term. And as the light had yet to fade, the targeted corn potiers simultaneously hurled a dense barrage of bullets upward. 1 or 2 corn potiers might not be able to throw enough butter. But when the attackers are an entire army of potiers, the outcome is entirely different. Corn kernels and butter chunks filled the sky, forming a dense barrage. Half a second later, the sound of squelch spread across the entire battlefield. The dawn harvester at the center was instantly submerged in butter, left bewildered. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers gasped in amazement. This small combo move made even some battle-hardened career changers around him genuinely impressed. Ask yourself honestly, if it were them in that situation, could they have made such a calm decision? Far away in the municipal building office, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng both raised their eyebrows in unison as they watched the live broadcast on the screen. Who would have thought Li Yan's on-the-spot judgment would be this good? I remember old Su once mentioned that Li Yan's academic performance in the college was consistently ranked in the top 3, especially in the dungeon tactics and techniques subject, where he was number 1 in the entire college. TSK, no wonder. If he hadn't already been pre-selected for the Xietang program, I'd really want to recruit him into the military department. Zhang Mingshu smiled but didn't respond to Wei Zongfeng's remark. At the same time, as for the dungeon side, after taking control of the boss, Li Yang turned and left the area where the boss was located. With the sunflower's radiance, the pumpkin head's confinement, and the corn thrower's control, killing this guy was just a matter of time. And on his side, there were still some other tasks to complete. Li Yang took a deep breath and activated his third innate ability, plant empathy. With this ability, he could share senses with any plant he had cultivated and even control targets enchanted by the charm mushroom. At this moment, the charm mushroom had already been fed to the nearby magical beasts. Through the control of Li Yang's third ability, they gradually gathered in a certain area, forming something akin to a small-scale beast tide. Now, the issue of dealing with the boss had been properly resolved. What remains is to deal with those troublesome little cherry blossoms from before. Li Yan's gaze began to navigate through his talent space. Before long, he found the few he needed among the vast branches. The number of hypno-shrooms he had handed out was actually only about a dozen units. But a few of them, fortunately, landed in the mouths of some leader beasts. Social beasts that live in groups often follow their leaders' actions. Thus, Li Yang could even control the herds beneath these leader beasts by manipulating the leaders themselves. Though it appeared to be just over a dozen charm mushrooms, the number of beasts they could control reached nearly 100. In terms of combat power, it's not particularly strong, but it's more than enough to be a nuisance. A large number of controlled magical beasts darted through the forest, providing Li Yang with an overwhelming amount of information. System, help me organize this information and locate those little cherry blossoms' current positions. After several days of research, Li Yang had pretty much figured out the quirks of this system. Ask it any random nonsense, and it might not necessarily answer you. But if you adopt a slightly firmer attitude and directly demand it to do something, there's a high probability of success. Available information has been compiled for you and automatically displayed in your field of vision. Sure enough, following Li Yang's command, a vast amount of useless information in the talent space was completely eliminated. Only a few rapidly moving monster perspectives remained. Choosing to establish the connection the next second. Damn it, we are still a step too late. Those Chinese job changers have already started tackling the second boss, and they're crushing it effortlessly. At this rate, they'll be the first team to defeat the final boss. Damn it, at this rate, everything is about to end. A stream of vulgar curses erupted from the perspective of a certain magical beast. Li Yang controlled the wolf-like magical beast to push aside the grass, hiding in the shadows and observing silently. The other magical beasts in the vicinity also took their positions, gradually surrounding the forest under Li Yang's control, unnoticed by the cherry blossom job changers. Sasaki-kun just sent back new intel from over there. According to his surveillance, there's an exceptionally powerful plant-type summoner within the Chinese team. The reason the Chinese team is progressing so smoothly through this dungeon is precisely because of that summoner's assistance. The scout in the team turned around and said earnestly. Team leader Fuhara Yuji slightly furrowed his brows. A powerful summoner. Could it be a special operative dispatched by the Chinese side? If left unchecked, whether it's seizing this hidden dungeon or competing in world-class dungeons in the future, the existence of such special talents will pose a significant threat to us. At this point, he paused, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, even if we are not official personnel, we must have the determination and courage to strive for the empire. Let those foolish Chinese job changers witness the strength and determination of us Sakura job changers. With that, the guy let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Even though it was too far to see, Li Yang could almost picture the arrogant grin beneath that black mask. A chubby guy nearby chimed in boastfully. And that Mr. Sasaki was a professional ninja we hired through connections from the official Sakura military. Unlike us civilian job changers, that guy's level is the maximum limit for this dungeon, level 60. He can crush anyone in this dungeon. With such a powerful ninja, plus our team, we are bound to take the lead in this hidden dungeon. A team member nearby bowed slightly and asked, Mr. Fuhara, should we inform Sasaki-kun to begin the operation? Fuhara Yuji nodded. Have him prepare first and continue monitoring the movements of the Chinese job changers. Wait for our command. Once we are in position and create some commotion, have him coordinate from inside to directly target that plant summoner. Additionally, if feasible, have him carry out some disruption work. We can't let China's strategy continue to proceed so smoothly. The remaining team members quickly straightened their backs and nodded emphatically toward the central figure, Yuji Fushihara. Hi. The Sakura Country team has begun their move, seemingly determined to secure victory this time. Witnessing this scene, Li Yang rested his chin on his hand, his expression gradually turning grave. From the words of these Sakura people, he had already learned two things. First, these Sakura people wanted to seize the first clear of this dungeon instance and were willing to go to any lengths, even planning to ambush the main force from Huaxiao when the opportunity arose. Second, they intended to take advantage of this opportunity to target him personally. Originally, Li Yang had only planned to teach these Sakura folks a lesson while escalating the overt conflict. Who would have thought they'd already set their sights on him? He's truly arrogant to the extreme, already unable to distinguish who's in charge. Very well. Then there's no need to wait any longer. Li Yan's gaze sharpened as he commanded the beasts lying in ambush to launch their attack. In the blink of an eye, several unlucky individuals standing at the edge of Little Sakura's team were engulfed by the tide of magical beasts, vanishing without a trace. Quick! Prepare for battle. Everyone, get ready to fight. Damn it, we've been ambushed. These magical beasts aren't even from the same species. Why would they cooperate to ambush us? This doesn't make sense. Over 100 magical beasts, it would definitely be difficult to wipe out all these Japanese job changers in one go. But facing this sudden ambush by magical beasts, these guys would at least shed some blood, and maybe even lose a couple of lives here. Humph, next time, think twice about whether you're even worthy to act. Li Yang muttered these words before severing the connections. Coincidentally, the battle against the second dungeon boss, on their side, was also nearing its end. As several corn pots hurled massive butter blocks once more, the Dawn Reaper, firmly trapped within the pumpkin head cage, finally met its demise. Congratulations to Chinese awakened Li Yang for successfully defeating boss Dawn Reaper. The second route where the job changer Li Yang is located has unlocked the air wall leading deeper. Other job changers on different routes, please speed up your progress. A new prompt appeared, and the previously blocked path was now fully opened. Your corn puncher successfully killed an elite monster, Dawn Reaper LV56. You gained 11,200 EXP. Congratulations! Your EXP has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV48 LV49. Congratulations! Your EXP has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV49 LV50. As the first job changer to defeat the second boss, you have received a dungeon reward, Dawn Chest X1. After all, it was an elite level magical beast, and the experience rewarded for killing it was much greater than that of ordinary magical beasts. The aura representing level up flashed twice in succession around Li Yang. Then, accompanied by the final announcement, a dazzling white light burst forth from the Reaper's location. A silver-white treasure chest emerged from the radiance and landed on the ground. Great, I never expected this strategy to go so smoothly. At this rate, we should be able to clear Cob Canyon in less than an hour, right? Luckily, we were fortunate enough to meet Brother Li Yang this time. Otherwise, with the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. By the way, about this treasure chest. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Yang slowly walked toward the treasure chest emerging from the light. 1 step, 2 steps. He narrowed his eyes, deliberately slowing his pace. At the same time, his gaze continuously swept over the faces of those around him. From the information provided by Little Sakura just now, Li Yang learned that his side had been under surveillance by a ninja named Sasaki. That ninja was at the level cap of the dungeon, level 60, with formidable strength and high expectations placed upon him. Most importantly, the so-called target of hiring ninjas from the official Kyoto faction in Sakura Country was Li Yang himself. The Sakura people viewed him as a threat and, upon discovering Li Yan's extraordinary abilities, intended to seize this rare opportunity to eliminate him in his infancy. Of course, Li Yang wouldn't just obediently wait like that. If it were a few seconds ago, when Li Yang realized he was being targeted, he might have felt somewhat worried. But now, he wasn't the least bit flustered. Coincidentally, after slaying the Dawn Reaper, Li Yan's level had also broken through the limit, reaching level 50. Only 10 levels apart from that level 60 ninja. With this level gap in play, Li Yan could now be said to have nothing to fear. Setting aside the cherry bombs and jalapenos that would only be used when truly cornered. Now, he still had an item purchased long ago from Dave's shop that he had never had the chance to use. Grass Rake. Usable times 303. Current status inactive. Item attribute. Upon entering combat, the hayfork will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill one enemy whose level does not differ from yours by more than 10 levels, usable 3 times. Once that guy launches an attack on me, it will automatically trigger combat status. After that, he refused to believe a mere level 60 ninja could react faster than the system. Unfortunately, he encountered nothing all the way to the treasure chest. Come to think of it, even if that ninja was highly skilled, he was still just one person. It would be utterly foolish beyond foolish to openly attack Li Yan in front of a crowd. If he wanted to lure that guy out, he would first have to deliberately expose a weakness. Li Yan first opened the treasure chest in front of everyone, and upon seeing the purple light bursting forth from within, he raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Who would have thought that just by defeating a level 5 boss, he could obtain a purple epic tier reward? This dungeon is surprisingly generous. As the purple light gradually faded, a silver white staff slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. Upon clearly seeing the appearance of the staff, the crowd present immediately erupted in exclamations of astonishment. My God, isn't this the thing that was featured on TV before? That shadow staff that was auctioned off for hundreds of millions at the Imperial Capital Auction House. I remember this item was bought at a high price by the Imperial Capital Museum, wasn't it? There are probably only a handful of these in the entire country. Who would have thought we'd see one here? Damn, these past few days have been fucking historic. Hey man, watch your language. Screw language. Li Yan, bro, can I take a photo with this staff? Holy shit. Me too. This is museum-worthy stuff. Yan, can I touch it? Just once. Ha! Li Yan looked at the increasingly frenzied crowd around him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on here? Isn't it just normal monster grinding and equipment drops? Is it really worth making such a big fuss? He raised an eyebrow and cast an appraisal spell on the silver white staff floating in front of him. Equipment name, Shadow Staff. Equipment type, Two-handed Staff. Equipment quality, Purple Epic. Equipment description, a staff imbued with the power of shadows. The wielder can manipulate shadows through the staff, unleashing a fixed skill to transform into a shadow, merging with darkness for rapid movement. This state lasts up to 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. After checking out the equipment, only one question remained in Li Yan's mind. This thing's quality is purple. How is it even purple? Does an epic tier quality truly match such game-breaking equipment effects? Control shadows. Become the shadow. And move swiftly within the darkness. With such top-tier survival abilities, it must at least be legendary. Li Yan was stunned for a moment before realizing the crux of the matter. This thing truly is top-tier survival gear, no doubt about it. But its type, as luck would have it, is a weapon. And what's more, it's a two-handed weapon. To use its skills, you must ensure you're wielding it with both hands. Generally, when encountering danger in combat and wanting to use this thing to escape, you'd have to go through a tedious and complex series of operations, opening your backpack, switching equipment, and then using the skill. If it's to save one's life and deliberately keeps this weapon equipped. For combat-oriented professions, it would be no different from putting shackles on themselves with their own hands. Li Yan also specifically checked the attribute bonuses of this staff. The bonuses to all stats were 0. You should know that even the most common white-grade equipment available at any blacksmith shop provides at least a 1 or 2 point boost to specific attributes. It's safe to say that as a life-saving tool, this thing is truly top tier. But as a weapon, and one that requires both hands to wield, it's a bit of a chicken rib. No wonder when they saw this piece of equipment, the first reaction of the job changers around was shock and disbelief. yet not a single one offered to buy it at a high price. Also, because this item is extremely rare in existence, for normal combat-oriented job changers, its collectible value far outweighs its practical significance. But Li Yang isn't a combat class. Obviously, Fang Wen and the others nearby also realized this issue. The expressions on their faces shifted from the joy of being happy for Li Yang, gradually turning to contemplation, then to shock. Li Yan's output has absolutely nothing to do with his equipment. Even if he removed all his gear, it wouldn't affect the plant's output in the slightest. No, he wouldn't even need to remove anything. Just look at Li Yan's current equipment. Apart from the defensive inner armor the military arranged for Li Yang before entering the dungeon, a plain white shirt and a pair of black casual pants were pretty much all he wore. Other than his rather handsome face, there was really nothing noteworthy about his entire appearance. At most, he wore 2 life-saving wrist guards gifted to him by the Skyfall Association's president. In comparison, the other professionals around were dressed in what could only be described as flamboyant attire. Someone like Li Yang, dressed like this, entering this dungeon. Either they're a confident expert or an outright madman. Holding a completely powerless staff in hand couldn't be more fitting. Alright, pack up your things and get ready to move on. Li Yang gripped the staff in his hand, slightly testing its weight. The others nearby quickly snapped out of their daze, hurriedly responding in unison and regrouping to continue their journey. Meanwhile, Li Yang thoughtfully raised the shadow staff and aimed it toward a cluster of trees to the side. What's wrong, Li Yang? Fang Wen noticed Li Yan's strange movements and walked over curiously to ask. Li Yang nodded and said slowly, "This piece of equipment seems to give me a much bigger boost than I expected." Fang Wen was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Yang pointed to the ground spikes that had inexplicably grown in the shadows under the distant tree and said, "Look over there. With my strength, it's impossible for me to throw the seeds that far. But with the staff, I can directly place the plants over there. The staff's description says it can control shadows. I never expected it to be used like this." Fang Wen froze for a moment, her expression somewhat dazed. At the same time, in an office at the Yunzhou City Municipal Building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu also nodded slightly, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Using the properties of the shadow staff to extend his attack range. Though not a novel application, combined with Li Yan's abilities, it can indeed achieve many unexpected results." "Hey, old Wei, didn't you say you'd give Li Yang something to remember you by when he leaves? I think it's better to just give him some items and accessories that can extend his attack range. He probably won't refuse." Wei Zofeng, sitting on the other side, didn't respond. He had already opened the official auction software from Yunzhou and started browsing for similar items for Li Yang. Beikaru, where did so many magical beasts come from? This is absolutely infuriating. Just as Li Yang had already regrouped and began advancing deeper into the area, the Japanese squad, which had originally planned to launch a surprise attack, had barely managed to deal with the large group of magical beasts Li Yang had drawn over. Watching the broadcast from the professional system announcing that China had successfully defeated the second boss, the ninja Sasaki, responsible for monitoring the movements of the Chinese team, also reported back that Li Yang had obtained the shadow staff from the treasure chest. Team leader Fuhara Yuji gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If it weren't for those monsters causing trouble, we'd already be right behind those Chinese job changers by now. If luck had been on our side, that shadow staff should have been ours to claim. Bakayuru, the scout responsible for maintaining contact with Sasaki, ran back from the front and bowed deeply to Yuji Fushihara. Lord Fushihara, Sasaki reports that the Chinese side is preparing to advance further. At their current pace, it won't be long before they defeat the final boss. By then. Although he didn't continue, Yuji Furua understood the consequences all too well. At this rate, even before the main force from Sakura country could defeat the second boss, China would have already completed the entire strategy and returned victorious. They had put in so much effort for this dungeon strategy. If they couldn't even secure the most basic victory, they would be too ashamed to face their own people. No, we can't wait any longer. All teams, speed up. head to the Chinese team immediately and create chaos to create an opportunity for Sasaki to assassinate that special talent. At Fuhara Yuji's command, the team members around him responded in unison, "Hi." Then, together, they activated their speed boost skill and raced off in the direction Sasaki had indicated. A group of people no longer concealed their killing intent, having reached a state where they would stop at nothing for victory. Even the nearby magical beasts were forced to retreat by this overwhelming aura, hiding in the nearby bushes, too afraid to show themselves. Every cherry blossom class changer's face was filled with an expression of absolute resolve. For the sake of their cherry blossom nation, they were willing to do anything. And then, in less than 5 minutes, they were blocked midway by the plans Li Yang had set up in advance. Nut walls wrapped in pumpkin heads densely blocked every possible path they could take. Any remaining gaps that could have been slipped through were completely filled by spike leads, which had never been used before. Spike lead, each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, with a cooldown of 7.5 seconds. Plant characteristics: the ground spikes can attach to any surface they can cling to, cannot be destroyed by conventional attacks, and will automatically grab nearby enemies. Extending sharp spikes to deal fixed damage to enemies below level 60. This cap increases with the character's level. Some bold individuals attempted to cross, stepping on those lichen-like plants, only to be instantly ensnared by the vines that spread out from them, unable to break free. Countless white spikes shot out from those vines, each one capable of taking their lives. Damn it! It's a trap! That's a trap set up in advance by that plant-based summoner. No. Why didn't Sasaki inform us beforehand? Beikiara WA. The ninja named Sasaki, who was responsible for surveillance, naturally couldn't tell them, because all these plans were secretly arranged by Li Yang using the shadow staff. Only after putting some distance between them did he issue the command for these plants to start growing. Even though Sasaki had been closely watching Li Yan's side, without understanding the principles of his abilities, he couldn't possibly fathom what Li Yang had done. Furuhara Yuji swiftly severed a protruding white spike with his katana and retreated out of the range of the earth spike's attack. Looking at nearly half of his trapped teammates before him, he angrily swung his hand. "Those who can still move freely, follow me on a detour. There's no time left for us to waste now. We must stop the Chinese job changers from advancing further, at any cost." After that, another half an hour passed. Deliberately staying at the back of the group, Li Yang was leisurely moving forward while carrying his staff. After successfully defeating the second boss, the level of the encountered magical beasts became significantly higher. However, as a result, their numbers also decreased considerably. With a large number of job changers gathered together, those monsters with decent solo combat strength didn't even get a chance to attack before being instantly taken down. The small amount of experience points dropped were barely noticeable due to the sheer number of people involved. Li Yang had no interest in the negligible experience left. His current focus was entirely on the so-called ninja, Sasaki. He had already left so many openings, yet Sasaki, who was supposed to carry out the assassination, still showed no signs of movement. As expected of a ninja, how can you endure this much? If you don't act soon, China might just smoothly pass through this level. Yang Ji, Senior Fang Wen said, "If you're tired from walking, she'll have the main group stop and rest for a while." The twin brothers at the back of the team suddenly waved and ran over, shouting loudly. Li Yan's deliberate slowing down was interpreted by Fang Wen as exhaustion. After all, Li Yang had already gone through 2 boss battles, and he had been the main force in both. Fang Wen was worried he might exhaust himself, so she sent someone to ask Li Yang if he needed a break. The main force had already halted, and Fang Wen was approaching with a few people. Li Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head, indicating he was fine. "Let's keep moving forward. Securing the first clear is the priority. I'm waiting for someone." The twin brothers looked at each other and asked in unison, "Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for?" Li Yang smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he silently used his spatial ability to shift his perspective to the plants placed behind as obstacles. "I thought those spike leads and walnuts could hold them off for quite some time." But after shifting his view, Li Yang realized Those Sakura job changers truly stopped at nothing. Originally, there were so many in the squad, but now more than half had already vanished. The teammates who were entangled by the spikes and couldn't break free were simply left struggling on the other side. The rest of the group vanished without a trace. No doubt they had taken a detour. Those trapped by the spikes and nut walls, without their teammates' help, had no chance of breaking free. Someone had already been impaled by the spikes and died on the spot. Those damn little Japs, they don't even care about their lives. How utterly insane can they be? Li Yang muttered to himself, overheard by the twin brothers beside him. Brother Yang, what little Japs? What happened to the little Japs? Li Yang shook his head. Let's regroup with the main force first. Later, we might. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the jungle behind them. Boom! A beam of white light shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky before exploding violently. The magical beasts in the jungle were startled, becoming increasingly restless. Li Yang furrowed his brows, knowing exactly what had happened without needing to think. Those little cherry blossoms are about to make their move. Almost simultaneously, a shadow instantly flashed out from the trunk of a nearby tree. A short man dressed in pitch-black ninja attire landed behind the group, grinning sinisterly as he twirled a short blade in his hand. Li Yang, right? You really made me hold back for a long time. Those traps behind were also set up by you in advance, weren't they? To actually set up traps right under my nose without showing any signs. What a formidable individual. If only he could have been born in our country, he would surely have had a bright future. For the prosperity of the great Sakura, you shall die here. With that, he gave Li Yang no chance to react. He immediately activated his skill, creating 5 or 6 shadow clones that all launched at Li Yang simultaneously. Sasaki was well aware in his heart that although Li Yang had temporarily fallen behind, he wasn't too far from the main force of Huaxia. If he acted even slightly slower and allowed the main force to catch up, the chance to kill Li Yang would become slim. He had to complete the assassination before anyone could react and then make his escape under the cover provided by his own team. Leave no trace behind. Holy shit! There really are little cherry blossoms. Young bro! What do we do now? The twin brothers were completely caught off guard, startled by the sudden appearance of Sasaki. But he still immediately drew his weapon and stood in front of Li Yang. Given the current situation, it was obvious even to a fool that Li Yang had been targeted by people from Sakura country. If the enemy wanted Li Yang dead, it meant they feared him. In that case, they absolutely couldn't just hand Li Yang over. Although they are still students who haven't graduated, they understand this basic principle. If you want to lay a hand on Li Yang, you'll have to step over their bodies first. Go ahead and drag it out if you dare. Wait until the main force of Huaxia returns. Let's see what this guy can do then. Sasaki's level is already at the ceiling of this dungeon. It's nearly half higher than that of the twin brothers, who came in just to leech experience. This level of suppression isn't just reflected in the stats. The momentum erupted from both sides was worlds apart. Sasaki's clone almost instantly rushed before the trio, the cold glint of his ninja blade flashing as it passed between the twin brothers, nearly piercing Li Yan's neck. Fang Wan and the others, rushing from afar, were so terrified by the scene before them that their hearts nearly stopped. They hastily raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of skills as they charged toward Li Yan's position. But it was already too late. There were already few agile assault-type professions among them, let alone the fact that the opposing ninja was already right in Li Yan's face. Even if their speed could increase 10 or 20-fold now, it would still be too late in terms of timing. Host detected entering combat state. Item Hay Rake activated. The next instant, just as the ninja sword was about to slice through Li Yan's neck, it abruptly came to a halt, frozen in place. The ninja named Sasaki widened his eyes, as if he had seen something horrifying. The shadow clones used to create diversions around him instantly dissipated, and the sword in his hand could no longer advance even an inch. Something was threatening him. He couldn't describe what that thing looked like, but the sharp perception honed through years of experience still sent danger signals flashing through his mind. Alarm bells rang violently in his head. Taking one more step forward would undoubtedly mean death. What on earth could possess such overwhelming pressure? His gaze slowly lowered and landed on an utterly ordinary hay rake. No, when did this rake appear here? I didn't see it when he rushed over just now. Who could place a rake on the ground so quickly? And it was unclear whether he had gone mad or if the world had gone mad. The thing that brought him an overwhelming sense of oppression was none other than this inexplicably appearing hay rake before him. Watching Sasaki suddenly halt and withdraw his hand, Li Yan's face twisted into an expression of utter disdain. Go ahead and do it, you coward. Weren't you acting all tough just now? What happened to that? If you won't make a move, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. With that, Li Yan bent down to pick up the hay rake from the ground and swung it at Sasaki. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of oppression bore down upon Sasaki's head. The hay fork, less than 2 meters long, seemed to suddenly weigh 1,000 pounds. With the force of a landslide, it came crashing down heavily upon him. At that moment, Sasaki felt as though everything around him was being crushed by the hay fork, massive as a mountain, the heavens collapsing, the earth splitting, and all sound vanishing into silence. He wanted to run away, but his legs seemed glued firmly to the ground, unable to move an inch. Ah! Sasaki screamed in terror, frantically forming hand seals to activate the substitution technique, which could only be used once per day. The entire person poofed into a wooden stake. In an instant, he appeared a dozen steps away, clutching his chest and staring in shock at Li Yan, who was holding a hay rake over there. There was no earth-shattering event, no apocalyptic catastrophe. It seemed like just an ordinary hay rake, hitting the ground without even making much of a commotion. B.A. Beikara! Idiot! Damn Chinese monkeys! How dare you make a fool of me? Baka Iru! Sasaki clutched his chest, gasping for breath, still seemingly shaken. He didn't understand what exactly had he just seen. Was it an illusion? But that sense of oppression was undeniably real. That hay rake! No? What's the deal with that guy named Li Yan? You fucking idiot! Go back to your mom! You motherfucking bastard! Come back here and die! After all, Li Yan was just a farmer by profession. The speed attribute is far inferior compared to other combat-oriented professions. But he still relied on the fact that the hayfork skill hadn't been fully triggered, swinging it recklessly as he gave chase without fear. After all, there was exactly a 10-level difference between them. A single hit from the hayfork would instantly obliterate this Sakura ninja. Seeing Li Yan like this, Sasaki seemed to understand something. Once the thought of attacking Li Yan arose in his mind, it was immediately followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if capable of destroying heaven and earth. If he were to be controlled by that state again, in his current condition, there would be no way for him to escape. How could such an overpowering existence appear in Huaxia? He couldn't comprehend it. Fang Wan and the others, who had initially thought reinforcements were hopeless, saw Li Yan chasing ninjas all over the place with a hay rake. They were all dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? Didn't Li Yan just get attacked? How come? The tables have turned? Who is actually assassinating whom? Judging by the speed and skills displayed by that ninja just now, his level is definitely not low. Yet now he's being chased by Li Yan, even afraid to close the distance between them. It's just too strange. And what is that hayfork Li Yan is holding in his hand? Why have they never seen it before? But after a moment of stunned silence, Fang Wan immediately snapped back to reality. Quick, get him! Don't let him escape! Actively invading foreign circuits within a dungeon and premeditatedly attacking foreign job changers. He has severely violated Huaxia's laws. Don't think you can just slip away. Su Ge quickly closed the distance, immediately erecting a wall of flames to block Sasaki's escape route. After chasing for a while, Li Yan suddenly halted, raised his shadow staff high, and forcefully struck it against the ground. Suddenly, from the shadows beneath the nearby bushes, various plants began to sprout like mushrooms after rain. Large walls of nuts broke through the soil, blocking all surrounding pathways. The Sakura squad attempting to provide support from the rear was completely blocked outside, unable to advance even a step. Sasaki, with no retreat left, was forced against the net wall. Watching Li Yang closing in step by step, he shouted, "I surrender. I admit defeat. Sumimasen. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to become your prisoner. You're just a job changer. You don't have execution rights. You can't kill me. Have you forgotten? Attacking job changers from other countries in dungeons violates your Huaxia laws." "Violate laws? I'll violate your mother's Gobi Desert. Go to hell, you fucking idiot. For this despicable little cherry blossom." Li Yang didn't hold back at all and immediately started cursing. At the same time, he planted the shadow staff beside him. He took out a green gourd seed from his storage ring and threw it at Sasaki's feet. Squash, each planting consumes 50 sunlight points, with a 30-second cooldown. Plant characteristics: 3 seconds after birth, the squash can lock onto a unit within a 5-meter radius that is below level 60. This cap increases with professional level, then leap high and smash down for an instant kill effect. Watching the half-human height green squash grow wildly, the opponent Sasaki turned pale with fright, his voice cracking as he screamed, "Wait! Don't you want to know why I'm here? Don't you want to know why I attacked you? I still have information you don't know about. I want to tell you, there's more I haven't revealed." Before he could finish speaking, Li Yang interrupted his plea with an utterly indifferent tone. "Save your breath. Shut the hell up. Ever since you guys started plotting against me, my eyes have been on you the whole time. Fucking idiots, still trying to play mysterious games here." These words instantly plunged Sasaki into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold spreading from his feet all the way to the top of his head. How is this possible? As a ninja, one trained by the official authorities of Sakura country, specializing in infiltration and assassination, his actions had actually been seen through by Li Yang from the very beginning. A simple sentence can be more devastating than any insult. Sasaki stood frozen in place, stammering incoherently, his gaze growing somewhat vacant. Meanwhile, the squash beside him had finished growing and let out a puzzled hum. Then it leaped up and came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! Large cracks visible to the naked eye were smashed into the ground. The enormous pumpkin vanished into the dust storm it had kicked up, leaving behind only indistinct, shapeless flesh and blood. "Li Yang! Hold your... all this. We should have been able to get some information out of this guy." Fang Wen stumbled over through the smoke and dust, staring speechlessly at the chaotic scene before her. Li Yang shrugged. "This guy is an officially trained staff member from Kyoto, Japan, hired to clear the dungeon. He's been tailing me with intent to kill ever since the first boss was taken down. These people are trying to steal the first clear of the dungeon, resorting to such underhanded tactics to obstruct us. That's pretty much all the information. Anything else you want to ask? There are still people behind." As he spoke, Li Yang raised his hand and pointed at the towering wall of nuts stacked layer upon layer before him. By now, those who had caused the commotion to cover Sasaki's retreat had already encountered another wave of spike-lead attacks outside. Their agonized cries could be heard clearly even from here. Fang Wen was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the enemy's tracking and assassination attempts, these meticulously planned sudden incidents, all fell perfectly within Li Yan's calculations. Even this apparent isolation was part of his strategy, a deliberate move to lure them in. Li Yang had long arranged everything, setting an inescapable trap, waiting for the enemy to walk right into it. It's absolutely terrifying. Looking at the expressions of Feng Wen and the others as they gazed at him, Li Yang shrugged slightly, picked up the shadow staff, and walked to the side. Only when the main group of people approached did he raise his hand to remove the layers upon layers of nut walls. The tightly bound cherry blossom job changers are still trying to escape, but unfortunately, entangled by these ground thorns, any struggling movement only makes the thorns coil tighter. "Yuji Fashihara." Fang Wen stepped forward with practiced ease, confiscating the copy passes from those individuals and examining each one in turn. After verifying their identities, she slowly furrowed her brows. "Unauthorized entry into another country's route, poaching magical beasts, and plotting to attack foreign job changers. Your actions can already be considered a serious act of aggression. Hearing Fang Wen say this, Fu Xiong'er himself showed no signs of fear. He even solemnly declared that he had no regrets, admitting only that he had been outmaneuvered this time. If given another chance, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Now that I've been caught, do whatever you want, kill me or cut me to pieces. The many little Sakuras beside me were the same, each raising their heads, displaying an unyielding spirit. It was as if they weren't the villains who had recklessly attacked another country's route, but some kind of righteous enforcers. Thinking about having to interrogate these guys after going out, Fang Wen was so distressed her head ached. As he watched the resolute expressions on the faces of the Sakura people, Li Yang suddenly strode forward, stopping in front of Fuhara Yuji. With a slight curl of his lips, he locked eyes with him. To deal with scum like you, extraordinary measures are necessary. Before Fuhara Yuji could react to what he was about to do, the next second, Li Yang raised his foot and, with lightning speed, violently kicked and crushed his crotch. Bam! Ah! Yamet! Fuhara Yuji's face instantly turned purple, then within seconds became deathly pale. All is lost. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch at an unnatural frequency. Then he finally couldn't hold it any longer and collapsed to the ground with a thud, writhing in pain. Seeing this, his teammates instantly turned pale with fright and quickly begged for mercy. We were hired. We're just here to rendezvous with that ninja named Sasaki. We never intended to target Chinese professionals. That's right. We were just following orders and didn't harm any of you. We admit our mistake. We won't dare do it again. We're all yellow-skinned brothers, one big family, Hiki, one big family. Watching the fawning expressions of those guys, the twin brothers standing at the back couldn't help but show looks of disgust. Damn, who the hell wants to be family with trash like you? Why don't you take a piece and look at yourselves in it? You! Ugh, stop being so disgusting, will you? Seeing that Li Yan's move had achieved good results, Fang Wen, who was standing nearby, also showed a hint of admiration on her face. After recording all the information about these guys into Yunzhou's local criminal database, Fang Wen had them all tied up. These Sakura job changers could do nothing about it. They had originally heard that officials in Huaxia were quite rigid and only followed standard procedures. That's why they thought they might be able to exploit this and test these people's limits. After witnessing Li Yan's methods, they completely lost their initial arrogance. One by one, they hung their heads in dejection, clearly foreseeing their own futures. Even with lenient treatment, several years of imprisonment still awaited them. Immediately afterward, Li Yang used pumpkin heads to pin all these guys firmly in place. Now, they still have dungeons to clear and no time to waste with these guys here. Once the dungeon is completely cleared, they'll deal with them slowly. Outside the dungeon at this moment, the military department, having received the news, had already prepared special vehicles and luxurious solitary rooms for these uninvited guests. Wei Zofeng personally ordered a thorough investigation of these individuals. After that, about another half an hour or so passed. Without any strange troublemakers causing disturbances, Li Yang didn't need to prepare any measures to prevent sneak attacks. Using those plans, he bulldozed his way through the dungeon. Before the second country to defeat the Dawn Watcher appeared, he swiftly took down the final boss. Congratulations to Chinese Awakener Li Yang for successfully defeating the boss Dawn Monarch. The second route where Awakener Li Yang is located has been successfully cleared. The strategy for this hidden dungeon concludes here. The exit portal for leaving the dungeon has been activated. Awakeners on each route should return to the starting point of the dungeon and await final settlement. Analyzing. In this dungeon raid, a Chinese class changer from the second route achieved the highest overall damage output, accounting for 65% of the total damage dealt. As a special reward, the region to which this class changer belongs will receive a 10% increase in damage against magical beasts. The hidden dungeon, Dawn Valley, has been converted into a permanent dungeon in Yunzhou City. The hidden dungeon will always maintain a completely random state, so all class changers should not be discouraged. The news of successfully clearing the dungeon quickly spread to everyone's ears. At this moment, Everyone in Cob Canyon heard the name that had appeared 3 times in a row: Li Yang. What's the deal with this job changer named Li Yang? Is it because of level? But the highest level cap here is only 60. Given the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, even if there were a whole group of level 60 job changers, it would be impossible to defeat 3 bosses this quickly. How could China's speed be so fast? Although China was already among the top in dungeon exploration before, this is just too abnormal, isn't it? This is really strange. Could there be something wrong with their route? Perhaps China has mastered some unknown power we're unaware of now. They absolutely cannot be underestimated. Teams on other routes were advancing slowly as usual, but many didn't even get to see the second boss before receiving the news that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. For China to conquer the dungeon at such an astonishing speed, they simply found it beyond reason. If it were them, even with 5 or 6 level 60 job changers in the team, they couldn't possibly clear it this quickly. How on earth did China manage to do it? Forget it, forget it. We lost fair and square. Let's just double our efforts next time. I never expected the quality of job changers in China to be so high now. Truly impressive. Just wonder when the next hidden dungeon will appear. Quest: complete the strategy for the hidden dungeon, Doom Valley 1-1. Quest reward: 100,000 sunshine points, 1 plant formation safeguard capacity, 500 plants, obtained. Your twin sunflower successfully killed the Lord level monster Dawn Monarch LV 60. You gained EXP, 20,400 points. Congratulations, your EXP has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV 52 LV 53. Congratulations, your EXP has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV 54 LV 55. As the first job changer to defeat the final boss, congratulations on receiving the ultimate reward of the dungeon, Dawn Treasure Chest X5. With the final boss's head hitting the ground, the white throne located in the deepest part of Doom Valley also completely shattered. Li Yan's vision began to be continuously filled with new prompts. Not only did he complete the system's task, as the one who delivered the final blow to the boss, he also received the majority of the experience points and the clearance rewards. Staring at the 5 treasure chests gradually forming complete structures from the white light before him, Li Yang hesitated no longer and chose to open them all at once. Amidst the purple glow symbolizing epic quality emanating from the chests, shadows of some equipment appeared before everyone's eyes. This time, the rewards weren't as special as the Shadow Staff. 2 sets of epic Great Dawn armor, 1 Dawn Greatsword, and 1 Dawn Staff, plus 1 copy of various materials. Most of these things are associated with high attribute values, which hold little significance for Li Yang. But for other job changers, they are extremely rare finds. Watching the group of job changers around him erupt into excited cheers, Li Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. Since keeping these things doesn't hold much significance for him anyway, it's better to just distribute them directly. After all, clearing this dungeon wasn't solely his achievement. He only contributed about 70 to 80%. Not that much. Thus, in the time that followed, Li Yang took advantage of the gap before the main force left the dungeon to casually give away all those equipment and materials. Among them, the Dawn Staff was also given a bit of selfish consideration by Li Yang, who directly tossed it to Su Gui. Many among them insisted on paying Li Yang, but he firmly refused them all. After all, things like money held no meaning for Li Yang, who possessed the Marigold. Selling or acquiring this rare equipment is just for fun, nothing more. After Li Yang gave these items away, the main group made their way back to the starting point of the dungeon, passed through the rift and returned to Yunhou. The job changers around were still discussing with great excitement everything that had just happened. The captured Sakura job changers had no way to escape and were dejectedly escorted into the vehicles sent by the military. Watching the departing convoy, Li Yang slightly narrowed his eyes, standing thoughtfully in place. No need to worry. With the evidence we currently have, Fuhara Yuji, as the mastermind, will definitely face severe punishment. That guy won't be able to stir up any more trouble. After coordinating with her military colleagues, Fang Wen noticed Li Yang frowning. So he walked over and spoke up. But Li Yang wasn't actually worried about what these little cherry blossoms might do. On the contrary, he was almost hoping they would take some radical measures. If those little cherry blossoms could really stir up some trouble again, then he also had sufficient reason to strike a fatal blow. Having lived 2 lives as a Chinese, Li Yan's feelings toward the Sakura nation need no elaboration. If given the chance to make the Sakura nation completely submit or even annihilate it, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, he now has more than just ideas. The strength to turn one's own ideas into reality. Then, I should return to the military headquarters. If you need, I can give you a ride. After a moment of silence, Fang Wen suddenly spoke. Li Yang, however, shook his head, indicating that he still had things to do. After a brief farewell with Fang Wen, he left the location of the Doom Canyon portal alone. After Li Yang completed the first clear, the time-hidden dungeon became a permanent ordinary dungeon. From then on, it would stably exist in Yunzhou, becoming one of the many dungeon resources in the area. Just as Li Yang was about to return to the city, he encountered Su Gui's team gathered together. At this moment, Su Gui and the others were talking about Li Yan's performance in the dungeon. Just a few days ago, they were all classmates under the same roof, but now, Li Yang had already become a master capable of leading the entire Yunzhou to conquer hidden dungeons. The impact of such an event was utterly overwhelming for them. Take, for example, when they were inside the dungeon. Even just grinding small monsters to level up was a struggle for them. Yet, Li Yang single-handedly took down 3 boss kills in one go. The gap is simply terrifying. Brother Su, how come the difference between people can be so huge? What on earth did Li Yang go through to become like that? It's just too exaggerated. Why can't I become like that? Eh? Li Yang! Someone shouted, and several members of Su Gui's team turned their heads, waving enthusiastically at Li Yang. It was precisely because of this call. Other returning professionals nearby also turned their gazes in this direction. At this moment, everyone, whether they had participated in the dungeon raid earlier or not, had more or less heard of Li Yan's name through various channels. Some sharp-nosed reporters even drove straight here at high speed, hoping to secure an exclusive interview with Li Yang. In any case, Li Yan's performance in the dungeon successfully caused a citywide sensation. Now, he could hardly take 2 steps without hearing his own deeds being celebrated in every street and alley. Overnight, he went from being unknown to becoming a household name. For Li Yang, it was indeed a bit hard to get used to. However, at this point, he didn't have to worry too much. After all, his identity is no longer the same as before. If it were the once obscure and honest Li Yang, such terrifying popularity would only bring all sorts of messy paparazzi and endless troubles. But now, behind Li Yang stands the municipal government and military headquarters of Yunzhou. Li Yan's status is even comparable to that of Long Mingshu and Wei Zongfeng. People from all walks of life in society are too busy trying to curry favor with him. Who would dare to bring trouble to his doorstep? Thus, Li Yang returned to his residence outside the city under the gaze of countless onlookers. He had originally planned to use his free time to test out the reward given by the system after completing the test. However, as soon as he arrived at his doorstep, he spotted a black sedan with municipal license plates parked nearby. Mayor Zhang Mingshu, wearing a smile on his face, gave a slight wave upon seeing Li Yang return. Classmate Li Yang, do you have time now? The people from the capital have finally arrived. Let's go meet them together. The mayor came to pick us up personally. It's still quite an honor. For the villagers, this was even more shocking than the last time they saw Li Yang returning in a military pickup truck. At this very moment, the villagers stood one by one at Li Yan's doorstep, curiously looking in that direction. Many of them had learned from news reports on their TVs about Li Yang leading the team to swiftly clear the hidden dungeon. At this moment, there was a bit more respect in the gaze directed at Li Yang. Meanwhile, Li Yang also learned an important piece of information from Zhang Mingshu's words. Finally, someone from the imperial capital has arrived. As the capital city of China, the significance of a place like the imperial capital goes without saying. The officials of the imperial capital are not comparable to those of Yungzhou's local government. Directly engaging with these individuals was precisely Li Yan's initial goal in demonstrating his capabilities to the municipal authorities. Ever since Zhang Mingshu reported his affairs to the higher-ups, Li Yang had been waiting for the so-called arrival of the imperial capital's officials, especially since he had just encountered hostility from the Sakura people in the dungeon today. Li Yan's thoughts became even more apparent. Now, he hasn't even reached level 60, yet the strength he's displayed has already attracted individuals like the Sakura ninja. If his power grows further in the future and his performance in dungeons becomes even more outrageous, how many such creatures could be lured over? Li Yang didn't even dare to imagine. After all, he was just a life-class profession. Although he was now unbelievably strong, that was only relative to those of the same level. With the system's help, Li Yang had effortlessly achieved invincibility among his peers. But among peers of the same level, to be honest, there's still a tiny bit of risk. All offensive plans and even self-defense items in Dave's shop are restricted by Li Yan's level under the system's rules. When facing opponents of similar levels, Li Yang can easily deal with enemies by leveraging the rules. Once the level increases, rules based on level restrictions will become diluted. At that point, specific rules like the Peashooter's 5 hits to cripple, 10 hits to kill will no longer serve as Li Yan's sole means of suppression. Against high-level enemies, victory can only be achieved through sheer numbers. Against opponents of the same level, the Peashooter's rule of 5 hits to cripple, 10 hits to kill still applies. Enemies beyond that, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of shots. As long as Li Yan's plans stack up in numbers, instant kills are still achievable. But the difficulty is on a whole different level. To prevent this ninja assassination from happening again and again, the most practical solution is to quickly level up. So whatever the Tangxian plan is, or any official training programs, bring them all on. With such thoughts in mind, when Zhang Mingshu proposed to take him to meet those visitors from the capital, Li Yang didn't hesitate for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then directly got into Zhang Mingshu's car and headed into the city. On the way, Zhang Mingshu couldn't stop praising Li Yan's performance in the dungeon. He was deeply impressed by the strategy and courage Li Yang had demonstrated. He even stated that if Li Yang decides to stay away from the Tangxian project in the future and pursue other fields, he would support him. The gates of Yungzhou's municipal government and military headquarters will always remain open for him. Damn, I haven't even graduated yet, and the cushy government job just landed in my lap. Li Yang smiled but neither agreed nor directly refused. Just gazing at the bustling city outside the window, he let out a long sigh. All right, Li Yang. There's one more very important thing I forgot to tell you. This time, when the people from the capital come, besides officially recruiting you to join the Tangxian project, there are some other arrangements. Zhang Mingshu was driving when he suddenly spoke up. Li Yang blinked and asked lightly in response. Zhang Mingshu didn't waste time on unnecessary explanations. He simply pulled out a personnel file from the glove compartment and handed it to Li Yang. Take a look at this first. Li Yang, puzzled, took the file and began flipping through the pages on his lap. The first thing that caught his eye was a portrait photo. The photo shows a girl with silver-white hair and a sweet appearance. Below is her relevant information. Name, Bai Yi. Gender, female. Occupation, temporarily confidential at the individual's request. Special talent, verdant abundance. Related achievements, principal leader of projects such as the China Grain Yield Increase Program wheat, corn, soybeans, rice, having successfully resolved food production issues in the vast majority of impoverished regions across China. Looking at those achievements, Li Yang felt somewhat lost. This girl is quite impressive. But why show this to him? Li Yang, what do you think of her? Her? Yes, it's this Miss Bai mentioned in the documents. Achieving such success at such a young age is quite impressive. Hearing this response, Zhang Mingshu, who was driving in front, smiled and asked another question. This time, the people sent from the capital have a very important mission besides verifying your abilities. It's just to introduce you to that Miss Bai. Li Yang was somewhat incredulous. Huh? Why? Zhang Mingshu smiled. It's a bit complicated to explain now. You'll understand when we meet. Li Yang blinked, burying his confusion deep in his heart. Those visitors from the imperial capital came to personally test his abilities as a precaution, which was understandable. He was mentally prepared for all this and quite confident that he wouldn't have any issues. But suddenly introducing a girl to him, what was the meaning of that? Official blind date? Isn't this a bit too casual? Li Yang pondered silently, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before he knew it, the car had quickly arrived at the municipal government building. Stop the car, open the door, and what greets the eyes is a crowd and luxury cars several times the usual number, along with a large group of reporters from various media outlets, all carrying an array of cameras and equipment. When Li Yang stepped out of the mayor's car, the crowd on the scene immediately erupted in gasps of surprise. Flashlights flickered incessantly, cameras clicked one after another, capturing the moment non-stop. Mayor Zhang, may I ask what impact the successful completion of this hidden dungeon will have on Yunzhou's economy? Mayor Zhang, regarding the professional named Li Yang who led the team in clearing the hidden dungeon, what kind of rewards will Yunzhou City offer him? Is this young man beside you Li Yang? Could we take a few minutes of his time for a brief interview? A crowd of reporters, holding microphones, jostled to push their way forward. The municipal bodyguards, who had been waiting there all along, immediately rushed forward, forming a human wall to block the crowd. Zhang Mingshu, with seasoned ease, flashed his signature smile, waved at the cameras, and then led Li Yang into the building. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Mingshu casually chatted with Li Yang. Just as those reporters brought it up again, Li Yang, this dungeon strategy was all thanks to your efforts. With this high-quality copy resource in place, our Yunzhou is bound to develop better and better in the future. Your contribution to Yunzhou is truly remarkable. I'm almost at a loss for how to thank you. How about this? Let me know what you need. As long as it's within the capabilities of our municipal government and military department, just name it. What do you need? Li Yang stepped into the elevator, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered for a while. To be honest, he didn't really need things like cars, houses, money, or even an official position. After all, he had the existence of such an overpowered plant as the Marigold. With the supply of one mountain of gold and silver after another, most of the world's problems had nothing to do with him. The only thing he wanted now was a way to level up at the speed of light. It would be best to let him level up to over 100 the next day and dominate the entire world. But obviously, such a thing is unthinkable, not just in Yunzhou. Even if it were handed over to the imperial capital, it would still be somewhat unrealistic. After much deliberation, Li Yang suddenly thought of some other matters. He then extended a forefinger, lightly tapped his own temple, and said, "Speaking of which, there is actually something I'd like to ask Mayor Zhang for help with." Zhang Mingshu waved his hand. "Don't mention help, this is a reward for you. No need to be so polite. Just tell me whatever requests you have." Li Yang nodded and slowly began, "Mayor Zhang, you must be aware of the mine in my village." With just this first sentence, Zhang Mingshu nearly lost his composure. Of course, he knew exactly what Li Yang meant by mine, those little flowers of his that spewed out gold. But why would he suddenly bring up such a thing? Li Yang smiled and briefly explained his thoughts. After all, he grew up in that village outside the city, relying on the kindness of the villagers for meals and receiving much care from them. Now, he also wanted to use his abilities to give something back to the village. He plans to plant some marigolds in the village under the guise of opening a gold mine. Firstly, a sufficient amount of gold could improve the overall living standards of that village. Secondly, a permanently existing gold mine, officially protected by the Yunzhou municipal government, could also become a decent pillar industry for the local area. In this day and age, gold holds significant weight in commerce. With a guaranteed gold mine that never loses money as its foundation, Yunzhou stands to profit no matter what. Zhang Mingshu initially thought Li Yang would make some outrageous demands to satisfy petty personal desires. I never expected him to be considering such a question. At such a young age, he already has such ideological awareness. After hearing Li Yan's words, Zhang Mingshu stood there with his mouth agape, unable to snap out of it for a long time. In the end, Li Yang had to repeat his request once more. Only then did Zhang Mingshu snap back to reality, quickly nodding his head. Of course, that's great. Ding! The elevator emitted a crisp chime. They had finally arrived at the mayor's office on the top floor. The guests from the imperial capital, along with the so-called Miss Bai, had been waiting inside for quite some time. When Zhang Mingshu pushed open the office door and saw the people inside, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. These so-called guests from the imperial capital were a bit too little. Li Yang had thought that upon opening the office door, he would be greeted by a bustling scene packed with people. He expected a crowd of imperial city folks in military uniforms gathered here, chattering away about things he couldn't even begin to understand. Result: in the vast office, there were only 4 people, excluding Li Yan's Ding Sumihong and a fully armed military bodyguard. The remaining individuals included a young woman in a white dress who looked somewhat familiar, and a tall, thin young man wearing glasses. This is the so-called investigation team sent by the imperial capital. At the very least, an investigation team should consist of more than 1 person. Li Yang didn't know where to begin with his complaints. Instead, it was the tall, slender young man opposite him who reacted first. He adjusted the square-framed glasses on his nose and gave a refined smile. Hello, Mayor Zhang. If I'm not mistaken, this young man must be the legendary Li Yang, am I right? Legend has it. Li Yang was almost choked by these 3 words. The young man adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. Then, he quickly took 2 steps forward and stood before Li Yang. He flashed a harmless, friendly smile and extended a hand. Hello, Li Yang, nice to meet you. I am Dofang Changming, the head of the freshman department at the Imperial Capital Tangxian Division. Tangxian Division. Li Yang heard a somewhat unfamiliar name. He knew about the Tangxian project. It was a special talent cultivation program in China. But as for this Tangxian department, he didn't seem to have heard of it before. However, considering the Tangxian project, this Tangxian department was likely an institution similar to a special talent training camp. With this thought in mind, Li Yang also smiled in response, shook hands with Director Dofang, who had extended his hand, and exchanged a simple greeting. Director Dofang, you must have already reviewed those materials just now, right? In fact, given Li Yan's rapid growth, those materials are already severely outdated and cannot represent his current capabilities. If there's anything you'd like to know, it would be better to ask Li Yang directly. While closing the office door, Zhang Mingshu proactively began introducing the situation to Dofang Changming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Minghong was also enthusiastically boasting. Yes, Director Dofang. Not only is Li Yang exceptionally powerful, but his growth potential is also the most terrifying I've seen in decades of teaching. As a newly awakened professional who just started his career, he has already leveled up to, in less than a week. Faced with Su Minghong's hesitation, Li Yang simply waved his hand and displayed his profession information panel in front of everyone, saying, after finishing the dungeon just now, I'm now level 55. Yeah, level 55. Su Minghong chuckled, but the next second, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body shuddered violently. Wait, level 55 already? Weren't you just level 20 a couple of days ago? Su Minghong had heard about the military department helping Li Yang grind some levels. He originally thought Li Yang reaching level 40 would already be the limit. Result: a newly transitioned class changer, within less than a week after their class transition, skyrocketed all the way to level 55. They're even just 5 levels away from officially stepping into the ranks of 4th-tier class changers. Is this something a human can actually achieve? You must know, among the combat class job changers in Yunzhou City, there aren't many who exceed this level. Hearing this, Dofang Changming, on the other side, also showed a slightly shocked expression. Since the launch of China's Tongxian project, he has been responsible for recruiting talents for the project. To be honest, up to today, he has encountered quite a few job changers with extraordinary talents. But a newly transferred professional, rising more than 50 levels within a week of their transfer. Not to mention Yunshou. Even across the entire Huaxiu region, there's only one such person. The office fell into an eerie silence. Apart from Zhang Mingxiu, who had been watching the battle alongside Wei Zongfeng in the office all along. Everyone was greatly shocked by Li Yin's age and his level of strength. Dongfang Chanming's thoughts were very clear. For these career changers who have been reported as candidates for the Mystic Plan, a high level isn't something particularly worth boasting about. Because those who gain the attention of local municipal governments and even get directly reported are bound to have some exceptional abilities. In people-centric China, such talents are invariably supported by local municipal governments and military departments in leveling up. Generally speaking, being 10 or 20 levels ahead of other career changers of the same age is hardly an issue. But Li Yang wasn't just surpassing them by 10 or 20 levels. Not to mention Su Guo, who was also hailed as a genius but was slightly inferior to Li Yang. Among the students in the academy who were in the same year as Li Yang, even with teachers and various department heads helping them level up, most were only around 10 to 20 levels now. Moreover, the higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. In these past few days, Li Yang has probably killed more magical beasts than the entire combined count of his entire class. This is already astonishing enough. But this isn't even the main point. Li Yan's position in the professional system is indeed a solid life-oriented occupation. But the combat prowess he has displayed has reached an exaggerated level. During the time waiting for Li Yang, Su Mingheng showed the previously saved photos and videos of Li Yan's skills to Dongfang Chanming for review. Upon witnessing the hail of bullets capable of repelling the beast tide and the mushroom cloud instantly erupted by the cherry bombs, Dongfang Chanming had already understood. This talent must be secured by the Tongxian department at all costs. This was no longer a matter of whether the Tongxian department was willing to accept Li Yang. The real question is whether this Li Yang is truly willing to join the Tongxian division. After a long moment of shock, Dongfang Chanming took a deep breath, and his expression finally returned to normal. He smiled gently, appearing refined and cultured. Facing Li Yang before him, he slowly asked the most crucial question. Student Li Yang. Although before this, Mayor Zhang, Dean Su, and others should have already briefed you on various aspects of the Tongxian project. But I still want to ask one more question. How much do you know about the Tongxian project and the Tongxian division? Li Yang pondered for a moment and briefly recounted what he knew. But it was nothing more than what Zhang Mingxiu had mentioned earlier: special talents receiving specialized training and the like. He could guess that something like the Tongxian division was likely a product of the Tongxian project, a special talent cultivation institution directly under the authority of the Chinese government. Those inside were probably elite talents recruited from various parts of China. But beyond that, he didn't know much more. Dongfang Chanming nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Mingxiu behind the desk awkwardly hunched his shoulders. Logically, this kind of public education work should have been handled by the municipal government. But because the environment in Yunshou is harsh and resources are scarce, the quality of those who change professions is generally low. Very few can be rated as elites and receive recommendation spots, let alone those who are nominated to join the Tongxian division. Over time, even as the mayor, he came to regard matters related to the Tongxian plan as something that was neither appealing enough to keep nor worth discarding a mere chicken rib. I never expected that such a thing would actually come in handy one day. With Li Yan's abilities, joining the Tongxian division would be more than sufficient. Right now, the most important thing isn't my perspective, but rather your own opinion, Li Yang. Before that, let me provide a detailed introduction to the various aspects of the Tongxian project, to help Li Yang make an informed decision. Dongfang Chanming spoke, casting an inquiring glance at Li Yang. After Li Yang nodded in agreement, he began the introduction he had rehearsed countless times, one he knew by heart. The so-called Tongxian project derives its name from the idea of comprehending profound mysteries. It was a major initiative established by the Chinese authorities from the very beginning of the world's gamification. Its scope is so vast that it ranks among the top in the entire Blue Star. The original purpose of establishing the Tangxian project was to respond to the rapidly changing global situation. All nations on Blue Star have begun cultivating their own elite talents to adapt to the world's transformations. Naturally, Wuxiao could not be absent from this effort. As time progresses, the Tangxian project has become increasingly interconnected with various aspects. In addition to training combatants capable of rivaling top professionals from other countries, explorations of otherworldly realms, the containment of beast types, and even the search for new ways of human survival, all these endeavors began to intertwine, to varying degrees, with the Transcendence Plan. The Transcendence Bureau, born in response to the Transcendence Plan, evolved from its initial role as a rigorous training camp for combat-oriented professionals into a secretive institution that equally values both academic and combat disciplines. Beyond talent cultivation, the Transcendence Bureau also shoulders numerous other critical responsibilities. For example, the young lady next to me, Bai Zi. She is also a student at the Tangxian Academy, but like Li Yang, she is a pure life-oriented profession. The series of achievements she has made, such as achieving explosive growth in China's grain production and developing new grain varieties, have nothing to do with combat. But across all of China, her accomplishments can still be considered feats that no one else could achieve. To this day, the Tangxian Academy has witnessed the comings and goings of many, as well as the rise and fall of numerous individuals. From Doufang Chanming's perspective, among them, not a single person's talent could compare to the currently young. He could even guarantee it. After Li Yang joins the Tangxian division, he will undoubtedly become an unprecedented figure capable of making history and forging the future. At the very end, he didn't forget to give Li Yang a little praise. The earnest tone of his compliments almost made Li Yang feel embarrassed. At the end, Doufang Chanming put away his smile and adopted a rather serious expression, slowly asking, "So, classmate Li Yang, I wonder if the current Mystic Bureau aligns with what you had in mind. Regardless, personally, I truly hope you can join us. With the strong support of the Chinese government, you can achieve great things. Of course, this doesn't mean you won't achieve anything if you don't join. After all, Li Yan's abilities are undeniably formidable. However, from your perspective, I believe choosing the Mystic Bureau would offer better value. What do you think?" As he spoke, Doufang Chanming slowly extended his hand. Not from the perspective of some high and mighty bureaucrat or elder. Instead, it was with the attitude of an equal partner that the invitation was extended to Li Yang. After all, anyone with eyes can see Li Yan's current state. The strong official support was not actually necessary for him, but rather the icing on the cake. Li Yan's strength far surpassed that of any job changer Doufang Chanming had ever seen before. In today's world, strength holds more persuasive power than experience and capital. What Doufang Chanming said aligned perfectly with Li Yan's initial conception. Therefore, Li Yang naturally had no reason to oppose. Faced with the invitation from the Tangxian division, Li Yang almost didn't hesitate before raising his hand to shake it. "Director Doufang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Doufang Chanming nodded repeatedly, his smile visibly relaxing. There's no helping it even though he had deliberately maintained a calm and composed demeanor. At the moment when Li Yang was about to make his choice, he still felt nervous deep down. After all, the flattery directed at Li Yang just now. To put it bluntly, it was all his sincere words. Li Yang is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy, unparalleled in history and unmatched in the future. If such a precious talent were to be let slip away for nothing, then every night before bed, he would recall this incident and slap himself twice, adding, "I really deserve to die." "Will?" Doufang Chanming breathed a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Yang was pondering another matter. Just now, when Doufang Chanming described the responsibilities of the Tangxian division, he had mentioned containing beast types. From his memories, the parents of his previous incarnation had died in a large-scale beast tide that once erupted in Yunxiu. The horrific scene of the beast tide invading the city left him with severe psychological trauma during his childhood. Although the currently young is no longer the same person he was before. But when it comes to the beast tide, he still feels a deep curiosity from the bottom of his heart. This phenomenon, already defined as a natural disaster, could there truly be any method to suppress it? Those relevant documents can be processed after returning to the capital. But before that, there are still some things I hope Student Li Yang can assist with. Student Li Yang. Director Dongfang's voice snapped Li Yang out of his thoughts. After raising his head, Director Dongfang happened to call over the girl, who had been sitting quietly nearby. Help? What kind of help? Li Yang was somewhat puzzled. Director Dongfang gently patted the shoulder of the white-haired girl and said, First, get to know each other. Classmate Li Yang, we hope you can help us complete an important experiment. If the experiment succeeds, it won't just benefit you. It will provide tremendous assistance to the entire Huaxiu region. Seriously? Starting off with something this big? Li Yang was somewhat bewildered. The silver-haired girl opposite him gently lifted the hem of her skirt and performed a rather intricate courtesy toward Li Yang. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Li Yang. I am Bai Ji, the principal person in charge of the Tangxian Department's Grain Yield Increase project. It's an honor to meet you. Ah, hello. Li Yang blinked, taking a proper look at the girl before him for the first time. She had the unmistakable appearance of a classical beauty, fair-skinned and exuding an elegant aura. Whether it's the intricate and complex etiquette or the convoluted formal phrasing in her speech. At first glance, she definitely didn't seem like an ordinary girl you'd commonly see on the streets. At the very least, the education she had received was far beyond what an average person could compare to. Truly befitting someone from the imperial capital. I've really learned something new. Li Yang nodded repeatedly, silently marveling. Meanwhile, Director Dongfang beside him began to introduce. Student Li Yang, there's no need to be too reserved. Bai Zi is about your age. She just joined the Tangxian division a bit earlier. She also has a lifestyle profession similar to yours, but awakened an extremely rare talent. Mayor Zhang should have already shown you the materials at that time, right? Li Yang nodded. Recalling Bai Ji's personal file from back then, the talent section clearly stated the 4 big characters, herbal abundance. It sounds quite impressive. It feels at least way cooler than something like Crazy Dave's plant shop. Right after, Dongfang Chenming cleared his throat and began to explain. To sum up, Bai Ji's talent is actually quite simple and straightforward. She can use her talent to create a substance that causes mutations in any plant. We refer to this mutation as abundance. Her achievements have already made this point abundantly clear. Among the plants we've experimented with, staple crops like wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice have all shown varying degrees of increased yield. The most astonishing result was when the output of wheat from 1 acre of land expanded to more than 10 times its previous yield. Although the introduction was delivered in a very matter-of-fact tone. But when he heard about the so-called tenfold increase in production, Li Yang was still slightly shocked. Similar achievements had been made by a peerless national hero in his original world. With the power of abundance, he increased grain yields and ensured the entire nation had enough to eat. This is truly a remarkable endeavor. For a moment, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for the white-haired girl before him, who seemed somewhat detached from worldly affairs. Among the many plants we have tested, the states of abundance they exhibit are actually quite diverse. Some bear unusually large fruits, while others develop strange new traits out of nowhere. And coincidentally, your power is also related to plants. So, Li Yang, if possible, we would like to conduct a test. Can the plants you've cultivated produce even more exaggerated effects under the influence of Angelica Dehurica? While Li Yang was still curious, Dongfang Chenming quickly stated everything that needed to be said. Simple and clear. Moreover, it successfully piqued Li Yan's interest. He also wanted to see what effect this bountiful power, capable of increasing wheat yields by more than tenfold, could have on the plants purchased from his Dave's shop. Li Yang casually raised his hand and pulled out some random seeds from his storage ring, not even sure what they were. This action immediately startled Su Minhong and Zhang Mingshu beside him, who stood up in alarm and cried out to stop him. Ah! No! Classmate Li Yang. Wait a moment. Not here. Absolutely not. If the power of those plants of yours suddenly increased more than tenfold, wouldn't it blow this office sky high on the spot? Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed they had worried about this issue the last time he demonstrated his power. In that case, what should be done? Surely we can't go through the trouble of traveling all the way to the dungeon just to test it, right? Hey! I've got an idea, Li Yang. How about using that net? Yeah, the net you used as a wall. That thing looks honest and reliable, and it's a purely defensive plant. It shouldn't have any offensive capabilities. Zhang Mingshu had a sudden idea and remembered Li Yan's walnut. That thing looks harmless enough. Even if it mutates, it probably won't get too outrageous. Li Yang nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. He then summoned the infinite summoning flower pot and tossed the walnut seed into it. While Dongfang Chanming beside him was still puzzled about why a farmer like Li Yang had the professional skill of summoning flower pots. A giant nut, as tall as a person, sprouted robustly from that very flower pot. Faced with the colossal sight before him, Dongfang Chanming couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Although he had seen related videos before, this was his first time getting a close look at Li Yan's plants. This thing looks much bigger than it did in the video. Alright, Baiji, let's get started. After examining it for a while, he turned his head and looked at Baiji beside him. Baiji nodded, walked straight up to the nut wall, slowly raised her hand, and activated her skill. Just as Li Yang was pondering how much harder the primarily defensive nut wall could become under the influence of fertility. Click! The flower pot cracked on the spot, as the abundant power of Angelica Tellurica was infused into the walnut. It only took a few seconds. That brown nut, as tall as a person, suddenly shot up from the ground right in front of everyone present. With unstoppable momentum, it pierced through the roof in one go, jutting straight into the sky. Bam bam! Chunks of debris fell from the ceiling, producing loud crashing sounds. This sudden scene left everyone present frozen in place. This roof, it was doomed from the start. Dean Su Minghang sat on the sofa, helplessly holding his forehead as he spoke slowly. Zhang Mingshu slightly raised his head, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the gap, feeling both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Baiji took several steps back in fright when she suddenly saw the nut grow larger. Only after confirming that no other strange changes would occur did she pat her chest in relief. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chanming, who had been closely watching from the start, looked extremely excited. Although his face still maintained an expression of utter calm, but his flickering eyes had already revealed his current state of mind. Classmate Li Yang, if possible, I could. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Li Yang beside him. Li Yang nodded, signaling him to go ahead. Dongfang Chanming immediately raised his hand and cast an appraisal spell on the enlarged walnut before him. Walnut Bountiful Plus Edition. Each planting consumes 50 points of sunlight, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Plant trait. The walnut can withstand any attack below level 60. This cap increases with profession level advancement, up to 50 times. Damage sustained while blocking attacks cannot be repaired. Bountiful Enhancement. All attributes of the walnut hardness, durability, size are increased 5-fold, lasting for 3 hours. Li Yan's original plant abilities were already terrifying enough. On top of that, they've been enhanced by 5 times. Considering this is still the most harmless plant among all of Li Yan's plants, Dongfang Chanming couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. The enhanced strength of other plants might become even more terrifying. He was already eager to see just how terrifying the enhanced power of a cherry bomb could be. A harmless-looking walnut was enough to pierce through a reinforced concrete ceiling. If it were anything else, wouldn't they have to tear down the entire city hall building? At this moment, Dongfang Chanming looked at Li Yang with even more admiration in his eyes. To him, Li Yang at this moment was practically the very definition of the word genius. Phew! Director Dongfang. Just as Dongfang Chanming was about to discuss future benefits and compensation with Li Yang in detail, Baiji suddenly clutched her head, staggered, and nearly fell to the ground. Dongfang Chanming swiftly caught her, offering an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry, I got so excited that I forgot about your matter. Go sit over there for a while. After I finish discussing important matters with Li Yang, I'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Baizi nodded lightly and staggered back to the sofa. Seeing Baizi suddenly become so weak, Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked curiously, Director Dongfang, what's wrong with her? Dongfang Chanming smiled and gave a brief explanation. This condition is actually quite common with Baizi. It's a small price to pay for her extraordinary talent. Every time she uses her abilities, it drains a tremendous amount of her energy. Then, you'll fall into this state of extreme exhaustion. Of course, under normal circumstances, when using your abilities, the reaction shouldn't be this severe. Perhaps it's because Li Yan's plans received a particularly strong enhancement. From this perspective, you two have good compatibility. In the future, perhaps no. There's definitely more potential to be explored. Having said that, Dongfang Chanming turned his head to glance at Baizi once more. Over there, Baizi was trying her best to maintain a dignified sitting posture, but it was clear she was beginning to struggle against drowsiness. Dongfang Chanming smiled slightly, regaining his usual expression before turning his gaze back to Li Yang. Alright, Li Yang, no need to worry too much about her. Since we've decided to join the Tongxian project, it's time we properly discuss the matter of related benefits. Although it's backed by the Chinese government, the resources of the Tongxian project are not limitless. Therefore, generally speaking, we allocate different resources and education based on each transferee's unique talents and abilities. But though it might seem sudden to bring this up now, your situation is entirely different from anyone we've recruited before. I think it's necessary to establish some new standards tailored to your situation. After that, Dongfang Chanming had an in-depth discussion with Li Yang. From the resources the Tongxian department could provide to Li Yang, to the monthly subsidies, and targeted training plans, everything was meticulously arranged. It deeply impressed upon Li Yang the professionalism of the capital's official personnel. Dongfang Chanming was not one to dawdle. After most matters had been discussed, he straightforwardly consulted Li Yang about when to set off. In the end, they decided there was no time like the present. As long as Li Yan's schedule permitted, they could take an airship back to the imperial capital first thing the next morning. Moreover, according to Dongfang Chanming himself, the capital seems to be in great need of Li Yan's assistance as well. Li Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. After agreeing, it made Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong, who were standing nearby, become visibly excited. This won't do. Such a big matter, and you're just leaving like this. I was actually planning to organize a farewell party for Li Yang at the academy before his departure. It would have been so nice to have your old classmates and others see you off. Everything was going smoothly, but the two of them wore expressions full of regret. Although the time they spent together wasn't very long, yet they hadn't expected Li Yang to leave so quickly. Just yesterday, they were still immersed in the joy of discovering a peerless genius, being astonished by Li Yang over and over again. Today marks the day Li Yang leaves this impoverished rural area to spread his wings in a bigger place. Although this is the outcome everyone hoped for, when it truly comes time to face the parting, everyone still feels a bit reluctant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingshu slowly spoke. Actually, ever since we first learned that Li Yang was the mysterious job changer we were looking for, I've been thinking about when would be the right time to publicly express the city's gratitude to you on behalf of the municipal government. But back then, for confidentiality reasons, we couldn't reveal your identity to the public so quickly. Even when we awarded you the bonus later, we kept it quiet. By now, these matters probably wouldn't cause much of a stir anymore. I've always wanted to wait for the right moment to share your story with every citizen of Yunshou. I never expected the delay to drag on until now. Coincidentally, there's quite a stir outside about you leading the team to clear the hidden dungeon. Let's seize this opportunity. Let you shine brightly before you leave. After Zhang Mingshu proposed this suggestion, immediately, under the pretext of celebration and also as a farewell, they invited Dongfang Chanming and directly booked out an entire hotel. The banquet commenced as scheduled at 8 p.m., with the entire lower floor filled with people. However, all the truly heavyweight figures were arranged in private rooms on the second floor. There was the mayor of Yunzhou City, the minister of the military department, members of the investigation team from the capital, and the presidents of various colleges in Yunzhou City, even including those previously in the parliament. Anyone who had any connection with Li Yang or wanted to establish some relationship with him had gathered here. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Li Yang, who had already become the center of attention. Congratulations, Li Yang. May your future soar to great heights and achieve grand ambitions. Cheers! The wine glasses swayed as the guests clinked cups back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Yang held up his wine glass, watching the liquid inside sway continuously, feeling slightly awkward. He actually didn't know how to drink alcohol at all. But now, all eyes were fixed on him. As the center of attention, he had no choice but to act. Helpless, he could only raise his head and down the entire glass of liquor in one go. The strong alcohol warmed his insides the moment it went down. Before long, his entire face turned bright red. Seeing this, Long Minshu, who was sitting beside him, quickly stepped in to help him fend off 2 glasses of wine. Afraid that he might drink too much and casually toss out a cherry bomb to liven up the atmosphere. In contrast, Wei Zofeng, sitting across from him, seemed quite amused and cheerfully remarked, "We're usually used to being amazed by Li Yang. This is the first time we've seen something he's not good at." That's fine. Nobody's perfect. Otherwise I'd really start to wonder if you're even human." These remarks successfully sparked a round of laughter, making the atmosphere even livelier. After the drinking session ended, Li Yang was also escorted home by a special car arranged by the municipal government. He didn't have the energy to care about anything else. Carried by that drunken boss, he drifted straight into dreamland. Early the next morning, Li Yang clutched his throbbing head as he crawled out of bed. He must have drunk a bit too much last night. He could still feel the lingering effects. Yet, despite being tipsy the whole time, he still remembered very clearly what happened last night and everyone's enthusiasm. He vaguely recalled that the scheduled time for boarding the boat with Director Dongfang was the next evening. He still had 1 day left to handle the unfinished trivial matters he had in Yunzhou. Li Yang washed his face, changed into normal clothes, and slowly walked out the door. Looking at the sunflowers swaying in the breeze in the courtyard and then at the bright, sunny sky, I couldn't help but feel in high spirits. Then, I pushed open the courtyard gate. Li Yang almost thought he was dreaming. The entire village was filled with a jubilant and festive atmosphere. Red paper cuttings and banners were pasted everywhere, and many neighbors who usually saw each other daily now wore excited expressions, coming over to congratulate and thank Li Yang. Looking at the words written on the banners around him, Li Yang finally realized he was dreaming. Warm congratulations to student Li Yang for ranking first on the Tianyun Academy's honor roll, achieving the top spot among all new professional awakeners in Yunzhou City, and earning the title of Outstanding Graduate. Tianyun Academy. Professional Awakener Li Yang successfully defended against the Beast Tide and led the main force to clear the hidden dungeon for the first time. We hereby express our gratitude and encouragement. Yunzhou City Government. Congratulations on the successful mining of the small gold mine under Li Yang's name. This hereby grants the mining, processing, and operation license. Yunzhou City Council. Although Li Yang's involvement in the Transcendence Project requires a certain degree of confidentiality, given Li Yang's current achievements, Long Minshu has every reason to ensure Li Yang gains widespread fame. As for that so-called small gold mine in the end, it was exactly what Li Yang and Zhang Minshu had discussed earlier. He hoped to use the name of the gold mine to plant some marigold in the village where he was born and raised. This way, it could both improve the living conditions of the villagers and greatly promote the development of Yunzhou City. After returning last night, Zhang Minshu contacted several council members responsible for the mining development in Yunzhou City and discussed the feasibility of the matter with them overnight. In the end, overnight, they delivered a satisfactory answer to Li Yang. Looking at the familiar faces of the villagers around him, all wearing expressions of either joy or admiration, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of solace in his heart. The neighbor auntie, who had treated him as her own since childhood, seemed to sense something. When I saw Li Yang coming out of the yard, I had a very strong premonition. Li Yang was about to leave. She stood in her own yard the whole time, smiling and waving at Li Yang. Yet, there was an inexplicable reluctance in her heart. She wanted to tell Li Yang to be careful when venturing out alone in the world. If one day he no longer wishes to struggle outside, then come back. This village will always be his home. With the amplification by multiple media outlets and the meticulous preparations by the municipal government, the news about Li Yang has gradually spread throughout Yunzhou. Resisting the beast tide, clearing hidden dungeons, and even establishing a public gold mine. His actions have made immeasurable contributions to the entire Yunzhou city. The whole city has become bustling with excitement. Some particularly enthusiastic citizens even pasted banners expressing gratitude to Li Yang directly on their cars, driving around the streets for all to see. The vast city became filled with joy and celebration. Nearly everyone's face was brimming with smiles. Except the three who had just emerged from prison: Lu Xing, Lu Feng, and Li Yan's former homeroom teacher. Because today was a special day. Thus, the three who had been imprisoned underground in Yunzhou City Prison were granted a supervised opportunity to come out for some fresh air. Seeing the name Li Yang plastered all over the streets, the three of them were in the worst possible mood. Lu Feng and the homeroom teacher were seething with anger, while Lu Xing appeared utterly dejected. In the past, even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that Li Yang would become so successful today. And yet, they themselves had fallen to such a state. Here he comes. That young man named Li Yang is here. Thanks to him, we've got our own new dungeon and even a public gold mine in Yunzhou. I can't even imagine how much better life will be from now on. Wow! Is a guy this handsome and powerful even real? Whoa, Li Yang, look at me. I like you. Li Yang sat in Zhang Mingshu's convertible, basking in the admiration from the crowds on both sides. The driver, following Zhang Mingshu's instructions, also slowed down as much as possible. There was no particular reason. The current spotlight is well deserved for Li Yang. The car turned at the intersection in front of the job transfer square, pausing briefly for a few seconds due to the crowded crowd. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the Lu family trio hiding behind the crowd, wearing electronic shackles. At this moment, Lu Xing was also shrinking his neck, peering through the crowd in this direction. The moment their gazes met, it felt like an eternity in a single glance. Vroom! As the engine roared to life, the car carrying Li Yang drove off into the distance. Only a large crowd of citizens remained behind, still eagerly discussing all sorts of things about this prodigious young man. Night. On a lavishly decorated, massive airship. Li Yang stood on the deck, gazing at the faintly visible Yunzhou below, comfortably enjoying the cool breeze. This airship was the very one that had carried Dongfang Chenming and others from the imperial capital to investigate Li Yang. In the current world, magical beasts run rampant. Among them, flying magical beasts are naturally not few in number. As a result, the development of transportation methods commonly used by humans in the past has been greatly affected. Unlike the supersonic aircraft in Li Yan's original world, on Blue Star, the development direction of flying vehicles leans more towards heavy armor and long endurance rather than speed. In some necessary situations, a well-prepared airship can even hover in the air for several months without landing. Of course, Li Yang and the others were just on a routine short trip this time. Such an outrageous ability wasn't necessary yet. According to Dongfang Chenming, given this airship's cruising speed, they only need 1 day and 1 night to reach the imperial capital. He has already made prior contact with the imperial capital. Upon landing, they will immediately arrange for a dedicated person to handle Li Yan's paperwork. They also promised to prepare a sufficiently large plot of land for Li Yang to study the arrangement and combination of plants. With this in mind, Li Yang took out the blank plant formation storage card given by the system and briefly examined it. Plant formation storage card No.01. Code name, unnamed. Main plant species, none. Total plants, 500. Required area, none. Required sunlight, none. Cooldown, none. According to the system's previous explanation, the purpose of this item is to allow Li Yang to save his pre-established plant formations onto this card. When needed, it consumes all the sunlight required for the formation at once, releasing all the stored plants in a single burst. He doesn't need to activate them one by one. Efficiency is what matters most. There should be plenty more of these cards to obtain through future tasks. But after all, this is the first one. Li Yang wanted to carefully consider and see if he could create a preset with sufficiently astonishing power in one go. For example, 500 cherry bombs. If this set were to explode all at once. In this world, I'm afraid no one could withstand a single hit. But at the same time, the explosive power of that level is truly difficult to control. Once unleashed, it would be a devastating blow to any location. It might even end up harming innocent people. After much deliberation, it's better to honestly stick with formations that are actually useful in practice. The outermost row consists of walnuts covered by pumpkin heads, with kernel pods in the middle, followed by torchwoods paired with twin sunflowers. With this, the ultimate versatile formation is complete. It offers both control and damage output. No matter what kind of enemies you face, it delivers solid performance. Well, this can be noted down first. Once we arrive at the Imperial capital, we'll start trying immediately. Li Yang put away the card and leaned on the railing again, gazing at Yunzhou in the distance, whose outline was gradually fading from view. Suddenly, some amusing memories came to mind. There's a saying that when one man attains enlightenment, even his pets ascend to heaven. This saying truly fits him without any exaggeration. Before departure, Zhang Minshu specifically sought him out for a talk. Sending Li Yang out of Yunzhou didn't just alter Li Yan's fate alone. Because of Li Yan's influence. As the mayor, Zhang Minshu received commendation from his superiors and successfully secured more resources for Yunzhou's development. Li Yan's dean, Su Minhong, became the head of Yunzhou's education department. At such an advanced age, he still managed to get promoted and receive a salary increase. It truly made the old man so happy that he didn't sleep a wink all night. In contrast, the Lu family, who had many unpleasant experiences with Li Yang in the past, also lost their original influence under the strong exclusion from various parties in the parliament. Not only were Lu Xing and Li Yan's homeroom teacher both arrested. After the incident, Li Yang privately filed another round of complaints, prompting the city government and council to reopen the investigation, which uncovered Lu Feng's past actions. Lu Feng was removed from his position in the council and placed behind Lu Xing, awaiting trial. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who was once at the height of his glory, was also implicated as a result. He was expelled by the bank, and all his family assets were seized. Left alone, not knowing where to go. And senior Fang Wen, who had lost the opportunity to become an elite career changer because Lu Feng took her spot, was forced to work at the military department. She also gained the favor of Minister Wei Zongfeng due to her outstanding performance. When the next round of leadership transition comes, Wei Zongfeng plans to strongly recommend Fang Wen to take over his position and become the new military department head of Yunzhou. Everything is thriving under Li Yan's influence. Presumably, when Li Yang returns to Yunzhou someday in the future, he will see a completely different Yunzhou from what he remembers. Classmate Li Yang, would you like some fruit? As Li Yang reminisced about various events in Yunzhou City, a crisp yet somewhat weary voice came from the direction of the cabin. Li Yang turned his head and saw Bai Zi, dressed in a fluffy pajama, walking towards him with an exquisite silver tea tray in hand. On the tea tray were some rather unusual fruits. Li Yang stared at the items on the plate, momentarily unsure how to proceed. There are quite a variety of fruits on the plate. Watermelons, apples, oranges, everything you could want was there. But yet the proportions of these things were all somewhat off. TSK, the capital truly lives up to being a big city. The fruits are so huge. Whose good oranges can grow as big as watermelons, damn it. Staring at the orange segment nearly the size of his palm, Li Yang fell deep into thought. But upon closer thought, it seems he wasn't in a position to say such things. After all, his nut wall was nearly 2 meters tall. Seeing Li Yang hesitate, Bai Zi placed the tray in her hand on the deck table, casually picked up a segment of orange, and handed it to Li Yang with a soft smile. Classmate Li Yang, there's no need to worry. These aren't strange plants at all, they've just been affected by my ability. They've grown a bit larger in size, but their flavor remains unchanged. Li Yang blinked, taking it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity before popping it into his mouth. Instantly, the plump, juicy flesh burst open in his mouth. The cool, sweet and sour juice immediately filled Li Yan's mouth, leaving him full of praise. This is really good, way better than the fruit you can normally buy outside. Angelica smiled, her eyes still holding a hint of pleasant surprise. Really? Then, realizing her own impropriety, she quickly coughed and said somewhat sheepishly, "To be honest, these fruits are actually new varieties currently under research and cultivation. It's truly wonderful to receive such praise from you." These words actually made Li Yang feel somewhat emotional. Researching ways to increase grain yields, cultivating new varieties of fruits. I never expected that the Tangxian department would have such operations. Hearing Li Yan's sigh, Bai Zi also let out a somewhat regretful sigh. If only there were a choice. I also wish to achieve more through combat, like most people. It's true that the Tangxian division is teeming with talent. However, the vast majority are still traditional combat-oriented talents. Like Bai Zi, who was specially recruited due to her unique abilities. On the surface, they call it technical talent. But in reality, it doesn't contribute much to dungeon raids. After all, nearly 80% of the resources on Blue Star today are obtained directly through combat in dungeons. If only Bai Zi's abilities could be applied in combat, she would be many times more effective than she is now. Yet she remains honestly tinkering with agriculture in the Tangxian department. Actually, it's because that's all she could do. If given the chance to personally participate in the battle. As she said this, she inadvertently glanced up at Li Yang standing before her. Li Yang finally understood what she meant. This girl named Bai Zi, was she actually interested in him? No, that's not the right way to put it. Rather than being attracted to herself, she was more drawn to her own abilities. After all, Li Yan's ability is to create many plants that can be directly used in combat. Meanwhile, Bai Zi's ability is to enhance plants. This was tantamount to indirectly giving Bai Zi the opportunity to participate in the battle. If properly developed, the two of them joining forces might achieve quite remarkable results. This is actually why the Tangxian department also sent Bai Zi to find Li Yang. But Li Yang was still a bit curious. Bai Zi's current status has already surpassed 99% of life class job changers in all of China, hasn't it? Yet, far from being content with the status quo, she is very eager to get involved in something like combat. This is not the mindset a life class job changer should have. In this world, the education everyone receives conveys this notion. If you change to a combat class profession, then you must strive to be stronger than others, cherish the opportunity, work hard, and strive for greater power to protect your home and country, shedding blood and sweat without tears. But once you switch to a life class profession, there's only one thing to do. Alive. Moreover, in this world, the ratio of life-oriented professions to combat-oriented professions is roughly 6:4. The number of life-oriented job changers exceeds that of combat-oriented ones. Against such a laid-back world backdrop, Bai Zi, as a life-oriented professional, still has her mind completely fixated on combat. Where did this idea even come from? Her personality doesn't seem like that of a hot-tempered sister who'd resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. This is just too baffling. Li Yang showed a puzzled expression. Bai Zi gently bit her lip, wrestling with herself for a moment. Then, as if mastering her courage, she smiled slightly with a hint of helplessness, raised her eyes to meet Li Yan's gaze, and briefly recounted her past. When introduced by Dongfang Chenming earlier, Li Yang had already learned that Bai Zi came from the largest mining family in all of Huaxia. But what Li Yang didn't know was that in such a chaotic world, reaching the pinnacle of an industry with stability didn't rely on luck or wisdom alone. There is also solid strength. Of course, the strength here refers to combat prowess. Apart from mining operations across China, the Bai family was also one of the earliest aristocratic families guarding the northern borders. A century ago, when space became unstable and magical beasts launched large-scale invasions, it was the major northern aristocratic families that united together, forming an insurmountable steel wall with their flesh and blood. They held back hundreds of millions of magical beasts beyond the wall, preventing them from setting foot in China to this day. Among them, the Bai family is one of the most specialized in support professions among these major aristocratic families. Raised in such a family tradition, Bai Zi grew up listening to the heroic tales of her elders. She also dreamed of becoming a valiant female general like those in the stories. She studied day and night the intricate military etiquette and regulations that had long been abandoned, fully preparing herself for her future life in the military. But somehow, while the relatives and friends around her all became strong individuals capable of standing on their own, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who was most highly anticipated, she became the only one in nearly a century to have a lifestyle-oriented profession. Although she still possessed extraordinary talent, even earning the favor of the Tangxian Bureau. Although her parents continued to treat her as before, believing that a lifestyle-oriented profession didn't matter as long as their daughter lived a happy and fulfilling life. But for her own sake, such an experience was clearly filled with regret and beyond remedy. Until Li Yang appeared, a powerful life-class profession capable of growing various plants with devastating power. She couldn't even dream that such an incredible coincidence could exist in the world. Inside the Yunzhou municipal government office, when she saw with her own eyes that nut, whose power had suddenly multiplied several times over, piercing straight through the ceiling, she had already begun to realize. All of this seems like fate. Of course, she is also well aware that so much of it is merely her own wishful thinking. As for Li Yin's thoughts, she still doesn't know. So before that, she hoped to first make an effort to bridge the gap between herself and Li Yang. At the very least, she needed to ensure Li Yang didn't dislike her. After recounting those trivial matters from her past, Bai Zi immediately fell silent. She took a moment to calm her emotions before raising her head and looking at Li Yang again. The previously depleted energy had not yet been fully replenished. Speaking too much in one breath left her feeling a bit oxygen-deprived again. Just as she had thought. In truth, Li Yang wasn't particularly moved by her past. After all, whether it's a martial family or a mining conglomerate, for Li Yang, these things were at most something he had only seen in novels or TV dramas. He had never experienced them himself, so how could he possibly empathize with her? However, out of politeness, Li Yang still courteously expressed his understanding. Then he noticed Bai Zi's slightly absent-minded eyes. Suddenly, Li Yang had a flash of inspiration and immediately took out a brown coffee bean from his storage room. Actually, when he first heard about the side effects of Bai Zi's talent, Li Yang had already thought of this thing. It's just that at that time, his attention was scattered, and he didn't have time to consider these matters. To be honest, Li Yang indeed wanted to see what changes Bai Zi could bring to his plans in the future. The issue of constant drowsiness, he might as well help her solve it casually. Li Yang placed the coffee beans in front of Bai Zi, signaling her to eat them. Opposite, Bai Zi paused for a moment, looking somewhat puzzled. Until I heard Li Yang say, "Consider it payment for eating your fruit." Feeling relieved, she took the coffee beans from Li Yan's hand and popped them into her mouth. Crunch! Her pearly white teeth shattered the brownish fruit. A rich, mellow aroma instantly spread throughout her mouth. Bai Zi's slightly dazed mind instantly became crystal clear. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This is...